I've got the mics on this morning, and we apologize for the delay. For those of you at home, would like to call to order, and at this time ask you to please rise for the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States of America and Texas flags. I don't think we have anybody here this morning. Would anybody like to say an invocation this morning? I appreciate that. It's nice to rotate, I think. Commissioner, I think it's nice to rotate. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Judge.
Go ahead. Absolutely.
Bow your heads. Lord God, Heavenly Father, we're here today to give you thanks for everything you've given us. We're always asking for something, but today we're giving you thanks for praying for us when we need you, for taking care of those that are sick, for helping us pull through this virus situation. Lord, we thank you for all the first responders, the nurses, health department that have been in the front lines. Thank you for those that are also in the front lines. They're not first responders, but they're there. Lord, we thank that allow us to continue to do the right things, make the right decisions for the right reasons. And I know you've given us the strength to do the things we've done so far. So I've asked you, Lord God, I'm giving you thanks one more time because you have prayed for us, you have blessed us, and we're here. And I can ask you, at the end, I ask you just to bless those that need your blessings. Lord God, Heavenly Father, pray in your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Joe. Oh.
Yeah.
Get the really cool seat.
At this time, I'll note the time for the clerk. It's 9:13 a.m. and the date is May the 6th, 2020. We're at the Nueces County Courthouse on the 3rd floor in Commissioner's Court. And for the clerk, I do certify that a quorum is present. All commissioners are present here. And safety briefing is next. Tyner, if you'd yield the podium to Timothy.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning.
Commissioners, ma'am. We're meeting today on the 3rd floor of the Nueces County Courthouse located at 901 Leopard Street. As we know, the restrooms are located on the right-hand side of the 3rd floor atrium as you exit the courtroom. In addition, there's a fire extinguisher located at the rear of the courtroom to include 5 in the atrium area on the 3rd floor alone. In the event of a cardiac emergency, there's an AED located on the right wall as you exit the courtroom next to the Human Resources. In the event that 911 needs to be dialed, Tyner Edward will be responsible for that. Individual certified participants in CPR today are Dale and Margaret. In case of an evacuation, our egress route will be down the atrium stairs immediately outside the courtroom, proceeding through the double doors located on the leopard side, and muster across the street in the CCISD parking lot. In case there is a need to shelter in place, we will remain in the building and await further instruction from the Nueces County Sheriff's Office. Our shared safety topics for today are preparing the Nueces County Courthouse for misdemeanor and felony jury trials on or about June 1 while maintaining social distancing practices and COVID-19 precautions. That concludes my brief.
We thank you so much for that. And I know you've been working with the judges, both presidings, and it's going to be a big undertaking to reopen our courthouse in full swing. And so thank you for continuing to keep us safe, Tim.
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, we've got some minutes, and they are of April 22nd and April 27th, 2 sets of minutes. You've had a chance to review. Is there a motion to accept?
So moved.
Okay, in a second. Motion and a second. All those in favor of approval signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, everyone. On that, we now move towards resolutions and proclamations, and Tyner has 3 that we would like to have read. Why don't we start with the London basketball program?
Recognizing the London boys basketball program for their successful 2020 season. Whereas the London boys basketball program, led by head coach Ron, is it Lawyer?
Lawver.
Lover, finished a successful 2020 season with a district record of 12-0 and an overall record of 33-5. The team also finished the season as district champions, by-district champions, area champions, regional quarterfinal champions, and regional semifinalists. Whereas players from the London boys basketball program were honored as follows: Noah Gonzalez, all-academic team; Andre Gonzalez, second team all-district and all-academic team; J.R. Garza, honorable mention, all-district and all-academic team; Luke Cazalis, first team all-district and all-academic team; R.J. Moreno, first team all-district; Navarro and Poteet, all tournament teams; and London, all-time assist leader; Joshua Chesney, academic all-district; Navarro, Poteet, and Cal Allen, all tournament teams; district MVP; and London, all-time leading scorer; Ty Leonard, second team all-district, all academic team, and annual team leader in steals; Bryce Marshall, honorable mention all-district; Patrick McNorton, honorable mention all-district; Preston Cazalis, sixth man of the year, all academic team, Cal Allen all tournament team, and most points scored by a freshman in 1 year; Pearson Cazalis, all academic team, and Ames Buchanan, all academic team. Whereas the London boys basketball program players include seniors Andrew Mendoza, Noah Gonzalez, Andre Gonzalez, J.R. Garza, Luke Cazalis, R.J. Moreno; juniors Joshua Chesney and Ty Leonard; sophomores Bryce Marshall, Patrick McNorton, and J.J. Rich; freshmen Preston Cazalis, Pearson Cazalis, and Ames Buchanan; coaching staff for the program are head coach Ron Lawver, assistant coach John Harris, and athletic director Robbie Moreno. Now therefore be it resolved by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County that the court hereby recognizes the London boys basketball program for their athletic accomplishments and achievements.
Judge, I think this is the original version. I'm going to make sure we have the right version because there was another final one. So before we pass it, where are the sign ones?
They're right over here.
Can I just look real quick? I'm sorry. There was some changes to it. Let me just make sure before we pass that.
Yeah, we can get that corrected, Commissioner.
Yeah, no, I think it's corrected in the ones we signed. Yeah, this is the ones that you read had some information not in it, but the ones that are signed are the correct ones, so would move passage for that, for that resolution.
And I'll second.
Thank you. And obviously, we were certainly looking forward to having them up here. Kind of a bummer, but that's coronavirus that we live in today. We'll certainly get this to them. Very outstanding year for London. There were some other honors that were given later for other folks that were in here. Some of them were first time in London history, including my son, who was named to the All-State team, which was first time in London history as well. So,
No, it was an incredible year for boys basketball, I think in Corpus Christi and the surrounding areas. But to have, London and Ray and Miller just do so well. But we really, we are missing having, I would say, the showcase of having them up here. And so I don't know if there is an opportunity, Commissioner, but I'm still kind of hoping for it. And if it presents itself, please find a way to bring them up here, even if it's not in court. We can still do something in the atrium. There's got to be something we can do if that lends itself, okay?
I'd like to do that. I have several that I'd pushed off, including the Vets girls basketball team, the Flower Bluff basketball team, the Flower Bluff swim team, and unfortunately, we just didn't quite get them in here in time because we kind of all shut down, and it's an unfortunate thing because I know all these young folks were looking forward to being up here and getting the recognition, and all of these programs that we're recognizing today really appreciate it. So,
well, today we saw the magic of video, and it's kind of an inside joke for those of you listening at home, but the point is that perhaps we can do something, a congratulatory video for a lot of these teams where we just, create personal messages, and we can do that and launch. I think that's really appropriate. If anyone's interested, maybe we can do that. They need to hear it, and when you get it on the social media, then the public hears it too. But
And you know, you had a good suggestion, and maybe it's not just for London. I mean,
Right, not for just for London.
No, I mean, I know you're speaking at the London graduation, and
Oh.
certainly I know I will be there as well. And before we do that, maybe they'll give you 5 minutes, and I can walk up and we can do it there, because it is a big deal, and it should be. And maybe we could call Flower Bluff and ask them to come do a quick little deal.
They're all going to have one.
Right.
Why don't we try that?
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Just
And
a little bit of legwork on your part.
I'll reach out.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And vets too, as far as I'm concerned, whoever has a school district that we did not get to honor, if commissioners, anybody, let's work through their principals and through their graduation ceremonies, at least for the seniors. We can present whatever resolutions that we had. I think that's a smart idea.
I think just reading it, I think it'll be neat, and, you know, it can be just something that we say, look, this was something we wanted to do, but we're here and we want to recognize some, you know, kids that didn't get recognized and we thought it was important, and you can just read the resolution. I think it'd be neat.
I think it's great, and then the audience is the right audience too.
Absolutely.
The parents and
Absolutely.
loved ones. Okay, great. I think did we vote? Did we say aye? All those in favor of passing that resolution, please signify by saying aye. Aye. And then, Tyner, would you read the next one, which is about Flower Bluff, the girls' basketball program?
Yes, Judge. Recognizing the Flower Bluff girls basketball program for their successful 2020 season. Whereas the Flower Bluff girls basketball program, led by head coach James McMinn, finished a successful 2020 season with a district record of 12-0 and an overall record of 27-9. The team also finished the season as district champions, by-district champions, area champions, regional quarterfinal champions, and regional semifinalists, whereas players from the Flower Bluff girls basketball program were honored as follows: Kennedy Curtis, first all-team district; Lauren Fuller, academic all-district; Bella Bertero, defensive MVP and academic all-district; Emily Clark, academic all-district; Gloria Gurin, offensive MVP and academic all-district; Kennedy Orzechowski, second team all-district and academic all-district; Ella Burnett, all-district honorable mention and academic all-district; Megan Bazan, first team all-district and academic all-district; Katie Gurin, academic all-district; Mary Crossland, academic all-district; Karina Reed, academic all-district; Anna Widrick, all-district honorable mention and academic all-district; Meredith Zay, second team all-district and academic all-district; Taylor Zay, academic all-district; and Yasmin Nueces, academic all-district. Whereas the Flower Bluff girls basketball program players include seniors Claire Naismith, Maggie Harrell, Gloria Gurin, Ella Burnett, Megan Bazan, Mary Crossland, Karina Reed, Anna Widrick, and Meredith Zay; juniors Emily Clark and Kennedy Orzechowski; sophomores Kennedy Curtis, Lauren Fuller, Bella Bertero, Katie Gurin, and Peyton Bakelick; student managers Taylor Zay, Yasmin Nueces. And the coaching staff for the Flower Bluff girls basketball program are head coach James McMinn, assistant coaches Amanda Gonzalez, Floressa Williams-Basie, and Kristen Rodriguez. Now therefore be it resolved by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County that the court hereby recognizes the Flower Bluff girls basketball program for their athletic accomplishments and achievements.
Judge, I would move approval.
I've got a motion and a second.
And briefly, the same Judge, Coach McMinn, who you know I think was a Ray High School graduate, went to school with me. He actually played on the Ray basketball team while I sat the bench most of the time. So James and I have been friends a long, long time, and he's been a huge success in Flower Bluff, and the Flower Bluff girls program has just been outstanding for many, many, many years, and it's almost like a regular that we have them in here. So again, this is a disappointing thing. We had them scheduled earlier, and then I put it off for, same as with the others, for about a month, hoping we might be able to get them back in here, but when the governor canceled school, we went ahead and wanted to get them passed. We're going to get them framed. Again, I will reach out to Flower Bluff to see if, maybe you and I can go out there for 5 minutes and, do the same thing at their graduation. I think that would mean a lot. And if they can't squeeze it in, then they can't, but we'll at least ask. But again, these young ladies are phenomenal representatives of this community as student athletes, and I stress the word students because I know many of these young ladies personally and their families, and so this is just another big feather in the Flower Bluff girls basketball program's cap. So.
I mean, I couldn't agree more. I mean, we just have, we've just become, a powerhouse in basketball where I would say, 10 years ago, you might have one team rise to the top, and now it's just everybody. And so when you get into the playoffs, you're playing literally your friends. And so, again, I concur. Let's try to make those happen. But for all of those listening that have friends or children at Flower Bluff, we just send our heartfelt congratulations for an outstanding season, fantastic grit on the court, and really just as an example of how to be a student athlete. I think it's done very well. As they say, go Title IX. I love these programs. People forget that when we were in school, we didn't have these great programs for girls. And they existed, but not to the extent that they do now with the support and the scholarships. And it just wasn't that long ago. So we have come a long way, baby, and I'm happy to have the girls recognized here today. Let's move on to the swim team. Oh, wait. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Let's move on to the swim team, also from Flower Bluff.
Recognizing the Flower Bluff swim team program for their successful 2020 season. Whereas the Flower Bluff swim team program, led by head coach Brian Hutchinson, finished a successful 2020 season where the Flower Bluff men's swim team placed second in their district, third in their region, and sent 6 team members to the state championship. And the Flower Bluff women's swim team won both their district and their region and sent 9 team members to the state championship where they placed 8th. Whereas members of the Flower Bluff swim team program were honored as follows: Cameron Ainsworth, state qualifier; Craig Bray, district swimmer, district record in the 50 and 100 free; regional swimmer, region record in the 50 and the 100 free; state champion, runner-up in the 100 free team; state champion in the 50 free; Josh Kautzenbaris, state qualifier; school record in the 100 breaststroke; Hannah Hooper, state qualifier; Kira Howard, state qualifier; Rachel Huang, district swimmer, region swimmer, and state qualifier; Kylie Hutchinson, state qualifier; Onachi Isofia, state qualifier; Lauren Lindemann, state qualifier; Gabriela Lopez, state qualifier; Jennifer Pena, state qualifier; and Lisa Urig, state qualifier. Whereas the Flower Bluff men's swim team, Craig Bray, Ray Fabella, Daniel Garza, George Gerbert, Josh Kautzenbaris, juniors Tucker Garrett, Gage Nelson, Josh Ogden, Grayson White; sophomores Cameron Ainsworth, Tanner Gilbreth, Jordan Lopez; freshmen Nicholas Ames and Corbin Griffin. The Flower Bluff women's swim team members include seniors Lauren Lindemann, Gabriela Lopez; juniors Hannah Hooper, Kira Howard, Onachi Isofia, Mia Militello, Olivia Rue, Micaela Rodriguez, Amanda Stotz, Maya Vagadez. Sophomores Victoria Bowles, Kylie Hutchinson, August Mesmer, Madeline Robinson, Samantha Robinson, and Lisa Urig. Freshmen Grace Garza, Christabel Martin, Jennifer Pena, Gabrielle Rodriguez, and Julia Valesky. Coaching staff for the Flower Bluff swim team program are head coach Brian Hutchinson, assistant coach Juan Zapata, and diving coach Dan Murphy. Now therefore be it resolved by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County that the court hereby recognizes the Flower Bluff swim team program for their athletic accomplishments and achievements.
So moved.
Motion and a second.
Judge, same conversation. These swimmers were phenomenal. we don't often have a lot of teams of any go to state with the level, go to state period, and certainly with the number of students that went to state in the swim meet for Flower Bluff. Thanks to Sheriff Hooper, who told me they were having a big send-off, I was able to go out there again before all the world changed and be there for their send-off. It was a great deal. They had people lined up all up and down Waldron Road there in front of the school, and it was really a cool deal for people to see, and was able to go out and talk to the coach and talk to the kids and wish them well. And I do know, and I don't know how all of them have done, I do know Craig Bray, who was the all-state swimmer that was probably the leader on that team. I think he recently, there was something on Facebook that he recently signed to swim at Texas A&M. Certainly that's an incredible feat as well, and I don't know how all the rest of these folks have done. I just will tell you that, again, it's just outstanding how well, and Coach Hutchinson out there has just been a leader, and I'm not sure honestly, it's really, these are all sad, but it's really a bummer because I think this was probably the first time the swim team was going to be recognized, and they've had incredible success for many, many years, so pleased to do that, and again, I will reach out to Dr. Freeman, formerly London ISD superintendent, now Flower Bluff, and see if we can do the same thing if your schedule permits that as well, Judge, so. Would move passage on that, and I think I did get a second. Thank you.
Yes, I think we seconded, and I can't wait to be able to greet them. I think it was not too long ago, we actually had a Wendy's Heisman diver, was the most prolific diver in the country, and swimming and diving, of course, being close to the water, have always been favorite sports for the Coastal Bend, but to be able to do it so consistently makes us unique. And so we wish them the best, and I really do. I think we ought to really concentrate on doing virtual messages to our seniors. I know that Del Mar is running a program for this, and I'm going to flip it to you so that all of you can do it. I was asked to do a virtual congratulatory message for those kids at Del Mar. Let's do that for all our seniors. I think that's something that's really important, and while it is, I think you said, is a bummer and it's very hard, it's a very hard lesson, it's a very valuable one too. And I think that like the greatest generation way above us, for me it was been my grandparents would have been members of that generation. They learned sacrifice in a way that our generation cannot even begin to understand. But these kids that have gone through this moment in time, understanding that they have real loss, they also most likely will contribute in a way to our society like no other generation. So everything we ever heard about millennials and Generation Zs, guess what? It just changed. They no longer are going to get the basement designation or living in your parents' basement or whatever that theory is. They now are going to be part of that generation that has experienced this, and in a way, like I said, where true sacrifice had to be made. Losing the opportunity to go to school, athletics, rites of passage that are associated with that last year of high school and that transition to college. For some, not being able to receive scholarships, internships, applications. There is tremendous loss there. So for what it's worth, there's no way we could possibly compensate for that. But we can point out that this experience, if they choose to make it so, doesn't have to be anything but empowering for them. But they don't feel it right now, and we don't feel it right now. But I think as leaders, we have to be able to message that. So let's see what we can do virtually to wish them congratulations. At this time, I'm going to ask Edward, nothing? I've got all those in favor of passing the Flower Bluff Swim Club resolution, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. We've got no public comment at this time, so I'd like to move on to the consent agenda. There's items listed A through S, and at this time I'd like to hear if there are any that need to be removed. Dale? Letter C is in cat. Okay. Is that for tabling, Dale? Just to discuss, okay? C is in cat. It just needs to be discussed. Are there any others that need to be removed because they're not ready or there's a discussion? S. All right. S is in Sam. Okay. All righty. Let's have a motion for the approval of all A through S with the exclusion of C and S.
So moved.
And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign. On C, Dale, tell us about the special motions list.
Yes, Honor, there was just a small little error in one of the calculations on page 1, item number 2 for LJA Engineering Corporation, the one considering the County Road 69. If you look at the balance, there was a balance there for $14,676.95. The correct amount is $14,976.95, so I just want to make that correction.
So moved.
I think we need to make, yes, that correction. I'll second that. And all those in favor, oh wait, excuse me, any discussion, any other concern there, Commissioners? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye with that correction. Aye. Okay, that's corrected. Now let's move to letter S, and that's the approval, and Tyner, you've got some information, and I do too, the approval of the agreement with Rose Medical Management for temperature checks. Really, it's more of a ratification. Maybe Michael can come in and explain. This is Rose Medical Management has been the provider of our fever checks downstairs, and we have them occupied through the month of May. After May, we expect to have new plans that are helping us reopen the courthouse. Those plans are being developed in conjunction with kind of a good team, I would think, Sheriff Hooper, because he runs courthouse security, and also the presiding judge, Judge Missy Maderi, who the Supreme Court and really through OCA has been designated as the Fifth Region's judge to help create the plan that we will then adopt and implement for this reopening. There are no jury trials at this time, and we don't expect them until sometime maybe well, we don't know just yet. Could be June, but it most likely is July. And we do have essential hearings going on, but everything is being done remote. So right now we have a good system, but we know that that system is going to change. And when that system changes, we'll be having a lot more people in the courthouse. So with that, let me ask Michael to just stand ready for the question. Commissioner? I'm sorry, who pulled it? Commissioner?
I did.
Yes. Do you have a,
Yeah, I just wanted the amount of that, because there was no backup on that, so,
Okay, so on how we came up
Right.
with the figure, so what we understand is there are 3 employees that are providing this service. They're providing it for a period of around 9 hours per day over a 28-day period for the business days that they're working for us. And at that rate of $35 an hour, that's how you arrive at the $26,460 as a max. If we cease to need the services for the full amount of time, then that would be reduced by what they actually work. So we're only paying for the actual hours worked. And
Michael, can you also go over, in case anyone missed it, it's not just this location. We also have these fever checks at the detention center. I'm sorry, County Court at Law number 5. Go ahead, Tyner.
Calderon.
And Calderon.
And so the 9 hours a day is maximum. We're not actually doing temperature checks.
Correct.
9 hours at the other locations.
Like at Calderon, it's just in the morning, for instance.
1 hour in the morning.
Right.
So there's no way we're going to reach that high of a figure. But if for some reason, things blow up and testing's required all day, but right now we're only doing it 1 hour at Calderon.
what you're saying is 26,460 for all locations?
Yes, that's
As a maximum.
That's maximum. 3 employees, 9 hours a day. So there's no way we're going to reach 26,000.
Now, here at the courthouse, I do want you to know they are here all day. But that's the nature of our courthouse, right? That we've got all these people coming and going. But at Calderon, it's not that way. At County Court at Law number 5, remind me, I think it's in a couple of hours.
And what was the funding mechanism? I'm sorry.
It's an emergency management. So, yeah, just so you know, I'm committed to bringing you things that are quite frankly already been processed through the emergency management piece of it, but I want you guys to be able to see when there's impactful dollars or it's affecting our courthouse, our way of life, but it comes through we have set aside $2 million for our COVID response, and this gets processed through EOC all the way to Michael's office, which is logistics. I'm sorry, well, procurement, really. Sorry, not logistics.
In the EOC.
Right.
I'm the logistics section chief. The item here is below 50,000. This is an item that we normally would not be required to come to court. But because of the nature of it being a contract that we're going to sign with them, that requires the judge's signature, and that's why we bring it before you. But it's also under Chapter 262.024 that we have discretionary exemptions for items necessary to preserve and protect the public health, and this is one of those items. But
Right.
the judge wanted to make sure that you guys are aware of some of the things.
I just think it's important for you guys to know that we're doing it, that our plan is to keep it up for this through May 30th.
The only thing that I have is, I mean, that's great, but I'm saying, there's a lot of items here don't have backups, you know, and we should have the backups to everything and explaining everything. If there was a backup explaining, I wouldn't be asking a lot of questions, right? But a lot of that, we get into where we're not even putting backups to a lot of things now. I don't know why, but we always had backups for everything before, so, you know,
Can we help with that, Tyner? I think it's reasonable.
When I was doing the agenda, Thursday and Friday, that's as late as I got into doing this item. And Belinda had a draft, and she got it to me on late Friday. And me and Michael got together and crunched the numbers. And so I put it together on Friday, and I sent it to Rose Medical. I tracked down that company, and I never heard back from them. So I didn't get it out to the court until yesterday.
Oh, okay.
I emailed it yesterday to everybody. So I apologize if I didn't describe what it was yesterday.
Thank you. Well,
And I still have not heard back from Rose Medical.
right. So we'll try to do our best to make sure that, you know, and if you need backup, if you don't mind, just text Tyner, hey, this is missing something.
No, we do.
Yeah.
We do.
So, but again, I want you to know that, like I said, it feels good to be able to say, hey, look, this is what we're doing. And also you should know that as we talk about temperatures, when we get to the COVID piece of it, that part of the agenda item, I'll loop back in so you'll know, because COVID's not disappearing after May 30th. So you might be wondering, well, what's the plan? Let us develop that with you into that next agenda item. Just because this agenda is pretty strict to this particular contract. And I think that they've done a good job. I know it makes me feel good, and I think they're just incredibly pleasant and very professional. And thanks to the sheriff's deputies who are down there with them, they do a great job of saying, how can we help you, or where are you going? Or it's really allowed for a very smart, safe way to do business in the courthouse. I tell everybody, they say you go out every day. I said, I feel so good and so safe in our courthouse. Not just because of the sanitation and the hygiene that we practice here, but just because of the sheriff's deputies and that desk that we have that kind of captures everybody. But it starts with that fever check.
One more question. So
Yeah.
This stops on May?
May 3rd. May 29th, is that correct, or May 30th? May 29th, okay.
Yeah, May
It's a
29th.
Friday, sorry,
That's-
I'm
it's a
sorry,
Friday
May 29th.
that this contract will end on.
So we're trying to get another contract or what?
No, saying when we get to the COVID agenda item, I don't mind talking about it now, Belinda, but I didn't know if,
Yeah, we're just.
I'm channeling Laura right now. I'm channeling Laura to try to keep us, I was going to address that in the agenda item that has to do with COVID. Yeah. But the answer is yes, we're working on a plan.
I think we're just trying to align this up with what we're currently asking for from
Correct.
during this time, and when the time for this service is no longer required, then we would not continue to have this. So I recommend approval.
Thank you for recommendation. And is there a first? Yes, thank you. Is there a motion and a second? Okay, I'll second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay. That concludes the consent agenda, and we'll move into the regular agenda items now. And I know that he's here because I saw him in the background. And the first item is a very important item, and that's to receive a presentation by Richter Architects to discuss the findings of the forensic study of the Nueces County Courthouse exterior veneer. And then the second one is also related, and so 1 and 2 is related, and he's walking this way, and you'll remember, my goodness, I guess it's been months now, but a few months ago, we charged David Richter and Richter Architects to figure out what's going on with the exterior of our building. You'll recall that we were having pieces of the travertine fall away from the building, and in fact, it caused damage to our atrium glass. There are many pieces that by the naked eye, you can see that they are very much threatening to come down, and so we asked him to please make a forensic investigation and a study, and that study has come forth, and you all were provided a copy of that study, and we now have David Richter to tell us more about it, for you to ask questions, but just know that you're going to get this presentation, but be thinking, because the second item is a discuss and consider approval of the Nueces County with Nueces County and Richter Architects for doing something about what you're about to hear is a pretty big problem. David, welcome. I'm sorry it's under these circumstances talking about a problem, but it feels good to at least know what we've got and what the possible remedy is.
Thank you, Judge, Commission.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to just summarize the report quickly and then be available for questions. I think that may be the better way to discuss it all. We hired a consulting firm out of Dallas, CDC, Curtain Wall Design Consultants, a nationally known firm for forensic and design, both design and forensic work related to curtain walls and building envelopes, mostly taller buildings, larger scale buildings all around the country. We've used them for some very large projects in the past and have a high degree of confidence in them. And in fact, they're doing some work with us in El Paso on the federal courthouse there on some remediation that we've been called in to assist with. So the report that when they came down, they did some removal to identify what was happening behind the surface and discovered that there are places where moisture has penetrated through the travertine stone and has saturated some of the substrate, some of the setting bed, for lack of a better term, the kind of a layer of concrete that's just behind the travertine and degraded it a bit. There are also places where it's penetrated into reinforcing steel that actually was originally galvanized, and even with it being galvanized over a period of 45 years of having a lot of moisture saturation, it has rusted and is popping, expanding, and starting to pop off some of the face of the structure. There are also places where weld plates, which secure the precast concrete panels, there's about 600 or so of these panels, is rusting and compromised structurally. So that's obviously a very serious situation. We don't think that there's any place where there's a risk of a panel falling off, but we certainly don't want to delay remedy, because each panel has like 4 of these anchors, and there's no indication that there's any place where the rusting is so extreme that it would be like dangerous, but it could be, and so we want to move expeditiously. So that's another part of the problem. The building itself, when it was first built, had waterproofing applied to the inside face of the concrete, which was done at that time. It's not so much done today because there are better ways to waterproof with current technologies. But that waterproofing on the back side of the concrete means that reinforcing steel and some of those weld plates and anchors are essentially on the outside face of the waterproofing, meaning subject to moisture. So we think that this rather urgent concern is also an opportunity to remedy issues with waterproofing in the building. And I understand, although I haven't observed this as wasn't part of the report, but that there are places where moisture intrusion has existed for some time around the courthouse on this perimeter, and it's very likely related to these conditions. Also, the caulking, by virtue of its age, I don't know that it's ever been replaced. Usually caulking is only good for 15 or 20 years, and here we are 40, 45 years into the building. So, you know, all of the sealants of the building need to be replaced because they contribute to moisture intrusion. So we believe from the report that in general the proper way forward is to strip off all of the travertine tile to expose the extent of the conditions, so we know, we think we know pretty clearly what the types of defects are, of damage exists. What we don't know is how extensive it is because it's hidden. The first case of stripping off all of that tile and all of the soft degraded cement that's loose to get down to bare sound structure will clearly expose the conditions and identify what remedies need to happen where. We believe that we have a clear enough view of where those, of the nature of that to do a set of, and if, Judge, I may be jumping a little into the next, if that's okay. I mean,
Yeah, I think
it's all kind of
as long
goes
as it's
together.
background. Sure, if it's background, go ahead.
Yeah, it's so. I mean, the report suggests the path forward, which is part of the second item. But we think we have identified clearly enough the various remedies to come up with an estimated scope for bidding purposes and to bid unit costs for competitive pricing. So we may say we may identify to bid to replace 50 weld plates and give us a price if there are more, a competitive price if there are more. And so we think that even though there are very significant unknowns going into this project, we think we know enough to put together a biddable set of specifications so that you can go to qualified contractors and get competitive pricing, which is very critical because when you do a project like this, if you hire a contractor on a time and materials basis, you're at risk of not benefiting from a competitive marketplace, which we actually have right now. So that's in general, that's where we are. If you have any questions about the particulars of the report, I guess that would be the first thing, and then later we can talk more about what we think the remedy is.
I think the one thing that, and Commissioners, I had the opportunity to meet with David and go over the report, which was provided to all of you. The one thing that I was concerned about was the material itself. You know, it looks, you know, any building has the 1977 vintage, you wonder, is it possible to go find this material again? And so one of the things that I want to share with you is that the travertine, which is, I guess, in the marble family.
It is.
It's a marble base. It is available, and it's still competitive in the sense that we haven't priced ourselves out of the market. Marbles, that travertine is still available. Do you want to speak to that?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for prompting that, Judge. Yeah, one of the first things we did is we looked to see if the tile, we call it a tile, but it's a stone tile, is available. We found it readily available in a slightly smaller size. The tiles that we have on this building are like 1.5 inches by 4 inches, and with a slightly smaller tile, they sell the same thing. It may be available in exactly the same size, but we think that the appropriate thing to do is to respect the original design, and we recognize that sometimes people tire of a design after 45 years and think it would be better something else. But there have been more mistakes made over time, architectural mistakes, by changing history than by respecting it.
I'm going to have to steal that line from you. I like that.
Oh, gosh, you're going to use that one to come back to haunt me later.
It is. I like that
I'm not going
one.
to agree with it because it'll haunt me later.
But the bottom line is that was a concern of mine, and at least that's not.
It's available.
But go ahead, Carolyn's thinking.
Okay,
Sorry, Carolyn first.
the travertine is only on what sections? It's just some columns?
It's the corners.
Okay.
If you look at the tower of the building, the white precast with the gold windows is one type of precast, and that's not in the scope of this work. That part, the kind of curved part around the windows. But at each corner, there's the curved parts that there are kind of what we would call flutes or half rounds. There's like 3 half-round sections at each corner.
Okay.
That's completely clad with travertine top to bottom. That's the part we're talking
Okay, I'm going to throw this out there. I love history. I love old historical buildings, but with that being said, you really can't tell from the street that it's travertine. I can't. So,
I
Judge,
agree.
my question would just be this, because we have so many needs and so many things we want to do. Can we look at another option? And I don't know if this will work, but just another option like stucco. I don't know. But look at something else, and then you could actually paint it, and we wouldn't have a building that's one solid color. It would be more attractive and more modern if you could use maybe some other colors, 1 or 2 color. I like decorating, so I'm just seeing that you could do something different. And just look at another option. It would be cheaper to do that than it would be the travertine.
So, David, will you, because I asked the same question, and David's going to give an interesting answer, because one of the things that I learned, but I want you to address it, is that 60% of the travertine is impacted, but not 100%. So we actually ran the numbers, and why don't you share with Commissioner, because I think what you're hearing and the directive is we want to, at least I want to fix it, but what is the most cost-efficient way to do that? We're okay if it's not travertine, and tell the court what you discovered.
We can, in the course of developing the design, which is, of course, let me try to clarify the stages. Of course, the forensic report that I'm summarizing right now is sort of step 1. Step 2 is to take that forward into a design. So now we're talking obviously about the design. The area affected by these defects is really the tower itself. There is a very significant amount of the travertine around the low portion of the building, below the terraces, and even in the original jail. Not the Waco Street jail, but the original 6-story jail is all clad in the same travertine stone. So by the time you consider the impact, the quantities of the jail and all the ground floor walls and fascias, my guess is it would be at best 60%. It might even be only 50%. So there is and the intention is to not change the rest of it, because that would be a lot of cost that is probably not at all warranted at this time. So we can look at alternatives, okay? And I'm not dismissing that out of hand by any means. I think it's it never hurts to do diligence and to think about whether there is a better way. But my gut, and we haven't run numbers on this, is that the material itself is not expensive. It's like less than $5 a square foot for just the tile, which is quite economical for that material. And it's not particularly expensive to apply. Thin set, and it goes, doesn't even get grouted. So I think it's entirely possible that it may be competitive to stucco. We will study that, because I think your point is valid, and I think you deserve to see.
Right, the analysis.
Yeah,
Again, I'm in the same mind. Whatever works to save the dollars, as long as we fix it, right? The exterior is not as important. The problem is that it would be better if it were 100% impacted. In other words, the fact that it's only 50 to 60%, it's actually cheaper maybe to go back with that material. Otherwise, you'd have to remove everything. So that's the analysis that, I'm glad you said it, because I think now he knows that that's definitely, we want that analysis so we can make the best decision, and also so that if we go this route, the public understands, hey, they went back with this material because that was the most cost effective. That's the will, I think, of everybody, is to make sure any analysis brings the best dollar amount. How about, didn't somebody else have a question?
I did, thank you. That's a great point, Commissioner Vaughn. I appreciate you bringing that up. I'd like to see that analysis, but that's a great response. I didn't realize, that's interesting to note that material is potentially competitive with stucco. I want to make sure what we're doing here, and it's kind of my theme with you, David, and we've talked privately about it, and I've brought it up in meetings. Again, my perspective is we need to do, in my opinion, what has to happen right now and nothing more. And I get that there's always opportunities when you're doing this to look at different scopes and different things. But as Commissioner Vaughn said, and the Judge has, we've all talked about how times are tough right now, and we certainly want to be cognizant of spending money only where we have to, especially always, but especially now. I think we're in the need zone and not the want zone, my personal opinion. So I think what you're saying is this is all needed, and these aren't wants. These are, look, we need to do this to make sure the structural integrity is maintained and things don't start falling apart, and we don't, kick the can down the curb on preventative maintenance. Is that a correct assessment?
That is, if anything, understated.
Okay.
This is not just a need, this is an urgent need.
Okay.
That affects life safety and not just the durability and maintenance of the courthouse. It is a very serious problem that has to be addressed in some way. And the way, and you, like anything, you either put a Band-Aid on it or you go to the core of the problem and fix the core of the problem. And this, honestly, is not a problem that can be solved with a Band-Aid. It has to be dealt with at a substantive level.
And we've hired you to give us those recommendations, and I completely trust your recommendation on that. But I think it's just very important that we reiterate those kind of things to the public, especially in these dire times, that, look, we always do, but we are really, really trying to stay off the want list and just work on the need, and as you said, the urgent need list, because certainly that we know that has to happen, and I know that's going to be kind of my theme going forward with the ADA work and anything we do inside the courthouse, whether that, and I think, that's what I think. I don't know what anybody else thinks. And so that's going to be kind of and you can answer that as you're presenting other things, knowing that's going to be my question, then I don't have to ask a question, so you can just put it forth and say, this is an absolute need, and, well, this may border on the want, and you've got to decide, but that's going to be my questions going forward.
And anything in the capital improvement plan that was developed, it really does separate immediate needs versus future needs.
I think we've done a super job so far on our CI.
On immediate needs. Yeah, and this one is in there, so I just want to share that with the audience, is that this one was in there, and that's why we were already going to address the exterior, and then that piece fell down, and it became an uh-oh. And I will say that it doesn't give me pleasure to say this, but it's my responsibility to tell everybody that we're also in hurricane season, almost. And because NOAA issued a warning yesterday that 2020 is going to track higher than average hurricanes, that's their prediction, that is of concern. The other thing is, and I respect your position, and I'm going to echo the taxpayer concern. The taxpayer is counting on us to make sure this project gets done. I'll tell you why, because it's going to cost the taxpayer much, much more if we allow the water to continue to invade the way it's invading. And it's also creating a public health issue for the fourth floor with moisture, humidity, and mold. We now can take a nexus between what we've discovered through this forensic study and what's happening. And you may have said, I didn't need a fancy Dallas engineer to tell me. I could have told you the water was coming. But you know what? We need it. We have to have that in order to satisfy the expenditure. And so now I can tell you that mold, that mildew, and those problems are directly related to water invasion. And it is not just the exterior. We could all live with something ugly right now. It's the idea that that rebar, the integrity of that rebar is affected. That makes it urgent. And so the funding source for this, when we get to it, just to keep this in your mind, is because it's part of our capital improvement plan and because it's urgent, it would fall perfectly in the CO 2019, and that's what those dollars were meant for. They were meant for this courthouse to give it the life that it needs to last another maybe, a couple decades, because we're not going to have the funds to build a new courthouse, so we've got to maintain the integrity of this one so it does last. So this is the exact type of program that a taxpayer should celebrate, that we're able to address it so that it doesn't cost us twice as much in the future, and that we have the right reports to get the right bid. And I want to emphasize what David said, because we really hammered it home. And he said, I'm right there with you. And that is, in order to get competitive bids, there is a process for that. And we need to be able to be a part of that process. We don't want to say we have X dollars to go do work here. We need to create that competitive nature so that we can get the most experienced work. And by the way, there are people who are really experienced in this exact genre. And you're gonna learn more about that. Juan looks like he's itching to say something, so I'm gonna bring him in, our county engineer. Come on in, Juan. I know you want to address something here.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning.
Yes, I just wanted to add, Judge and Commissioners, is that at the same time, we are going to be looking at the expansion joints of the precast structure, because those do need to get replaced, and also the window seals are going to have to get resealed. So these are additional stuff that we're going to have to do in order to make sure that we don't get water penetrating into the building. And of course, it's kind of like what the judge said. I mean, in the maintenance costs, we are having a lot of water that's protruding through the building and damaging the drywall and also the carpet. So that'll also keep some of this maintenance costs low, reduce our maintenance costs in the building also. So I just wanted to add that to it.
Have we put a dollar amount of what roughly you think it will cost?
Well, that's exactly what we don't want to do, because in order to get the competitive bids, we want to make sure that we can actually get the competitive bids. But there is a range that we can do, but I don't want to.
Well, I'm just asking a rough figure. I'm not asking.
Right. Okay. Fair enough. David, do you want to?
The penny number, but I'm just saying, because if we're going to vote on something, I got to make sure what we're going to vote on.
Well, we're not going to vote on anything except for the next item, which is going to be presented to you, which is to do. I'll let David introduce first. Let me just ask: do you want to address that in a range, or can we address it in the second item, which we can move from the presentation to the discuss and consider?
Judge, can I just say this before he says anything? I really have a concern about us even doing a range, because I think people see the range and then they say, okay, I can go up to $50,000, and then that's where they're going to hit. So I would rethink it, Jack. It's up to you, but that's the way it works. The public's going to look at it and they're going to say, this is how much they say we can go.
Well, if it was something we could look at ourselves,
Yeah, and I can do that. We can do that with you, no doubt. But what you're going to get presented with is a contract, but it's not for the overall work. It's just for the piece that I'm going to move us out of the presentation, okay? Because you can still ask questions, and let's move us into number 2, which is discuss and consider the approval between Nueces County, so you can see numbers. The second one has numbers attached to it, if you'll look at your book, and Richter Associates for the project. Juan, do you want to kind of introduce it? And let's look at our board book, and you can see some numbers there on number 2.
Judge, Commissioners.
Did we get a copy of the agreement? I'm sorry, I didn't get a copy. Was there a copy of the agreement sent to us?
Yes, there should have been one attached.
Should be here. Give me a second. Let me help find it.
Big book?
You're talking about the agreement with the supplemental agreement?
Agreement.
Yes, sir.
Supplemental agreement should be there. Yes, sir. It's right here. I'm going to go ahead and give it to you because I happen to have it in my hands.
It does include some architectural services and
Because I've already looked at it. Here we
some
go.
structural services.
I think
that are
there was
included in there too.
There was a
And then-
fee schedule that has an estimated amount of
Yeah. That's okay to discuss because it's in the book and all of that. We just don't want to talk about.
74, 79, and then 25, 135, and then 36, 0355. There was different, it broke it down the way I saw it in different capacities.
Thank you,
And
Tanner. It's now
I get
on our
what
screens.
Commissioner Gonzalez is asking, because we're spending a lot of money on architectural. What's it going to cost us for construction, or what's an estimate? So
Well, you can usually use an estimate of 10 to 12%, but again, we don't really know what we're getting into, but it's typically a 10 to 12%. But again, this is the piece that you really need to look at first. You're still going to have authority to do the next piece, and it needs to be presented to you. You won't be married to anything right now, but this is what we need to do in order to get us going.
What I would recommend, Judge, is
Mm-hmm.
once the architect, if the architect gets the supplemental agreement approved, I would recommend that after they prepare plans that are about 75% complete, the architect can come in and put a cost estimate together for it, and then we can meet with the judge and the commissioners individually to evaluate the cost or to show what the cost is at that time.
So one, and I get, because I get what both commissioners are saying. It's always a little nerve wracking. Like when we brought forth the London Road stuff, we kind of had an idea, and we gave the commissioners an idea of what we thought it was going to cost, so that they knew that it was going to be what we thought based on your cost estimate. Is there any reason that we can't, that we couldn't do some sort of cost estimate that's not held in blood, but that's, you know what I mean, that gives us an idea of what we're doing before we spend the money on fees?
The only reason about that, Commissioner, is yes, that the report's already, some of the findings have been already evaluated. However, they still have to do some additional evaluations. I mean, the cost can vary from maybe 50 to 20% of the estimated cost that probably Richter can tell you right now. So my recommendation would be that let's get to 75% completion of the project, of the design phase of it. At that point in time, we can have a more detailed cost estimate and present it individually to commissioners.
Also, but I think, I'm not trying to speak for anybody, but what it's, because they're right. I mean, we're looking at committing, basically spending over $300,000 in fees today, in a sense, and yet we don't know exactly what the cost is, and it's a little nerve-wracking.
Well, again, use the 10 to 12% rule, do your math, and that's going to be a good guess as to where you're going to be in a beginning range. But make no mistake, you're going to get a chance to see and work with Juan one-on-one once those 75% plans are drawn. Here's the situation. We know a lot, but we're going to know more once we go hire these experts that are listed here to absolutely start designing
Yes, ma'am.
how we're going to write this RFP.
And looking at the cost, Commissioner, for the engineering and architectural, we looked at them, we evaluated them to make sure that, of course, construction costs, engineering costs are kind of like we talked about. It's about, 10% to 15%. Pretty much of the total construction.
So basically what you're saying, in essence, then, is we're looking at about a $3 million project just for the veneer and I'm sorry, not just for the veneer, or is this just for the veneer? And there's some peer review and interior design on the 4th and 5th floor, but I thought we didn't pass the 4th and 5th floor stuff.
Those were, yes, sir. The one we're looking at right now is the veneer part of it.
Just veneer, right?
Yes, sir.
Because,
yes, sir.
Okay. But so if it's $275,000 estimated cost.
And just, we did do, just clarifying the record, we did 4 and 5 already. That's already passed, and we've already done that. What you didn't approve was floor 6, just for clarification.
Thank you. I appreciate that. No, my apologies. So basically what you're saying is you're thinking it's going to be somewhere in the 2.7 to 3 million range just for the veneer.
Approximately.
Okay, so a lot of money. Just making sure everybody knows.
Yeah, this is what happens when your building is falling down. I try to softball it. I try to protect this court, and it just doesn't work. So let's just talk about it since it's already out. That's right. It's going to be that, plus it could be more. And and you should not count on those numbers because you don't know yet what's happening. But what you can understand is that your architect just told you 3 things that should scare you tremendously. That it's urgent, that you have a problem with your rebar, that you have a problem with your setting, and you have a problem with your joints. And this is nothing to mess around with. And
can I add something?
Mm-hmm.
In the evaluation of the building, and if you're really looking at this, is that the longer we wait, Judge and Commissioners, the longer the cost is, the more the cost is going to be. It's just going to get more deteriorated.
No, and let me tell you, the numbers are what the numbers are, and he's telling us it's an urgent need. I just like for people to know. That's it, and I know you do too, and everybody on this court does, and so I just want people to know we're not just talking about spending money on the fees. We're talking that this is going to eventually lead to a 2 to 3 million, maybe more project that comes out of those CIPs. And again, I think this court has done a phenomenal job of using those CIP funds so far for needed needed projects, and I think this is a needed project, so I just want to make sure we're
Yeah.
clear. And
No, I know. I just don't like to
do-
talk about dollars when there's too many unknowns, you know? That's the problem. And then it winds up getting misinterpreted that that's the cost. And then, of course, it winds up getting signaled, as Commissioner Vaughn just said, that that's what we're willing, you know, that's the range. What we need to know is whether or not this court deems it necessary to move forward on this project. And that's really what's up for your consideration today.
Well, and I think regardless of whether we like it or not, we know we have to do it for safety reasons, and I think lesson learned down the road for this court, because it wasn't done and I don't mean to blame, but when you don't maintain something, it deteriorates and it costs more down the road. And so regardless, we're going to have to do it.
You know, I agree that we don't need to pigeonhole ourselves into a certain number. But, you know, I think of the city bond that was passed in maybe it was 2008, before we did the Broadway treatment plant. And we saved something like $10 million because the economy tanked right after 2008. So economy's still okay, but there are factors of it that are doing horribly. You know, look at cost of oil and gas, and that was a big saver for us in road production, and that may help us in another area for the county budget. But I'm just saying is that I don't mind talking kind of general areas, because I think in the end there will be companies that are hungry enough. I think the economy is bad enough to where we are going to recognize a substantial savings. And, you know, like any competitive bid, we don't like them, we can bump them out, right? I mean, we don't have to accept it. So, I mean, I have no problem going forward with it, and I'm hoping that it's unfortunate the economy is doing what it is, but to the advantage of stretching out every taxpayer dollar that we can, then I don't have a problem in going out with the bid and saying, hopefully there will be a company that, you know, is reputable, has great, you know, time, you know, service, so the project's completed on time and cost savings, that they can deliver something to us at a lower cost than maybe even what we're estimating or kind of think that we are now. So that's what I'm kind of thinking, not only with this big project, but other projects that we have, is that look at how we are dealing right now with the economy, and that may kind of help us at least in this extent.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner? Okay. Juan, keep going. I know we interrupted you.
Judge and Commissioners, Public Works is recommending the approval of supplemental agreement number 1 between Nueces County and Richter Architects for the courthouse miscellaneous project, which is the exterior veneer. So Public Works is recommending the contract.
Warren, let me ask a question. I think I just heard you say that we're going to approve it, but you already done some of the work already?
No, sir. The findings, the evaluation that was done, it was to identify what, you know, they have to do some testing on the veneer. They still have to provide the details, the specifications, and to tell the contractor how to fix each.
Well, we haven't touched that area yet.
No, sir, we have not. No, sir.
How long is it going to take to do the design?
Victor, you want to talk about that one, David?
We're estimating about 3 months.
Let me ask you this,
3 months.
because you just said it was an urgent need that affects life safety. Can you not move it quicker than that? Because just like she said, we've got hurricane season coming. We've got scaffolds sitting up there. It's going to cost if they have to be moved with heavy winds, whatever. Can that not be moved quicker?
Yeah, we probably can. And the reason I'm hesitating is because I have to mobilize more than just my staff. But we have to get with the design engineers on it and develop a critical path schedule as to what needs to happen for them to.
Agree.
And we have some stages of review with the engineering department here. So they're you know, as quickly as we're going to try to move, it's a fairly significant effort, and I'm just hesitant to say we could do it faster than a couple of months, maybe, something like that.
Yeah, because you see how urgent, you're telling
totally.
us how urgent.
Actually, we're prepared to put this to the front of the list. I mean, this is a problem.
David, that's a good point. It's good for the court to know it's not just Richter that's going to be working on this. When you see this contract, maybe that's something we should point out. It's going to be a team.
That's correct. And Friesen Nichols is our structural engineer.
Right.
they have a local office, but they're headquartered in Fort Worth, and they have experts in Fort Worth that they're going to be working on it, along with Shane Torno, who leads the local office. So it's a team, and then CDC is going to be involved as a QC peer reviewer.
Quality control. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and so there are, three main players in terms of firms involved, and as well as you, the county, and the other thing I think it's important to say is because it's actually rather difficult to get competitive bids for things that you can't see, okay, for things that are unknown. And so that makes this more challenging. If we were to just go out and hire a construction manager, cost plus, which is a possibility, to do this work, and then they just start work, and then as they uncover things, they develop pricing and give you the pricing. You could go much quicker, but you would not have the benefit of competition in the marketplace either at the general or at the subcontract level, and you would not have much of a clue as to what it's going to cost until it's done. And so what we're going to do is to develop a whole series of unit costs, some of which may not even be deployed. We may anticipate a certain remedy and in the end not find the problem to match the remedy, but we designed it anyway and bid it so much per piece, per unit, and estimated, and if in the end when they take it off it's not there, you don't pay for it. And so you get another bite of the apple, in other words, and actually on very small increments, because this will be bid on a unit cost basis for all of the parts of the remediation. The only things that will probably be bid as a fixed sum would be the actual replacement of the tile itself, because we know the quantity. It's all coming off. It's all going back on. And so, and the caulking, the sealant joints. We know the quantities of sealant joints. That'll be a hard number. So we'll have a hard bottom line number on all of those. But the rusted rebar behind, no, we can't say how many, or the weld plates, or if there's any kind of structural reinforcing to the panels. If some of the panels are degraded to where we need to put a steel beam behind them, we're going to get a price for a steel beam, so a competitive price. So if we have to put in 10 of them, we'll have a competitive price. So it's a tricky thing, but it's the way that you will get your best price, and you will get a chance to look at it at a detail level. You'll go, oh yeah, that rebar looks bad, and I got 5 prices, and this was the best price. So,
And I understand all that, but I also understand this. If you don't put a thumb in the backs to get it done, it could go longer. And I'm not stupid. And I know that's what happens. And it happens with government all the time. So I'm just saying it should be a priority for you guys, because you said it was an urgent safety hazard. So to me, that's important that we
And I just want to
clarify
address it, and we can address it even in more detail later, because I know you're going to want to meet with Juan and have him give you this detail, but let me just kind of present that one of the concerns that you raised, Juan has also been thinking about it with Richter, and that is that the best thing going forward in hurricane season is to get this scaffolding removed and to net this courthouse. And that way we can move as fast as we can from the team, but also the concern that I have during hurricane season is things falling, and again, loss of property, loss of life, or getting somebody injured. So we want to make sure that we've got a mechanism going forward, and that netting is going to be really important. The scaffolding does you some good, and it's done us good, and it's actually withheld 50-mile-per-hour winds that we've clocked. But at the same time, there's going to be, once we know we're going to go this route, then we need to change directions to protect for safety. And also, it's going to be the better mechanism for this, the work that David and his team are going to propose. So I just want you to know Juan's working on that as well.
I have another concern that I've always had concern about when do projects of using local people, and because, I've experienced that we use people out of the county. It's always hard, they don't come back enough, they're not here enough. It takes longer for them to come down here and do the work. I think, and now I'm only hearing people from out of the county, but I hope we're going to take this in consideration and say, There's gotta be people locally, I guarantee you, that can do just about the same kind of job.
Well, Richter is local, and Freeze and Nichols is local, and the third company is,
Something about Fort Worth.
They're not, but they're,
but CGC, yeah. But they have a very small part in it. But let me tell you what we need to ask ourselves, and I'm all for local. You need to ask yourself, are you an expert? Because if you're not an expert, then you're going to have a problem. So we need to find the people who do this work. But most of these guys, particularly Freeze and Nichols, and of course David is local, he's right around the corner. Most of the people they hire on subs are local. But the people that, so in this project, everybody's local except for a very small specialist that's got a very small piece of this design team. But I do think that most of the subs are all local because it makes sense for them, to work that way.
we do, we certainly desire that to happen, but we do have to, we recommend establishing in the specifications experience qualifications because it is specialized work, and you don't want a contractor who's doing this for the first time. You want somebody who's done it before. And then, to the extent possible, you get local. And invariably, you get local workers. But it's low bid. It's like you establish the qualifications, and then it's low bid, whoever's less.
Okay, so having that and having the amount before us, Juan, can you go ahead and state it again for the record for the clerk, that you're recommending approval of something, and then I'll look for a motion.
Yes, ma'am. Polo Works is recommending approval of the supplemental agreement between Nueces County and Richter Architects for the courthouse miscellaneous project for the exterior veneer in the amount of $216,589. That's the total amount.
Okay, and I think I've got a motion and a second. I'll second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose same sign. Okay, we will get to work on this courthouse. And let's plan on having, normal reports, Juan, on status update. And also, commissioners, reach out to Juan, and he can give you a lot more information with regards to details as we progress. We're also, of course, we have a project manager for the courthouse. You can reach out to them as well once we get going. Okay, Tyner, we'll have to change the screen here. Maybe we can put up those maps to receive item number 3. Item number 3 is receive a presentation from Jeff Barton. Hey, Jeff, I saw you out there. Welcome. GAP strategies on the possible opportunities relating to the Harbor Bridge right-of-way abandonment. Discuss and consider adopting an order granting an exemption under Section 262.024 of the Texas Local Government Code. Just to remind everybody, that's a procurement provision that allows us to hire professional services directly. Planning is a professional service under the code, and Jeff will tell you a little bit about his background. But once a commissioner, always a commissioner, so I shouldn't have said Jeff. I should say he's one of us guys. He's a former county commissioner from Hays County, and but is a professional planner. And in this case, I've asked him to come in. I put this on the agenda because it just turns out that it's sometimes it's just time to address something. We've been working on this project as a coalition for a year now with the city of Corpus Christi and the port of Corpus Christi. And I was able to send through Tyner the notes that Jeff Pollock, because he's been our scrivener, has prepared over time to show that we've been working as a coalition, working also with TxDOT, and but this is for the approval of professional planning services related to the proposed abandonment of right-of-way of the Harbor Bridge project. And I think you're going to see that, oh wow, got a great visual here. And the only thing I want to set the stage, you'll understand this, Jeff, I always talk about funding source first. It allows for the ears to hear better. There is a funding source here, and that's CO 2019. We were very strategic in putting dollars for these types of works, knowing that they were coming down the pike. And so the source is CO 2019, the same bucket, if you will, of dollars that we used for our drainage plan would be the same bucket that these dollars would be you should know, because it's a professional services, you're going to be asked to go forward and allow the county attorney and myself to negotiate the contract. It will then come back to you for ratification. So that would be the process. And now we get to say, let's talk about this great right-of-way opportunity that we have.
Well, thank you, Judge. Commissioners, it's always a pleasure to be back in Commissioners Court, especially if I'm not having to be the one up on the dais. Again, Jeff Barton, and let's see, Tyner, does this, oh, there it is. I was looking at the wrong screen. I want to tell you just a little bit about our qualifications and the team we've put together and how we approach this kind of project. I'll start off with a little bit about who we are and what we do. Again, we're a firm that works in a broad array of urban planning and economic development issues with background in urban infrastructure and infrastructure planning, mapping, and public engagement. We particularly love working with counties. We've worked with cities across the state, but counties are a real sweet spot for reasons that I think will become evident to you as we move forward. Gap Strategies has brought in a couple of people from other firms to help us with this project, from really noted landscape architecture firm, TBG, and from Siglo Group. Here's the team that would be working with you primarily. As the judge mentioned, I spent 12 years in prison as a county commissioner. With me today is Sarah Bosa here, who's a graduate in planning and construction technology and management at Texas State University. Rob Parsons has got his master's in urban planning. And then you've got Tom Forrest, who we'll be talking about a little bit later. He was the interim director of the Texas State Facilities Commission, has a lot of experience in public-private partnerships and mixed-use development, both with the state of Texas and in private practice and in the planning profession. Jonathan Ogren is a lecturer at the University of Texas School of Architecture. Andres Gonzalez, and my partner, my business partner, Kara Bishop Buffington, who's worked for cities as far away as Boston and for counties all around the state of Texas, and worked with me at Hays County.
Just a quick question. This is kind of a personal question. Is Kara Buffington related to a Blake Buffington?
Her husband is the developer.
I went to law school with him, and I just can't. It's a personal.
They are. My understanding is that they are like third or fourth cousins.
No big deal. Just curious. Okay.
Yes.
I was just going to tell you.
Through her husband, not her.
Okay.
She gets that question a lot. I think he's kind of gets around.
Yeah. Well, funny story, Judge. His sister was married to Randy Quaid for a long time. That was his wife.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah, anyway, sorry. Yeah. Just was going to tell you to tell Blake hello if that was.
She claims she makes a lot of that on bar bets. So.
That's right.
Our focus, I think, is very on target for what you're needing to do here in the Gateway Project. Really, county management, we've worked directly with MPOs. I was on the board of an MPO, in addition to being on the Commissioner's Court for 12 years. We work a lot with TxDOT. We've done strategic plans for counties around the state. We've worked on development codes. We like to think we're, if not at least one of the premier firms in Texas to work with counties on how to manage subdivision and development rules and what counties can and cannot do in either bringing in and incentivizing development and managing development, as well as what cities can do. We do mixed-use development. I've worked with Fortune 500 companies on both bringing in development and managing things like HEB and Walmart projects all around the state. So we've got a lot of experience in the private sector and with things like Vitruvian Park in Dallas, which is a $1 billion mixed-use development in Dallas, and downtown and historic plans, things like TERSs and other innovative ways to incentivize economic development plans in downtown areas. And along the way, we've won our share of professional awards from the American Planning Association and the American Society of Public Administrators, or members of the kind of standard professional organizations, and have been pretty involved there. That's won us, frankly, some praise from clients like Commissioner Debbie Gonzalez-Inglesby, the former president of the County Judges and Commissioners Association for the South Texas region, things that we're proud to have earned. And I want to talk very briefly about why we think we're just an especially good fit for Nueces County. I spoke to having earned our chops working for local government. I was a commissioner in Hays County in addition to this private practice, but we also have experience here in the Coastal Bend working for places like Aransas Pass, but specifically in Corpus Christi. Tom Forrest, who's a senior project manager for us, was for a while the president of the Heart of Corpus Downtown Revitalization Program. For a number of years, he worked 5 years as special project manager for the city of Corpus Christi, so he knows his way around Corpus and was in on some of the origins of talking about revitalization in Corpus back in the 1990s. Rob Parsons, who's on our team, who you saw his picture, worked with Scott Polikoff on the C District plan, and although he wasn't a principal in it, did work also in the North Beach plan a little bit, Commissioner, and familiar with, and I've known Scott Polikoff for 25 years, so we have some exposure to what went on there in North Beach. I mentioned the Vitruvian Park project in Addison. One of our members is a former city manager of the city of Addison. So we've been very directly involved in local government on your side of the table, and we've worked all across the state for clients, helping them do a variety of projects, as I alluded to earlier, from Bexar County into the valley, and for places like the University of Texas at San Antonio that hired us to help with smaller local governments, teaching them how to approach economic development and how to manage growth in their counties in the Eagle Ford Shale and other places. We also think one of the things that sets us apart is our ability to work with stakeholders, both public stakeholders and your citizens, because nothing can be successful if you don't bring your citizens along. I heard you talking, Commissioner, about the importance of really letting your constituency know what's going on in projects, how critical that is to the success of anything. And that's really one of the things that we think sets us apart as planners, that we don't do plans in isolation, but we really recognize the absolute critical importance of bringing citizens along and making sure that they're informed every step of the way, whether that's the public partners that you have in a project or the people who are paying the taxes, because after all, that's how and why government exists and how it works. So we make that a first rung priority all along the way. We'd want to talk to you about how much you want to engage that in this project, but you'll see from the people we've worked for that they recognize that that is really one of the things that I think we do best, and one of the things that really does set us apart because we incorporate it from the very beginning of the project. Also, I'll mention that three of the people on that team are native Spanish speakers. I am not, pero yo puedo hablar en español también si necesito.
Bien, muy bien.
That was good.
Sarah likes to claim that being a native speaker, she speaks better than me, and we argue about that occasionally. We really do have a team tailored for Nueces County. You're not going to see us bait and switch and see junior members who you've never seen before show up. You're going to see me and other folks who are on that slideshow throughout the process. We really believe in building relationships, and we're tremendously excited about helping you create and implement really a county vision that can create this real landmark for downtown Corpus and for Nueces County. We're inspired by the kinds of innovative projects we've seen elsewhere in Texas. You know, the Pearl project, I think, is really potentially an inspiration. What they've done in Dallas around Clyde Warren Park, Discovery Green maybe in Houston offers some examples. There's other places around the country like the Rose Kendi Greenway in Boston, what they've done in Rochester. There's really some great examples to learn from, but you can do something in Corpus that's unique and that is really a model for the rest of the country. I know that the Port Authority has its own ideas about what can be done here. We're tremendously excited about it, and we can build on the work that's already been done. We don't have to completely reinvent the wheel. What you've done with the C District plan, what you've done with the North Beach initiative that you've worked on, Commissioner, and Mr. Polikoff and the city has worked on, with the UDAT plan that AIA started in 2014. I've read that, a great plan. It doesn't have the kind of specifics in how you get from point A to B, but it's a great visionary plan to at least, you know, start from and get some ideas from. What the city and the Port Authority have done, and of course what the Right of Way Coalition has been working on over the last year. And just to touch on that, well, I'll get to that in a moment. I'll talk a little bit about what GAP Strategies does and how we approach projects. A lot of firms get into thinking about very doctrinaire, rigid planning principles, and one of the things of what we kind of call the gap strategies way is that really communities come first. Every community is really unique. You have this very special culture in Nueces County and in Corpus, and that's critical to us, that we really leverage the strengths that already exist here and allow for flexibility to create something that really is unique to the Corpus character, so that we build a real vision here. You've started on that vision, but you don't yet have a county vision. You have these other visions that have been developed, so we want to mesh those visions together to create this county vision. That's what we've done successfully in other places where we've built partnerships between the community and different partners. And it, again, has created these kinds of endorsements that we see from other public officials that we've worked for. In some way, we really do believe that we bring some unique professional qualifications for this particular job and the right approach to a plan that can help you create what you're looking for here, a commitment to a community-based plan and a plan that really brings you character. I think if you talk about specifics, talking to the Port Authority, you maybe need some help in creating some detailed parcel level maps that will help you immediately get in and address how you're going to talk to TxDOT about dedications that get you the scaled exhibits and GIS files and the narrative that you need to address justifications for aggregating sites around the old courthouse that will get you those files and allow you to make a claim for the county with TxDOT and cooperate and coordinate with the city and the Port Authority. You need to begin to outline a process for future budget years and out years, how you're going to create some phasing to attract really not just local caliber or statewide caliber, but national and world-class caliber mixed-use developers, or a public-private partnership that will give you the kind of mixed-use development you want. I heard you talking in the previous item about getting return for taxpayers and having to spend some dollars. And the good news is this is the chance to really create an income stream for Nueces County and Corpus Christi that lasts for generations to come. That's not only beautiful and creates an attraction for Corpus, but I've heard you say, Judge, something that really changes the face of Nueces County and Corpus Christi, creates this destination, but also creates real economic development, jobs, and income for Corpus and Nueces County. And to create some visualization so that you can understand and you and your citizens can get this picture of meshing these plans that already exist and coming to some idea as a commissioner's court and as a county of really how you want to shape this and what you want things to look like, so that not only you have that idea, but as you put things out to bid and build a future team in future phases, what the people who are maybe bidding on that project know what you're looking for. And beginning to really put that into pictures and working with your targeted stakeholders and your public to phase that in so that next budget year you have a clear idea how that works.
And so, perfect segue. I don't know if we need them, but I just wanted the commissioners to know I think they're listening in. I think Tyner actually just went to make sure that they're on. But Dan McGinn is the city planner that has been working with the Right-of-Way Coalition, and I believe he's on the phone, or at least, through technology participating. And Jeff Pollock is also on the go-to meeting, and he represents the urban planner, if you will, also former MPO director here in the Coastal Bend, and he is working with the Port of Corpus Christi. So because our county does not have a planner, that we don't have a planning department or anything of the like, the city and the county and the port, and I gave you guys the notes. I tried not to bury you with documentation, but I gave you 3 highlights of summaries that Jeff Pollock put together for us, and you'll notice that the first one came in September of 2019, and we had our first meeting in June of 2019, and it was all a result of the 2 maps that you have before you. The maps that you have before you are certified by TxDOT as being the most accurate representation of 2020 title today. And so when the Harbor Bridge comes down, what you're looking at, and what Jeff Barton, who's here, has been given a copy of, these are the maps that designate the right-of-way reversion. What does that mean? For those of you at home, it means that when the bridge when we have a new bridge, we'll have a new way of accessing that bridge, and it doesn't include the way we do it now. And so all of the concrete needs to be removed. And when it does, the rule basically says that if you own the land before, you're going to get that land back. And so what your maps show you is everything in yellow reverts by law, by title, back to the Port of Corpus Christi. And the reason that they have such clear title is because it was their land to begin with. And they gave up that easement to build the new harbor bridge. So now that it's no longer needed, they will get that back. But what's exciting about this map is that everything in dark blue, by the way, it almost looks purple, that is distinctly city. Okay, so everything in that dark purple goes back to the city. Again, it's like the port. It's clean and clear title. But what's exciting is everything that's in green and in light blue is either public dedication or TxDOT owns it right now. And so I gave Jeff, because he is an expert in this field, the opportunity to look at these maps, and we discussed the process. And just to remind you, we've had this, I think we've talked about it before, but the process is such that we can petition as a coalition, TxDOT Commission, no legislation is needed, and we can develop a plan, and rather than purchase this land back, we can ask the TxDOT give us this land. There are different processes that TxDOT uses. Because of COVID-19, there is going to be an extra urgency for economic development. Because of the energy crisis and the volatility, there's going to be an extra urgency for diversification. There's always been a great case, in my opinion, because we started this, actually we started it last February in the legislative session, but we got organized in June as a coalition.
Judge, what does public dedication mean? I mean, in other words,
What does it mean? It means that it can be given to any public jurisdiction.
so none
It
of
could be the city, it could be a public jurisdiction.
so none of this is clear, as you've said.
That's correct. Except for, that's correct.
None of it's clear county land.
It's just it's up for grabs.
Well, okay, but it's right. So the city's going to take theirs, and the port's going to obviously want theirs, because
And then the three of us want to come up with a plan.
three of us being
The POCA, the city, I know, the port, the city, and the county formed a coalition a year ago with all the other stakeholders, MPO, TxDOT, everybody, and we actually offered to run title to figure it out, and TxDOT said, no, let us help you. And
So is the presentation today inclusive of POCA and the city being involved?
So yes, they all would work together, and that's what Jeff and Dan McGinn are on the phone for. Now, the city hired Asakura Robinson, a very famous and well-known planner, national planner, and they are working on a downtown vision along with Dan McGinn, and they didn't know about this. We brought it to their attention, and they're going to be incorporating, obviously, this inside their plan.
Oh, wait, when you say they've hired Asakura Robinson
To do a downtown vision plan,
not to include this,
it did not include it.
will this presentation today from Mr. Barton, will the city participate with us
Yes.
financially?
No, they have their own, which is Dan McGinn. They have their own planning department, their own operation. The port also has their own planning department. It's represented by Jeff Pollock, and we need our own too. And that's what Jeff Barton represents. He represents somebody of equal skill set. Sorry, Jeff, I'm trying to be equal here and not get in trouble with my friend Jeff Pollock. If they weren't on the phone, I'd say he's the best. But we've got three fantastic, folks that would be working together. We would submit, if you'll read the notes, that the plan is, and our senator is kind of been representing us in this, we would represent a unified plan that all three jurisdictions would agree to. That's the goal. And this plan would be brought before Chairman Bugg and the TxDOT Commission. in hopes that we can be granted this easement, given that we have a strong economic development plan for the purpose of this land. But there's a lot to work on. There's actually roadways, MPO. This really is in Carolyn's precinct. There's a lot of issues that she's had to face with the Hillcrest community in trying to get this area redeveloped and make certain that there's never a cut again, right? That they are incorporated. And this is just a tremendous amount of acreage. And I'm sorry I don't remember. I bet someone on the phone could tell me how much acreage this is. But the idea is what are you going to do with it? And it would be nice to wait. Of course, everyone always wants to wait. But if you wait, you're going to, A, miss the boat, B, not be ready in time. As it is, I think we're kind of late to the party. But the goal is to figure out how the county, the city, and the port want to participate. And if you're wondering why would we want to do that, the answer is plain and simple, great, whole, cold, hard cash. Our ad valorem depends upon growth and development. This is our opportunity to help shape that. In addition, we do own land in this sector, and it's the Nueces County Courthouse land. And it's why 5 different developers are waiting for our engineers to do their report, because they know about this too. And there's a good anxiety, not a bad anxiety, about how we will divvy it up, so to speak, right? And there's no preconceived notion, by the way. I would say only Jeff Pollock probably has some preconceived notions because he's got the cleanest, look, it's just so perfect for them, right? So they can go forward in planning with some confidence because they know that title reserves back to them. That is on both sides. You'll notice, Carolyn, Commissioner Vaughn, it's on both sides. So it's all over North Beach, plus all the way past the ballpark, close to the museum and American Bank Center area. So it goes way into the C District. So they need to be, but the nice thing is that the coalition is willing to talk about everything, right? They want to have a unified plan. We just don't have staff. Our courthouse was not built for that. And as much as I'm trying to get us there, it's going to take people like GAP entities and people, the principals and the entity, the GAP strategies, to get us here. Now, Scott Polikoff, who Jeff mentioned, was kind of the guru, if you will, for the city for many, many years. And again, they have chosen to go with Asakura to do their new downtown piece of it. So we really want to bring in Asakura to make sure the whole vision is complete and that they don't leave it out. I'm on that committee. I want to see if Carolyn will get her on that committee. We'll have to ask the city, but I think they want as many voices as they can. But the need is to start this project now because we'd like to get it to TxDOT by the next session, which is 2021. And in order to do that, we've got to start now. And again, the way it typically works is you'd have to pay for all of this. We want to offer something better. And
Judge White, I guess my question is, and I think this is a very interesting project, and I'm very obviously interested in somehow being involved in this because anytime we can get usable land and so forth, but I'm trying to kind of walk through this. Is there, and no offense to the presenter today, I'm just asking the questions, is there not a reason that if they've already got the city working on it and then Pollock's working on it, is there not a reason that do we have to have I'm trying to figure out why we have to have our own planner when there's, I agree with you. I think Pollock's great, and I would trust him to do us right because I think the port would, and I think Pollock would, and Dan does a good job, and so I'm
right. So so the issue is it's not within the scope of work or the Port of Corpus Christi's job to take care of the county, and it's not the city of Corpus Christi's job to take care of the county. And so while they want to help us and work with us, it's not it's not in their scope to do our work for us. And so
we've had lots of interlocal agreements where we've co-opted with them and shared expenses and worked on roads together and beaches together. And if you have an agreement in place, a cost-sharing agreement,
Right.
let's say, in place, then I think,
I don't,
I would just like to
I
know why
just
we wouldn't
don't
look
think
at
that the city of Corpus Christi or the Port of Corpus Christi governing bodies, city council and i.e. The Port Commission, would like it very much if somebody else is doing our work. I feel more comfortable having somebody represent our interests. I'm not ready to cede interests, particularly when it's not like it's all kumbaya. I mean, if you just say that to them, why don't you draw it to your favor and not ours? We have to have someone who represents our interest, and I believe that that's best done in a collaborative, effort. I hear what you're saying.
I'm just saying,
They do good work.
I would just like to see that as part of this analysis as an option to look at, because you may be right and probably right, but it would be nice to be able to see a comparison to say, okay, is there a way to cost share? Because if you truly cost share, then our interests are provided as long as you have an appropriate interlocal agreement, memorandum of understanding, and a cost share agreement. Then they do have our interest, and they've done that with us in the
Right,
past.
and I actually did ask, just so you know, from the port, and they said, hey, we're happy to be a part of this table, but remember, they've got theirs. They don't need to do any more. I think that I did ask, but again, it's kind of like I'm not my brother's keeper. I mean, it's our job to take care of our interests. And I think while I think these three would work very well together, in fact, Jeff Barton's talked to Jeff Pollock. We've certainly floated the idea of cost sharing, but again, they have modernized. They have planning departments. Just so you know, when I joined the Port of Corpus Christi 6 years ago, we did not have a planning department, but they modernized and they hired Jeff Pollock. Corpus Christi, of course, has always had a planning department because cities do that. They plan. Our county has not modernized, and we're getting there, but we are looking more rural all the time to me as I dust off and, as I blow off the dust of our books.
That's a good point. And again, I guess to me, and this isn't the first time I've said it, I'm struggling with, again, no offense to the presenter, I'm struggling with consultants during this time. So again, I don't disagree with your concept of
I understand.
planning, and maybe, we need to, as you say, modernize and have a planning department, or have a Jeff Pollock on staff, or a Dan McGinn or something like that. And so those are good long-term approaches that we may need to look at how we do that. So I'm just struggling.
I know
I'm
you struggle.
really struggling with consultants during this
I know you
am,
struggle.
but
I can only tell you that with WTI, sure, and this guy will be a lot cheaper than hiring a long-term planner, or putting a planning department and a travel budget and utilities and office expenses, and I'm totally mindful of the taxpayer. In fact, it's because of my mindfulness that I bring him, because I can tell you something. If we have not learned that this community needs to diversify from energy, right now is the best time to have your eyes wide open. This is part of our recovery. As I said, I was already excited because economic development excites me, but now after COVID, it is absolutely imperative that we create ad valorem for our future. We cannot be dependent upon the industry to carry the day because they are volatile. Anyway, Commissioner Vaughn has a question, and I don't know if I'm feeling it over here too. Yes.
I have
okay.
a comment. I
sorry.
understand what you're saying, Brent. I do, and I don't think there's anybody any cheaper on this court than I am. But after working on the North Beach, no, not cheaper than I am, but after working on North Beach project and seeing what can happen if you invest and what can come back to the community, this right here is prime property. We are crazy not to have someone represent us. The city's not going to represent our best interest. Love the city, but that's not going to happen, and neither is the port. So to sit there, I think we have to do this, and I don't like spending the money, but we can get money back, a return on our money, if we will invest and look towards the future. And I agree with you, Judge. I think this is one of the things that is so imperative that we do. This is great property. But my question, that public dedication, it's obvious that TxDOT owns such and such in the port in the city of Corpus Christi. So the public dedication, no one really owns, so y'all would have
I'm
to.
going to ask Jeff Barton, you might have more experience. This is how TxDOT gave us the legend. It says public dedication. The question is, does that have a internal meeting in that, is it any public entity based on, I mean, I know I'm asking you something that we should ask TxDOT, but what do you make of that? Yeah, Jeff, yeah, switch him real quick, like if you don't mind, we'll hold on that and get that answer, because I'm not sure if well, that's why we want to create the three of us to make that distinction, because let's just pretend for a second, hypothetically pretend, that everything in light blue is the city. You wouldn't want the city to have that spaghetti bowl. That wouldn't make any sense at all. So we have to come up with something that's city, county, and port that makes sense. And that to me is where the GAP strategies comes in, and they have to work with the MPO, because you still need pedestrian movement, you still need vehicle movement. There's a lot that goes in here. It's not just all green space. It's got to be a mix. Yeah, Jeff Pollock, we're putting you on the spot. Hey, Jeff.
Okay, tell me when you can hear me.
We got you now.
Okay, nice to be with y'all virtually. Thanks for the opportunity. So when you look at the map, first of all, I think that the area to focus on in terms of the legend, and I will say that we have, these are static maps in PDF form. We're working with the TxDOT surveyor to get these in GIS and CAD format so that we can actually get down to granular planning work. But it's the area in green that is owned fee simple by TxDOT that I think is the most of the most interest here. Once the bridge is down and the Harbor Bridge right-of-way is effectively vacated, TxDOT has no reason to retain ownership of that right-of-way. And it's my understanding that that is the area that will be subject to a declaration of surplus property. So what we've done with this Harbor Bridge right-of-way coalition over the last year and a half is try to rally as local public jurisdictions, as local governmental entities around the idea of a unified request to TxDOT for declaration of surplus property, meaning that what had formerly been owned by TxDOT for the construction of the previous Harbor Bridge, when it's no longer required by the state and declared surplus, there's a hierarchy of rights of refusal that's offered to federal, then state, then local entities. And the notion here is that because the county holds the courthouse, the opportunity to amass property around the courthouse and create a blank slate for redevelopment to create a world-class destination, both as an economic driver and to serve the citizens, the community, is absolutely in the county's best interest. I can tell you from the port's perspective, as the judge mentioned, we have a pretty clear sense of which portions of the right-of-way will revert to us directly. We already own them fee simple, and TxDOT uses them by way of easement. Our involvement is really purely motivated by the interest in seeing a unified local front to try to accelerate this process of identifying and securing surplus right-of-way so that we collectively as a community can begin this planning process in earnest rather than waiting until after the demolition of the bridge, after TxDOT goes through its standard process for disposition of surplus right-of-way, which means that we have, a blank slate downtown for the foreseeable future, where we could instead be reinvesting in an economic engine and in a resource for the community. With respect to the potential role of Mr. Barton, what he and I, it's been a visit with him today. What we've discussed is his role in the next step for the coalition. So when the coalition, and again, the Harbor Bridge Right-of-Way Coalition met a week or so ago, we decided that the next step was for each of the entities, the city and the county primarily, because again, the port doesn't have a new stake in any of this right of way, to identify at a granular level which pieces of the right of way, which pieces of the corridor they would be interested in securing if they were to be declared surplus. The idea is that then the three entities would come together and furnish a single unified request to TxDOT to advance this declaration of surplus property. And so what the city has and what the port has and the county does not have in terms of staff capacity right now is the ability to dive in at a granular level and think through the planning potential and identify exactly which parts of that right of way would be important to aggregate around the courthouse to create the opportunity that you all believe in. Again, from the port's perspective, we have no skin in this other than seeing this opportunity realized as a truly regional entity with representation from both the county and the city. I've been given the go-ahead by our leadership to stay engaged in this and try to facilitate the process. But our ambition is really to support the county and the city in doing so. And the end goal is to furnish a unified consensus request to TxDOT on behalf of all the entities involved.
And just to Jeff, and just so you can, as they say, confirm, verify. I know they trust me, but it's good to verify. We have engaged our legislative delegation on this, and that includes Chairman Canales, who heads up the House Transportation, and Senator Hinojosa actually wrote a letter on our behalf, letting Chairman Bug know that we had put together this right-of-way coalition. So
Judge,
we've been able to keep everybody in the loop.
That's really important because Chairman Canales has certainly been a friend to Nueces County.
Yeah.
He helped us a lot with some of the things that, you know,
Yeah.
we did last session, and I'm glad he's involved, and certainly keeping all of our legislative delegation is
Right.
really crucial because the one thing we have, and we are really fortunate, you know, is having such a strong legislative
You're
delegation
right.
on both sides of the aisle. So keeping Todd and Abel and Senator Hinojosa and including
Canales.
Chairman Canales, and then, of course, we want to make sure Senator Colcourse is involved in that.
Right,
So
and-
we're
and-
pretty well loaded
and-
as far as just having everything covered. We just got to make sure we work them hard. So
Right,
that's
and
good that
so
included him.
you noticed, I'll let you read the tea leaves. You noticed I said the reason we need to start now is for 2021. There's a reason for that. And Lois Colcourt and everybody, everybody's has seen these, all our delegation have seen these maps starting from last session. And it's kind of exciting because now they're just waiting for us. But you can see from Jeff's stance, they're not just an observer, because you're certainly giving so much more than observation, Jeff, but their skin in the game is already written for them, right? Their destiny is written. It's in yellow. So they're good. And that's why they're not going to do the work for us. And I'll just say it. I know you're going to be too polite, and you're not speaking for, for the commission, but they're just not going to do it for us because they've already got their work done. And just so you know, this was a lot of work for title that the port did through their council, a lot of money spent. And so, yes, so this is the reason. If you had to go buy these lands, it'd be worth millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars. And we're saying, let us invest a little bit, because our COs are really meant for at least a small piece of it that, we put forth in the suggested column. We put some dollars towards doing some studies. We said drainage would be one of those, and we've spent just a little bit of money there. And this is the other one. And so I think that, that's kind of where we are. The city's got and I'm not saying the GAP strategies, you're just as good as Asakura. I just mean that the city's put forth a really robust team, and we need to have someone who can represent our interests and the interest of this court. And it's exciting to start this now, because it would transcend into the time where all the legislators are on point. You know what I mean?
I think we're just as good. We're a whole lot cheaper.
You're a lot cheaper than Asakura. Yeah.
Judge, may I offer just one more comment here?
You bet.
My understanding of the TxDOT process is that it does take an explicit request from a public entity to initiate TxDOT's declaration of surplus property. So just as TxDOT undertook this title delineation, in response to a request from the coalition. So in other words, we've already accelerated this process beyond where it would have been otherwise. It will take an explicit request, and I think there's real power in a unified and consensus approach to this from the different public entities locally. But it will take that request to get TxDOT to move forward with their declaration of surplus property. We, by furnishing that request before the project is complete, we are asking for a variance in their process. We're asking them to deviate from their standard process. And so inevitably, this will be a long discussion. We need to look at what the statutory basis is for that process and where the opportunities to deviate from it are. And so certainly timing is of the essence here. Even with the delays in the bridge project, we know that if we want to be able to break ground on redevelopment immediately after or soon after demolition of the bridge, we need to move forward as a region on this as soon as possible.
Thank you, Jeff. Yeah, in order to get to this map, he's saying we had to do a lot of work, and that's why we've been at it for a year and a half, and this will be unquestioned because it's TxDOT's work product, as opposed to someone getting up there, and so that we don't have any danger anymore knowing what the universe is. This is the universe, and the best place that we can be is to present a unified plan to TxDOT come 2021. Yes, sir.
I think Commissioner Mares wanted to say.
Yes, I think Commissioner Moss, do you mind if I go him first, Commissioner?
Oh, no, I was just going to voice my support that we do need to have someone there for us on our behalf. And as you mentioned, Judge, I think long-term we need to talk about planning, economic development. And those are departments that we are missing and lacking and seeing, especially in projects of this scope that we're missing out, having represented, a member here on our staff. But I think, to be able to go with a group that can bring so much experience and so many different perspectives, I support that. But yeah, I think that's a bigger issue that we need to talk about at this next budget cycle and really plan for a short and long-term solution to it.
Yes, and just so you know, because I want to help Belinda out here, that today is just the consideration and the selection of gap strategies, and then they'll have to work with the county attorney and bring back a document to us. So today it's just saying, yes, we want to go forward, and then we're going to have another bite at the apple, so to speak, at the next court, or as fast as Belinda can move. It could be in the very near future to bring back the details. And so she'll work closely with Jeff to find out scope of work and all the things we want. And to do that, we needed to have today's presentation and discussion. And again, I think the county's counting on us, no pun intended. The county's counting on us to keep business moving and keep our opportunities moving. If we sit still, nothing will happen. In fact, I think we've already proven what happens when you sit still. You get a dilapidated courthouse and no opportunities, and lots of vacant lands downtown. And that's why the city's spending so much money on it. But I'll tell you, I sit on all these committees as the county judge, and it's just us from the county. And it's not, you better get in there, as they say, get in there and tell them your point of view, right? And I'm grateful for the city for letting me sit on those, those plans that are uniquely theirs, but we gotta bring our own flags to the team, and they're doing it also the west side. This another one I won't even bring up right now, is we've got our hands full with this, but the county's doing it. I mean, the city's doing a west side vision, and they've hired Freeze and Nichols for that one. So, the truth is that while all this is happening, our voice is being diminished because we don't have someone in the game who's uniquely on our side.
Well, and I think for some areas, Judge, I think for some, my apologies.
I'm sorry, you're right. My bad.
No, my bad.
Thank you.
Sorry, Commissioner, my bad.
I don't know, Mr. Pollock is still on there? Where's he gone?
Mr. Pollock, here he comes.
Yes, sir. I am for about 2 more minutes. Unfortunately, I've committed myself to a visiting group of students that are here from out of town.
Real quick then.
But I am, yes.
And I think I heard you say something a while ago, and I don't want to put words in your mouth either, but I think, didn't you say something about a coalition that we have already, that was already make the plans, and that in order to be strong and push it through, the coalition has to stick together, which is probably the city, the county, and the port. The port has always been a partner of us, most everything we do, grants and money whatever else, we partner with. And so you all been a great partner, with the county. And so once we have that coalition already set, and it's going to be in, I guess what you said, in writing, I guess, that everybody supports that final touch of it, right? I mean, where I'm coming through. Why do we need?
That's a fantastic question. And actually, one of the action items that came out of our meeting last week was for the three entities, the MPO would be the fourth, to furnish a resolution. We discussed an interlocal or an MOU, and it seems like actually a resolution may be the most appropriate vehicle, where we capture in detail both the imperative for moving expeditiously on the redevelopment, the tremendous opportunity that we have at hand, and make a unified statement by way of this resolution, which would come before Commissioners Court, City Council, Port Commission, and ideally the MPO Policy Committee as well, so that there is there's a demonstrative statement made by each of the entities in the community, a clear signal to the state, to our legislative delegation, to TxDOT, and to our federal delegation that says, look, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for this community. We're unified in our plan for evolving a vision for it, and we're unified in our request that TxDOT, that the state, work with us to expedite this process. So that resolution is something that I'm working on capturing some language for with our counsel, Jimmy Welder, will then in turn circulate it to the delegates on the coalition for vetting and refinement, and then it'll make its way to City Council and Commissioners.
So at the end of the day, we kind of really know with that coalition what we want already, right? And what everybody wants, the county wants, the city wants, Fort wants. So we had a representative from the commissioner, court, somebody that, of course, we know what we want, right? And, I mean, would it be any different?
No, Jeff, what he's asking you're all on two different planes. He's talking about a document that we're going to bring to this court that basically says we're all in this together. But what you're asking is whether or not we already know what we want. That's what he's asking you, Jeff, is whether we know what we want here.
Forgive me. I think there is some, if I understand correctly, I think there is some general idea of collectively of which entities are interested in which portions of that right-of-way, and I don't think there's any contention there. Certainly the city wants to reconnect some of its surface streets, and we understand the county would be best served by aggregating some property around the courthouse. I think the actual granular parcel level delineation of those pieces and the crafting of the vision of what to do with them, while there is a high level idea and there's been some planning work around that, certainly there's much more work to be done there. So I think the answer is both yes, we have a sense collectively, but we also are aware of the need to go deeper. Is that a fair answer?
Yeah, I'll take that.
And we definitely, I sent to Laura and Belinda yesterday the idea that we thought about an MOU or an interlocal, and Jimmy Welder kind of brought up legal reasons why there's no exchange of goods and services. So it's really going to be in the form of a resolution. So that's kind of how we thought about that, and that'll come to us in the next court. But the thing is that it looks, there's no way you can just go, oh, I take this and you take that, and the detail that you're about to witness is going to blow your mind, because what they have to do is understand what the whole vision would be, including pedestrian traffic. You know, right now there's overpass bridges, there's walking area, there's sidewalk, there's I-37 coming through here. It is a tremendous amount of work figuring out traffic patterns, how the space would be used. We just don't want to go, I'll take this and you take that. It's not a divide by three thing. And so the idea is you're halfway home. We definitely have ideas. I'm sure the city thinks they'd be best stewards of this. We think maybe after looking at it, we could have come up with a collective, but this is the first time you guys have seen this map. So I don't think we know what's best for us yet. And that's what Jeff will come to us and say, here's my urban planner hat, let me tell you what I think is best for you, but then it would be our decision collectively as to what to ask for.
Commissioner, you're about to spend, somebody is about to spend a lot of money trying to redevelop that old courthouse, which can be worth
We are?
tens of millions of dollars. I mean, some to create economic development, somebody is, or perhaps
Yeah.
to create that whole downtown, which can bring millions and millions of dollars over the course of time into Corpus Christi. But that's not going to happen by accident. And when you get down into that level of detail that Mr. Pollock is talking about, it's going to be depending on really small details. When you get down to how wide are the sidewalks going to be, how are street lights going to be located, are the streets going to be 12-foot lanes or 11-foot lanes? There's going to be a lot of coordination over time with the city, and some of that has to be thought of in advance, so that when you divide up those parcels to determine what goes to the city and what goes to the state and what goes to the county, you need to give some thought to how those divisions are going to be based on what your vision is for what's going to go there, what might go there, what future developers might need for mixed use, for parkland, so that you're not caught short in the end and you can't maximize your investment and get the maximum dollars for your constituents and get the most beauty for your constituents as well.
And I'll tell you, because it comes up all the time in precinct, in Commissioner Vaughn's precinct, is, we get asked all the time to approve or to acquiesce to housing tax credits, okay? And right now, it's almost like just throw it. Nobody has any idea of whether that's a good location for affordable housing or that's a good location. And so we're all just always so grateful for the crumbs that we always say yes because we want to encourage it, but we've created no mechanism to figure out which place would be best suited for retail, for housing, for development. And again, this area is the buffer zone between the industry and our tourism zone. And so I think that's where the interesting, pieces lie. But we're going to work with the MPO, and the MPO is excited about this. They're part of that right-of-way coalition. So we've done a lot of work, but none of it's been what I call paperwork. It's all just getting everybody in the same page, which, by the way, is no easy task either.
So, Judge, let me ask you, I think
Somebody ought to give us a little reward for that one.
I think where we're going on this, and I'm trying to get my head around this, because the city is the 10-ton gorilla, right? They're the $1.2 billion
Are they?
guy in the room.
That's interesting when you look at their debt.
Well, but I'm saying they're the $1.2 billion government, and we're the $100 million government. So I'm always trying to look at is making sure that and some things they should take the lead, right? If it's in the city limits and they have certain jurisdictions. But I like the planning concept because I really think there are appropriate things that need to be planned. So I'm in agreement with that. So what I'm trying to get to on this is, if we're trying to get a piece of the pie, right? So if we're trying to get something like we want some of this land to be county land, is that what we're because that's a different deal, right? I mean, if it's just,
that's correct.
If we know that it's certain, we know we're not going to get the cities and we know we're not going to get the ports.
Correct.
But there's this all green and blue area that's up for grabs.
Yes.
Then, okay, I can kind of get my arms around the need for having our own person at the table there because that's different. If this was just where we were trying to plan for a designated piece of property.
Well,
I think it's
that too, I guess, in a way.
I think I would have a different feeling. In other words, if this was already owned, entitled by
somebody else
or us.
Good point.
Or, then that's a different argument. As I sit here and think, okay, if we're trying to get a piece of this, hey, I love the city, they're great. I love the port, they're great. But why would they, say, hey, sure, county, you can have 3/4 of
Or how about they give us what they don't want, right?
Yeah, right. So as long I'm good with this, as long as we are truly trying, again, just to be completely, I know we all want to be that way so that people understand why we're spending money. If we're trying to get, and this is, you're right, this is potentially millions of dollars of property, right, with you.
Tens of millions,
It's up for grabs, not including the cities and the ports that's designated. To spend some money to plan for that and to get a piece of that, if the ultimate goal is, and I think that's what we're stating, is the county would get some of this designated as county land? Is
That's
that
correct.
That's the hope and the?
That's
okay.
correct. It would be county land, and again,
We could develop how we wanted to, or
you
help
could,
with the courthouse?
yeah,
or-
you could be landlord, you could be seller,
Okay, that's
you
fine.
could be, you know,
And then right now, we're not talking cost, we're just talking, do it,
Just-
and he'll come back with something.
yeah, that he has to work that out with Belinda and Laura, and there's some work that needs to be done.
All right, good.
And just so you know, we would have done that earlier for you, but we preferred it coming under, because he's a professional, under the Procurement Act, that's why it's listed there. It needs to do this route through the county attorney's office.
Courthouse.
You could do amazing things here. I will tell you that if anyone's listening that's a real developer, right now, they're saying, this is what you pray for.
You know, and
Right.
Judge, really and truly, and I know Commissioner Gonzalez threw that out there, but, you know, one of the things, and I can't remember, is the courthouse, I'm not good at looking.
Okay, look
Is
at
it
the
right in front
purple
of the
and come
blue?
all the way back. Take the dark purple,
Right?
come back to see the fringe of yellow.
Green.
That's us, right? That's the courthouse. So,
Yeah.
so in theory, you know, and I think that, yeah, I'm.
You're seeing it now, right?
Right, and that's why I'm talking.
Light bulb, because it's a light bulb moment when you look at it.
If we could get that piece of property, because, and Commissioner Gonzalez kind of flippantly said that, and I know he's halfway serious, because I've thought about the same thing. You know, this courthouse is a lot easier to blow up than the other one, and I'm not trying to be, you know, funny. I'm really, this, you know, this courthouse is 40, 50 years old, and we've got all these problems with it, and, you know, if we got this, and this is a wild idea, I get it. If we get enough land over here, and we can't figure out a way, because we can't get the legislature to remove, because you know, I still think we need to go to the legislature and at least get it removed, whether we tear it down or not, it's a whole nother discussion. But if you had land there that you could build a new courthouse on, and I know you've talked about that, you know, I mean, that's, and you do a bond to encourage that if we had the property, and then you just got rid of this. I know that's wild-eyed and that's way out there, and I'm not saying that's what I'm supporting. I'm just,
Everybody's got a right to think.
I'm just thinking, and I'm just saying it out loud because,
Right.
I mean, you know, I'm sure it'll, well, of course, Tom Whitehurst doesn't write editorials anymore. I'm sure he'll say I'm crazy, but that's, you know, the thing is you have to look at every option, and I don't know what's going to be had with the courthouse. We may, and I don't mean this rudely either, we may get stuck with that thing. And so we may have to look at alternate uses, and maybe it's not a whole new courthouse, but I don't know, maybe we can figure out a way that some
I think
developer
what you're
would come
saying,
in and
I think what you're saying is that there's an unlimited amount of opportunity. And I think that's what this represents. And we can debate that, what that opportunity is, but you can see.
don't have it, we can't use
You
it.
can see the connection here. And everybody who looks at this map sees it. And my thought is that we have an opportunity right now to go and make a case.
I'm good. Call the question.
I'll do it.
Motion. Move.
Although, well, how about make a motion?
Wait.
I'm sorry,
What are
Carolyn.
we talking about on money?
We have to come,
We're not-
they have
we're
to
gonna
go
have to come
talk,
back?
we have to come back. It's
Motion
just,
to approve.
it's just to select, yeah.
Okay, what you need to do, Judge.
I'm
is,
sorry, Tyner, what do I need to?
Adopt the order granting the discretionary exemption.
It's a two-part. I have to go to the procurement. I'd need a motion to adopt, let me read it. It's 262.024 of the Texas Local Government Code. We need to select that as the method of procurement that allows for professional services. Do I have a motion?
I made the motion.
And motion and second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. That lets us select, and now can I have a motion to select the professional planning services of GAP Strategies? And I've got a motion and a second from Mrs. Vaughn for the clerk. And those all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Post same sign. Jeff, if you would give your card to Miss Belinda. County attorney is not here today, but she sent her finest here to serve us, and we'll.
We've been working on,
Well, see, you're ahead of me. All right, super. Okay, thank you. Okay, there is, and there's some big items coming up. I know, goodbye, Jeff, thank you very much. And please make yourself available. There could be other questions. Let the commissioners email you directly. Okay, thank you. There's some big ones coming up. The next one is the Odyssey. I know he's out in the hallway, but I need to do two things, commissioners, and I was wondering if it would be, if I could get a consensus to take a 30-minute I need to visit with the general land office, and I also need to run upstairs and finish something that you guys started this morning, and there's a window of opportunity. Otherwise, we're kind of on the clock, money-wise.
You can do anything you want to.
Okay, I just feel I need the 30 minutes. I really don't need 30, but I hate to give us 11:45. Let me at least let you eat.
We know what now, Judge, this 30 minutes real time?
I know, it's real. It's real if I can go right now.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm going to talk and walk. So I'm going to take a recess from the clerk. We'll come back on the record at noon. I hope you guys can get a good lunch downstairs before the lines. We're going to go back on the record at, I left my glasses upstairs, but I think it says 12:05. Okay, 12:05, and we're going to hear from Lance. And the item, for those of us following along at home, is item number 4 on the regular agenda. This has to do with Odyssey Justice Management System into the Tyler Technology Cloud. And again, we've got Lance Murphy to talk to us about this. This is probably, I didn't mean for this to happen, but we've had like 3 of the most important topics back to back to back. This could have been a number 1 topic as well. There is an urgent need to get to the cloud, and Lance is going to tell us what that is and what it's going to cost us.
Yeah, so I guess we're at a cloud discussion again, but this is just to kind of give some perspective. This is not the same thing as the Office 365 cloud that we had talked about before. This is specific to the Tyler Technologies, our justice system, which includes attorney management, case management. There's some financial management in there, and also, of course, the jail management system. So this is the topics you've seen come up throughout Commissioners Court have involved moving away from the mainframe. When we moved away from the mainframe, we went to Odyssey, is the suite that they call it. So when they moved away from the mainframe, I guess it's important to identify that the cloud was an option back then, the Odyssey cloud. I was told originally that we elected not to go with it, not for money reasons, but because we were too complex of a configuration to use their cloud version. When all of this COVID stuff came about and we had to look at very quickly putting e-signatures into our Odyssey product, and we started talking with one of the VPs, Kevin Issett at Tyler. He asked why we weren't in the cloud, because he knew that we were making remote access possible, but it wasn't as easy as it could be if we were using their cloud product. And of course, I repeated exactly what I just said. He looked at it and did not see what was too complex. As we reviewed, we believed that the complexity was coming from the old jail product called iLeads. When you introduce an what they call those, I'm drawing a blank, integration. If you have an integration with another piece of software, then that can be a complexity that they would not want to bring into their own hosted environment, which is what a cloud environment is when you bring something in. So when we switched in 2017 from iLeads to Odyssey, we actually opened up a door we didn't know, an opportunity to move to the cloud. But since it was years past the decision, nobody let us know that we now qualify. So we found out this year, and it's a good year to find that out, and the reason being, we have opened up remote access by allowing them to log in using their iPads. The reason that we chose that over what we've commonly referred to as like a VPN connection, a virtual private network connection, is because when you do a VPN connection and you're accessing a product that has access to all of the documents, thousands of pages, hundreds of pages, whatever it is, every time they pull a document, it will send that entire document from our network to theirs. And so the traffic, when you take 15 courts and put them remote access away, we could not predict what the traffic of a regular court session pulling all of these documents continually would do. So that's why we elected to do this option. Because this option does not pull the document to them, it lets them log into their computer here and just operate. So I think we made great decisions as far as getting to a remote position as quickly as we could without drastically affecting our internet pipe to where we couldn't handle business. But if we knew that if we'd already had Odyssey Cloud in place, we could have just handed them a laptop and let them go do it from home. It would have been much easier, and I wish I had known about this option sooner, honestly. It does, of course, come with a price tag because anything in the cloud always costs more because they are hosting all of it. So I would like to just, I'm trying to make like an hour conversation in like 5 minutes, so I would like to just say, when we moved from the mainframe to Odyssey, we hired some more employees kind of during that time period, but I don't think that we could ever really anticipate how much of a beast Odyssey was. We had a single big device called a mainframe, and the management of that, of course, it had its own complexities, but it was one device. When we moved to Odyssey, we now have 25 servers. That is an incredible amount of servers to maintain for one product line. Technically, it's 3 product lines, but it's one official product that you can't even upgrade the product if your operating systems aren't at the right level. So I think it's important for y'all to hear why we are behind and have continued to remain behind in some of these things.
Would you mind if I just bring us up to speed here just a little bit? Because you just said something that's really important, and that is that the goal here for this particular agenda item is to transfer the hosting, if you will, to Tyler Technologies through Odyssey, and in lieu of our team working the updating and maintenance of over 25 servers. And again, on the cloud, the reason it's coming, we've always wanted to get to the cloud, but the reason it's becoming so important is because we've all gone remote in the courts system in particular. It sort of revealed itself as to where we had major gaps. And in this hosting, the amount of dollars that is revealed in the packet for this year would be budget neutral in that you have the dollars in your current budget to handle that hosting, but it's really not about that per se for consideration, because that's a great thing, right? If it's net neutral and we move from our servers and our hosting to the cloud, which is quite frankly the most resilient thing to do to protect the integrity of functioning and doing business. And we are vulnerable in this way because we do it kind of the old-fashioned way rather than the cloud. And there was an impediment, but that impediment has been removed. So we did 3 different stages, 2012 or 2014.
Yeah, right around there.
Between 2012 and 2014, we had our first big change based on the history that I've seen. And then we had another change in 2015, and then we had another change in 2017. And what those changes did is it allowed for the courts to talk to the jail, okay, and the clerk to talk. Everybody's now talking to each other on the same, if you will, highway. But what's not happening is that from the home base, all the updating and maintenance, we are a year or 2 behind, and we're always going to stay behind because it's impossible to catch up. But the cloud is everything that you know the cloud to be. It's a protection mechanism for us to have our information, and that's what we are. We're the source of tons of criminal and civil record information safely stored. And I love the idea of a cloud because we all look up like, where is it? You know, but it's not here, and that's what's important. It's not within our hosting. And I think that it's important to know that we've been doing this in stages, and now this is kind of the ultimate stage to get our data in the cloud and have somebody else host it. And by doing that, Tyler will be able to address the updating and maintenance that those servers require on a continuum basis. And here's the other thing, because the theme this morning has been about stewardship of dollars, is that we're losing, in my opinion, a lot of dollars by not creating the productivity that we need for this entire county complex because we're constantly behind on updating and maintenance. This would allow IT, quite frankly, to do their real job, which is addressing efficiency department by department. And the other thing that this is going to allow us to do is we need to progress to where any judge can access Odyssey remotely from any one of these, okay? And that's where the big gap has been from this COVID-19 situation. I'm sorry, and really I should say from their own computer. We have been accessing it through their iPads, but they need to be able to have access, and that's why we deployed iPads, right?
To speak to that,
Go ahead.
We have, like I said, they're working remotely now for very select, what they consider just, essential only cases. And the next time we are in this position, I guess the longer we're in this position or the next time it comes about, what they're required to do from a remote perspective is going to only increase from here. So the bar kind of moved very drastically on us almost overnight. So now I'm a little concerned that we won't be able to provide other types of court session proceedings if we don't get ourselves in a more advantageous position from Tyler's perspective. If we give them the control of all that, like so many other counties have done, then when it comes time for an increase in traffic and demand, Tyler has a much more flexible dollar budget to expand those resources to accommodate traffic, increase traffic on remote stuff. They can also, just getting us into the actual version that is the current version with Odyssey, gives us other feature options that we have yet to get to because we are quite literally years behind in the server room. And so the quicker we get there, the quicker we will be prepared for the next step. And that's the real concern and why we're bringing it now. I already put the increase in dollars for next year's money in the budget. And this year, like Judge had said, the dollars are covered to make this transition. It's just the after effects of making this transition change the licensing billing from on site to cloud, which has an increase. Also, it's important to note that Odyssey wants us to go this direction too, and it's not just about money. It's about simplicity and being able to get all of their clients in a form that they can help push things forward. And they are giving us back, the number is $1.5 million worth of licensing in this deal. So if you look at the breakdown that was submitted, it shows you the discount amount, and what they're doing is they're taking that 1.5 million and they're giving us 25% of that back the first year, and then year 2 is 20%, year 3 is 20%, the next 2 years after that are 15%, and the final year is 5%, so that we can grow into this new cost rather than just being hit with it on the year 1. And we are actually we don't see a waste on having purchased those original sets of licenses. We are getting them back. That's quite an amazing deal, I think.
So, I just want to say, so just make sure, commissioners, and ask your questions, but it's good news for this year and next year, but you need to know that by going to the cloud, we will need to spend more money in future years because that's what's required, but we would be getting this $1.5 million in licensing credit from basically all the dollars we've already been given. Go ahead. I just want to make sure
The good thing this year, we have the money already. Next year,
Yeah.
we don't have the money. So it's good for this year only probably, but let me just ask something, Lance. For 9 years now, I thought we were having problems with Tyler Technology. I thought at one point we're having all kinds of problems with them coming down and take care of the mainframes or take care of the servers. I know there's at one time, you even mentioned to me that you were having trouble with Tyler Technology. So are those obstacles out of the way now, or are we doing good now?
Well, one,
Hold on. And the other thing,
okay, go ahead.
for all these 9 years, and when you talk about judges, I know you're not talking about the JPs, right? Because we always leave the JPs behind. They're always in the back burner. So, if we always talked about connecting the JPs with each other and connecting with the juvenile department because that's who they deal with. So where are we now with the JPs. I'd like to know, I mean, I know we talk about the judges all the time, but I know what judges you're talking about. So where are we, the judges too, you know, so where are we at with that?
So I'll just address the JP thing real quick first because it's kind of the easier one. The reason the JPs stay so disconnected is or apparently stay, they're on the same system, and everybody can see all the same stuff. They interact a lot with the constables to do the civil paperwork stuff, and that's been mentioned a few times at budgetary commissioner courts.
I think you're wrong. The constables, yes, but they also interact with the juvenile department.
The juvenile's on a state system.
With the schools, they interact, you know, this is their connections to everything they do. You know, and at one point, we did have the connection with the schools and the JPs. I don't know what happened to that. But, you know, the thing, we're always leaving the JPs behind, you know, and I think we have to bring those JPs up. A lot of money comes into the JP's office, a lot of money.
No, I agree with you, and they were one of the first ones in. 2012 or 2014 was when we brought them in. We had to bring everybody else in before we could come back to address them. And before we could come back to address any of these concerns, we have to be up to date. So we have quite literally been chasing our own tail ever since this environment was introduced. And I think it was just because nobody really expected to be housing 20 plus servers to make this work. Now, on the Tyler problems, we do have noted issues, and almost every one of them have revolved around needing to get a new server in place and having to coordinate with the people here and there, and it's like a handoff process back and forth, and it goes into a queue, and then it just spirals. When they're controlling the servers themselves, we just say we want to add the new feature, and they take care of all of that stuff, and when the new feature is ready to come out, we push it out, and we can focus on the business process side here. So that it actually does resolve some of those concerns, but we did actually have a great kind of revival of that again. Every time we've had major problems with Tyler, we end up talking with a VP and everything gets great for a while. We're trying to make sure that that doesn't happen again by making sure that this deal includes what we need to continue to succeed.
So what you're saying right now is that the JPs are okay, they're connecting with each other, they're connecting with the juvenile shelter also. You're saying it's okay, they're okay? I mean, they're connecting with...
What I said is that we can't even begin to address any connection issues until we're up to date.
We've been doing it for 9 years, man. I mean, I don't know.
Exactly why I'm standing right here telling you it ain't going to get there unless we either hire more IT staff, which I know we don't want to do, or put the hosting where it probably should have gone from the very beginning, but we didn't have the option because the jail management system was creating a complexity that they could not take into the cloud.
That's the other one they have to connect to the JPs is the jail.
Yeah, and there's...
Right. So the exciting part about this is once Tyler becomes the host, they will dedicate up to 20% of one person to just focus on Nueces County. That's how I read the document. And that's really what's needed because we're not able to, quite frankly, focus on why we're not all interconnected. And when he talks about the judges, the JP got shut down literally by the governor's orders. I'm sorry, not by the governor's orders, by the Supreme Court. And they've not been doing any evictions. They've all been stayed. So when he says the judges, the gap that got revealed was our district court judges and our county court at law judges. Those are the ones that have been working remotely since COVID began. JPs are working remotely, but they're not hearing cases like our district judges and our county court at law judges. And your fear came true yesterday. I haven't had a chance to update you, but we are now moving to essential and non-essential hearings being done remotely. So that means right now we've been able to control sort of the usage, if you will, of how everybody's interacting because we've been only operating on essential hearings. Now, as of yesterday, OCA, Office of Court Administration, the Supremes, and the Supreme Court have now are telling judges, hey, you guys need to work remotely for as long as you can on essential and non-essential hearings, which is really going to play into why the cloud is going to be so important. And again, if you can actually see our server room, it has a vulnerability that, you know, you don't want to have in modern times. I mean, there's a reason the cloud has become the go-to for all governmental entities. And that's because you need to protect it from the elements, whether it's water or fire or any other, I don't want to say the word sabotage, but, whatever could hit it would impact this court in a huge negative way. And so this is where we must go, and we have an opportunity now to work a very good deal, if you will, with Tyler to be able to space the dollar amount over time. And Dale, I don't know if you had a chance to look at these numbers, but of course it shows you what our current cost is versus our proposed, and the differential goes up over the 6 years. And so, again, the e-signatures, we had to do that in order to get our courts running. So if you look at the item that's under current cost, $14,000, we instituted that during this COVID-19 situation. We cannot operate our courts without that e-signature, and so that has to stay no matter what. And we need to continue to work on expanding what you kind of know is DocuSign. It's kind of the same type of
And I did speak
work.
with Kevin yesterday about e-signatures in general, and they are looking for somebody to partner with on this whole plea agreement and signature process. It helps if we are already in their environment to do those kind of things, because then they don't have to worry about the anomalies that happen inside people's server rooms. So this opening this door also opens up many other doors that if we can collectively decide what is an emergency and what we need or what we want as a top priority, which I think every judge has mentioned e-signatures at some point. I think that would be a fair one to do, but whatever it is, we can, instead of being on the backside where we're waiting till somebody else figures it out to deploy it, we will have a new tool in our pocket where we can actually become part of establishing these new things. And with what we were hit with remote access and how it's continuing to be a requirement in this COVID situation, I don't see that we have much of a choice. I'm more here just to tell you that this is really the only option we've got if we want to stay on top of it. If we don't, we risk running into a situation where we can't accommodate it and then possibly have the liabilities of other legal repercussions if we can't supply what is mandated. So
you might tell them about CGIS and the fact that everything we do to report to the state of Texas, which is required to meet our 90% regulatory requirement of completed cases, relies on this system. I mean, this is the system that makes us work. Yeah. Sure.
I just don't want, I'm concerned about the JPs, as you know, right? The JPs, they bring twice as much money in as the district courts. They're not in criminal. They're not on criminal cases. They can charge them all the fine they want, but if they go to jail, then they're going to pay it. The JPs collect money every single day. And Dale, if I'm wrong, correct me, but the JPs bring in a lot of money to this county, right? Quite a bit. And we're always, like I said, at one point we got to pull them up. I mean, I'm sorry to keep telling you that, but the JPs are just as important as any other judge. I'm sorry, but they might be called JPs, whatever, but they're judges. And to do the job, they got to have the same thing the other judges got to have. So I'm not preaching to the choir, but
I think Lance agrees with you.
I can't see how this wouldn't work in that favor. My IT staff is largely devoted to Odyssey because it is such a big piece, but a huge section of those resources is not only being drained by the server room overhead, it's also causing delays in the rest of the team moving things forward, because if the server room is behind, you can't do anything with the rest. So everything that we need to do out there is hinging on getting to the latest version, and has been basically since 2017. And I can promise you that I have tried to work this every which way possible to figure out where the hang-up is. But with the priorities that are in line and the extreme overhead that server room is requiring, there's just no way to do it as currently staffed. But there is a way if we let them take the burden of of what I would consider we've always said, outsourcing as an option. Cloud is a way to specifically outsource that don't particularly need the expertise to do. It doesn't take an expert to update a server, especially if they're used to that process. It does take an expert to come into a department, review the business process, and see how technology needs to marry in with their current process. And that's what we need to do at the JPs. For the JPs, the district courts, district attorney has some business process reviews that we've had on the books for a while. All of them need to come together. And of course, under the umbrella of what they're calling the ESAM, our kind of Tyler representative that's going to help us bring all of these stakeholder requests to them. I just don't see that it wouldn't work in that favor, honestly.
Commissioner Vaughn has a question.
Okay, bear with me because I have two questions.
Write them down.
I see the importance of moving this off somewhere to a secure site, because if something were to happen here, you'd lose all that. I think most big companies do that. I know we do. But where is it located? Where is the cloud located? Because that's important where it's located. Is there more than one location it's located? Surely it's not China.
No, they're under. They have quite a few other counties with those same concerns. I haven't asked them specifically yet because I wanted to bring this to y'all's attention, but I don't expect any answers that are unfavorable to us there.
But can you find that out? Because I think it's important where they're at. And my other question is this. You said that your staff now can spend time doing the things they need to do. So what percentage of time do you think your staff has had to spend because of what we've had?
It's so difficult to adjust. I would say, so I'm going to think out loud for a second. 25 servers is roughly a fourth of the server room. Okay. So a fourth of all the time that's spent in the server room is devoted to this. And the coordination between our database side, I'd say, to guess conservatively, we're talking about 20% of the resources.
So here's my question, because I'm really concerned about the cost, because it's going to go up quite a bit as you get to year 3 and 4. So my question is this, and don't jump, but if that's the case, if they've spent so much time doing this, they won't have to do that. Can you cut your staff?
No.
And tell me why you can't.
The reason is because, at least not until we have our at some point we will maybe reach a Zen moment of technology married with what we're doing, and everybody can work remotely or from wherever. We could look at it then, but there are so many steps in between now and that Zen moment, things that haven't even begun to surface. For instance, the e-signatures piece. It's not developed yet. They need a partner on that. That's just one piece of tons of pieces, everything from the way we pay for tickets through the JP's office all the way through the way it's processed, and there's still people walking paper around. So until we get through the digital conversion and get it to where it needs to be, every one of those employees that I've got are going to be devoted to enhancing business processes. You can't just buy something and put it in place. It takes years to put all of these things in place. You put it in place, and then you have to perfect it, and you have to continually do that. So I don't see that there would be a drop. And of course, with my new ticket system that we're getting dialed in, if I see somebody that's, if we're resource heavy, and we should be able to see that. So
my point is this: I just think that as we get more technically savvy, we've got to be able to cut in those departments. That's what I think anyway. And so I know that I have a IT guy too, and he could spin me forever to the moon and back if I would let him, because there's always something else that he adds on to it. And I'm not being ugly, but I think that's just the part of the beast. So I just think that down the road we've got to look at that, because if we are going to start spending money like this, and this is quite a bit.
It is. That's why I wanted you to see that this will create contingency liabilities. But the idea of not going to the cloud, it's not possible to live in the world of yesterday. So I'm just sorry that it has a price tag, but the cloud has to be in our future. And I can tell you right now, we really should have already been there, but it's taken 9 years because it takes that much time when you're piecemealing it on money. If you had made the investment a long time ago, maybe, but again, there were lots of different reasons and circumstances. I don't know if Lance ever really answered your question, but I will regarding Tyler's relationship with us and how we're doing. The answer is we did have some issues. It was on a completely different matter, and we've been able to not only work with them, but they saved us during COVID. They literally made us their 100% project to get all our civil cases online so that everybody working remotely could access the entire court docket. And that was really good. That took.
How long is this contract? How long is the contract for? So if we were to have trouble.
Well, that's the funny thing about cloud. This particular contract obviously is going to be 6 years so that we can get all of our money back too. After that, once you commit to somebody's cloud, the option for moving, the more you get involved with them, it's more of a logistics discussion than it is. So technically, we can leave anytime we want. Whether we could do that or not is the bigger thing. It's a fish hook, and we are, knowingly, anytime you enter cloud, even with our Office 365 stuff, you're kind of committing yourself to them at your own, what do you call that?
Peril.
Peril, yeah.
Well, the licensing, in order to get the most of our money back, it's structured in 6 years. And the reason is we did pay quite a bit of money for our old licensing agreements. And the deal that Lance has brought forward with Tyler is that they would reimburse us over time. And that's what you see as the asterisk. So just to go over it quickly, the Odyssey has the price tag. Then you have the discount amount. That's the 1.5 divided by the years. That's the money we already have given to them in licensing agreements. They say, okay, we'll give you credit for that. The ESAM is that dedicated account manager, and it's spread over time. And then the CIP, we haven't talked about it. That doesn't stand for Capital Improvement Plan, by the way. That's sort of the hours that we use. It's called their Continuous Improvement Program. And we're not maximizing those dollars right now because we're not even getting to improve because we're not even updated. So we'll actually start using those dollars in a better way. The whole concept is we needed to make sure that you guys knew that this is one of those, it kind of reminds me of TRDS. Where do you go? You're in the system. We live in a digital world and a technological world, and I hope it can save money. And I think what Lance is committed to doing is to make sure that, as through his new ticket, system, he can really see where his resources might be utilized in a better way to be more productive, which is a way of saving money in a different manner, or whether he doesn't need certain people to do certain things. I don't think he's going to know that until we actually make this move to the cloud. But
this really does, it does turn upside down a lot of the services. But the reason we're looking at it is the same reason that I know it's going to be years before we could even consider that, because we expanded technology outside of this by my guesstimate has been about 2 years in a matter of 2 months. And every time you open a technology door, you introduce a months to years process of dialing it in. So the concept of going remote or needing to be remote actually existed before this. We just never considered it. We always prepared for hurricanes. And when a hurricane happens, everything shuts down. We never really prepared for the concept of when everything isn't shutting down, when you're actually obligated to do things. That has introduced a technology requirement that I'm still trying to design to make sure that we are actively capable of supporting that. And I can promise you that means that what we thought was a technology requirement to support on site is now going to expand. So we're reducing the server room for Odyssey, and then we know that is going up.
And that's actually where the JPs are going to come into play, because right now we haven't had to worry about remote JPs because they've just been shut down. But what's going to happen is that there's going to be a move to go as remote as you can. And so I believe in the future, you're going to see JPs also being involved in this remote process. It just hasn't happened yet. I mean, we're dealing with, again, these orders keep coming down every week, and it, for example, we don't even have a date for jury trials right now. I mean, think about that. But we're having to plan as if tomorrow they'll come up with an idea, and then you'll have to implement it within a certain time frame. So this cloud is something that's inevitable, and right now we have the ability to use the 1.5 million as a credit because of the COVID situation, in my opinion. And the question is can you, we need to do it now. It's not going to hurt us now. And to address Commissioner Gonzalez's point about the budget, it's in your budget for next year. Is it in addition to your current budget, or is it already built into the budget that looks similar, Lance? Is it an addition?
Yes.
That's okay.
He
just
needs to know. There's quite a few additions given everything.
That's fine. And he just wants to know if that's addition.
What you said he was for the first year. I didn't know.
Right. No, I just wanted to make sure you were right. I mean, we've got to clarify it. But
for the 5 years after, we will have to include the increase each year to grow into it. As those discounts drop off, we would be adding.
Absolutely.
So Lance, this is something that, as much as we don't like it and we don't like the increase, it's inevitable. I mean, we have to work through the cloud. As you mentioned, we've seen the need, and thank you all for the work that you and your staff have done in putting this all together for county government to continue to exist and operate remotely. And I think, long-term, as we've mentioned, there are some cost savings long-term, years and years down the road, as we look at services that can be streamlined and improved, less interaction, less space needed to house staff where they can work remotely, or a fewer amount of staff that can work depending on the job. But there are ways that money can be saved, or at least used to offset the increased costs that we see coming up with this.
Yeah, in IT, a lot of times the savings come in unmeasurable amounts, and that's what makes it so difficult to make these decisions. And I didn't want to get up here and say it, but I really don't see that we have much of a choice with this. Not given, it was unheard of for them to require courts to operate remotely like that. And that was such a blindsiding requirement that if that is required, I need to prepare y'all for what might be required next. And so if I'm going to do that, it's not just the logical next step, it's arguably the logical first step that we didn't have an opportunity to do. And that's why I wanted it important that I don't think they would have chose to put those servers in that room if they could have done this from the very beginning.
Right, and because of the unknowns, just so you know, this goes into our allocation for COVID spending and a possible supplemental, reimbursement. In other words, this gets added, maybe not all the years, Dale, but for certain this year and next year, because there's no way that we can respond to the issues at hand without creating this expense. And so maybe they would have said, well, in the future, you would have normally gone to the cloud. Maybe they'll say that's not reimbursable. But for right now, it's an absolute resilience component. And so I think that the money that we've spent on e-signatures, that's part of our allocation. The money we're spending on, the $70,000 for this year that's slated, we would obviously put it in the allocation. So for what it's worth, we will try our best to make sure that those are reimbursable.
So this isn't totally an actionable item. These are just supporting documents.
Right.
I'm just looking for Commissioners Court approval to move forward with migrating to the cloud for Odyssey, because we can start that process now, and maybe even be able to start moving forward with enhancements and upgrades by, before the end of the year. If y'all give me the approval here, knowing that we have to approve the increased amount in the budget numbers, otherwise we would be setting ourselves up to not be able to pay the bill, then I'll start putting the paperwork together to actually begin the process.
I have two questions that I would like answered. You can't answer them for me now, but I would like to know where the cloud is. If there's more than one location. And I'd like to know what happens after 6 years, because I think that's important. You said you really didn't know what happened after 6 years. I didn't get a good answer for that. And I think there's always choices we have, we don't have to do it. I don't think we have to do it, because there's counties that have probably figured a way around it. But do we need to do it? Yeah, we probably do, because I think it's important. I think that's what everyone's going to, and it would take care of all our information, and I understand that secures it. But I would like to know those two things. I think that's important.
So I can answer the 6 years. The 6
Okay.
years is we'll operate like we are right now. We pay our maintenance.
No,
Going forward, right?
no. I'm saying you have 6 years you stay with them, and you can continue to stay with them, or you could change and go with someone else. That's what I'm asking you. You're not locked into this company because let's just say they don't serve you well, and you want to change to someone else. That's why I'm asking you that.
So we're no more locked in with them in this agreement than we already are right now.
Okay, just
That-
making
yeah.
sure after the 6 years, because you didn't act like you were sure after the 6 years. That's what I got from it.
Right. No, I just didn't understand what you were asking.
Yeah, because I think that's important. If they don't do well for us, you're not going to want to stay with a company that doesn't do well. If something happens, anything can happen over 6 years, they could change the management, and they could be terrible. And then I really would like to know where the cloud is.
I believe it's with Amazon Web Services, and they just choose where they want their facilities to be. I sent him a text message just
Okay.
now, but
Yeah, as soon as you can get an info.
That's just important
Yeah.
to me.
And again, so right now, what you're looking for, your recommendation at this point for the court is to allow you to continue to move to the migration to the cloud for this calendar year. Okay, so is there a motion for that purpose? I'll make the motion to do that. I see absolutely no choice for resiliency, for protection of the data, but really more importantly, so that we can actually get to where we want to go. I mean, I agree with you that let's get there. I mean, we've been inching our way, but we're not there yet. So let's get there so that we can actually see what productivity looks like in the future.
How long will it take you to put this together?
How long, Lance?
I was actually hoping to have the real quote already, but
By next court?
yeah, it'll be by next court for sure.
Okay, so May 27th, is that right? When's our next court, Tyler? May 27th? Yeah. Would that be satisfactory to everybody? Next court for the contract? Okay. So is that fine, Belinda, with regards to the action for the clerk? We're going to come back on May 27th with a potential contract. And at this time, do you need a motion, Belinda, to do anything to receive that?
Judge, can I say something real quick?
But you have a motion. You already have a motion.
Discussion right now. I'd like to add, we're going into all these new things, and it's just great. I mean, I like to, I like to have a budget workshop, how things are looking for us, how they're going to look. I need.
We have those scheduled. They're scheduled, and just so you know, we just got budget packets May 1st. So we can't do the budget workshop until the budget packets get analyzed on OpenGov. I know all of them were due May 1st, which was Friday of last week. We already have on our calendar the budget workshops. We've already preparing. We haven't gotten the certified. Well, we just got the taxable assessed value from the appraiser. So we're putting all that together. And Tyner, do you happen to have a calendar to tell Commissioner when that is? Because I know budget workshops, we've already asked all department heads to submit their days that they want to come in. So we're we're actually ahead of schedule, and we're working towards that.
Before we do the job, we just have Dale give us a present for us.
Well, Dale doesn't present the budget, I do, and that's one thing that we need to understand is that it's a constitutional mandate that the county judge presents the budget. Dale can present the CAFR, which he just did, so you have a comprehensive annual financial report, and we're going to be working with Dale so that we can understand what the liabilities are, including the TRDS, which we have some good news. There's some things that he can provide for you. But we need to get back to understanding what the constitutional mandate is, and it says very clearly it's the county judge's budget, and I promise you, we've been working days on it.
I know it's your budget. I know that very clearly. You don't have to remind me. But we always have Dale there to guide us and give us a detail of what we're looking at for the future, what we're looking at for the expenditures. It's always been the same way unless you change it. I don't know.
Well, we need a financial advisor for that, not an auditor.
Well, whatever you need, okay? I don't care what you need. Whatever you need, have it, But the thing is, I just want Dale to give us a little detail of where we're looking at in the future. I mean, where our funds are, what are we looking at, I mean, our reserves are where, and what would they be in August, because in August, we have to decide in August, there's no more September, I think it's August, just getting closer, but.
Ask him any question, and I know you'd be willing to answer it, wouldn't you, Dale? Right.
I did just find out where the Amazon Web Services
Okay, where is it?
It can be limited to just the U.S. if we choose. Yeah, but it's Amazon, so technically they would spread it across all theirs unless we tell them to limit it. So.
And I think what he's asking for too, which would be helpful, is some sort of idea of what some of these things we've been doing and adding money to the coffers, what kind of impact that could have on next year's budget.
And that's why we do budget workship, and it's scheduled, commissioners. You're going to get everything you ask for and actually more.
No, I get that. And so I think he's just asking for it in advance, and then we're not asking for all the department heads and all that stuff, or he's not.
Well, that's the only way to know what's coming.
Well, no, it's not, because like this right now, what impact does Tyler have on our upcoming budget?
It's included.
Right, but I'm saying those could be things that we do without having to wait for all department heads
Yeah.
and all the normal stuff. So I think he's asking, I'm not trying to, but I think he's
Yeah.
asking for more than what we normally do.
You're about,
Something,
yeah.
right, and it would be helpful, because we're spending a lot of money, and I am a little concerned on some of that. And I mean, I'm voting for a lot of it, so I want to know what kind of effect it has, and so I don't know how to do that. Maybe maybe it's not called a budget workshop. Maybe it's just a budget update or.
Okay. It's just really important, and I hear you, and Tyner's going to get us those dates, because as I said, you need to understand that there is in order to figure out what your liabilities are, you have to receive your budget packets. That happened last Friday. If you'll give us, Dale, what do you think the right amount of time is?
We have to go through each presentation. It takes about 3 weeks to do that, and then we got to start to our
Right. Okay, so you need to understand there's real constraints, but having said that.
But Judge, there aren't real constraints on what I think he's asking for and what I'm asking for. So let me just say, I don't know what he's asking for. Here's what I'm asking for. I'm not asking for a budget update right now. I'm asking for just specific implications of some of the things that we've voted on now already, or will vote on in the next court hearing, what that impact will have. And I'll take Tyler. I can go get you a list of other things too, but Tyler jumps out. What impact is that going to have on the budget? I'm not looking for all the, I don't want to get you to do that. I'm just looking for things we've already voted on. So there aren't constraints on that. So maybe I'm not.
We can get you that, because almost everything that's been monumental this year has come out of our CO 2019, or it's had a current funding source. This is the only one that I'm aware of, besides TRDS, which we know is a contingent liability for the future, that we actually have a future contingency liability.
And that's, I think, all I'm asking for. Again, I don't know what Commissioner Gonzalez asked for. That's all I'm asking for is to.
But it's important to understand what your CAFR gives to you, and that's why I feel like it's critical that we really spend more time on those types of things. The CAFR is your cash reserves. You know exactly what they are to date. That doesn't change tomorrow or June or August. Your cash reserves and what you have in your general fund right now is solid in the sense of that number is real. So I would recommend that you go back to your CAFR and look to see what the status is. And the only contingency liabilities are those that come up as the court progresses. This is the only one besides retirement that Dale has mentioned this year that I can think of.
And if that's the answer, then I'd like to hear that from Dale, that that's the answer, because I know what the CAFR is, and I know what the budget is. No offense, I've done a lot of these budgets. I know how the budget process works. I know what the CAFR is. I read the CAFR. It's just, I'm not asking for that stuff. I'm just asking for updates on what Tyler's going to do and any other things that we've done during this year that aren't COs that could have an effect on our budget. And if the answer is 0, then you've answered it. That's all I want.
Dale, can you think of any up to now? Can you think of any up to now?
And it can be, you don't have to, I'm not putting you on the spot. And you can get it to me as quick. Right. I'm not, I don't want to,
that's fine.
It was simple, that's all my request is, so.
That's fine, but we should, but as commissioners, it's our duty and responsibility to keep tabs of everything that you vote on that you believe is a contingency liability. So I think that's very important, and I know that Teresa gives us summaries. In fact, you've got one in front of you of all the items that we've taken up this year.
COs, Judge, thank you. I'm not asking.
That's right, and that's what I'm telling you. There's none other except for the TRDS and the one that's before you.
Okay, and if that's the case, great. And if it's not, then Dale will tell us that whenever he can get to it.
Yeah.
That's all I'm asking for. I'm not looking for a pre-budget. I'm not looking for information on the CAFR or anything like that. I know how to do all that stuff, but thank you.
I think what the concern is probably is because of this COVID-19, and there's probably concern about next year if the money.
Absolutely.
And I think that's where this is coming.
Right. That's not, it doesn't get lost. There's absolutely, we need to make certain that you guys are seeing what the impacts are. All I'm saying is it's not timely yet, but we're getting there. I mean, you certainly want to have a picture that's accurate. We can give you one when I'm going to ask Dale to actually show you the burn rate, because that is definitely impacting the bottom line, right? Okay, so again, can we set a time as next court date for that? We still need a motion, according to county attorney, to come back. How about the motion being that you progress into the proposal for the SAS migration for Odyssey, and to bring us back a proposal by May 27th? Is that fair? On or before?
Yep, I'll bring a proposal that'll be fully budgeted for the initiation process, yes.
Okay. And that's a motion that I made.
Second, and make sure we get it with plenty of time to look at it and digest it, not day of. Or
Yeah, not the on or before, but the real
we need
before.
We need it at least by Friday, by the day it's posted.
It's actually going to be less than the dollar figure that's on the proposal. There's a $101,000 one. It's going to be less than that because they're going to prorate.
Right. He's just saying he wants to get the paperwork beforehand.
Yeah, the paperwork, whatever. I mean, if that's all, if that's pretty much the same, then that's fine, but still need it at least 3 days before this meeting.
Could you do that,
Yeah,
please?
will do.
All right. That's a motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Melissa in emergency management this is the first day all of our department heads are back home, and we welcome them, but she's got a major workshop that she's got going on here, like literally needs to start now. There's multiple department heads here. Dale, I'm afraid you're going to be the last to be let go. I was hoping that, Melissa, what we could do is, if you want to come forward and reveal any information, but I'd like to get to Maria's. Michael, I don't see anything that you have here, so you're free. Okay, so I want to make sure we get to Maria's so she can be let go. All right, Maria, why don't you come do grants? I'm going to advance grants number 1 and number 2. Did Lance leave already? Because there's a licensing agreement for Canyon City on Veterans Treatment Center. Oh, you're here. Okay, so sorry. Got it. Okay.
Sorry, I wasn't ready. So the first item we have is the discussion regarding the county possibly entering into an agreement with the Council for Adult and Experiential Learning for the Inclusive Development Network. So we call it CALE. The agreement, this is kind of going to be for discussion only because the agreement is not ready. And I apologize, I did think that the draft agreement was attached to the agenda item, and it was not. So Corpus Christi, the United Chamber of Commerce was chosen as one of 5 locations throughout the nation to be part of this project, which is called, again, we call it IDN, it's the Inclusive Development Network. But it was designed to kind of help develop workforce strategies. There were different goals that were set out to talk about barriers to women out of the workforce, strengthening internship and apprenticeship programs throughout Nueces County. And then there's also talk about establishing kind of like an economic development training and skill development center kind of geared toward our the low-income kind of Hispanic, at-risk kind of, communities. So right now, the agreement is between this company called CALE and the United Chamber. But from what I understand, we would like the county to take over this agreement. There is a balance in exchange for the services provided on this program. There was a stipend that was given to the United Chamber of $60,000. That was in the agreement. The balance, I believe, is $47,265.84. And we would be transferring the responsibility from the United Chamber over to Nueces County.
So let me give you just a little bit of background here. It's a fantastic grant. We were already a partner. There's multiple partners in the community, including the Port of Corpus Christi, the City of Corpus Christi, Del Mar College, obviously the United Corpus Christi Chamber of Commerce. And what happened was the employee that was working this grant, submitted the grant, was a successful agent of the grant, has left the United Chamber of Commerce, and Kale wishes to work with her and her alone. And so the chamber, through its director, John LaRue, and its president, Libby Averett, have agreed to allow another entity to just be the pass-through entity. So we're going to serve as a pass-through. It doesn't cost us any money. In fact, we will receive $26,000, and we will have our name involved in a bigger way in this very prestigious grant that includes, quite frankly, everything that we want to talk about, which is getting small business back to work, and how specifically it targets Hispanics and women in general. It's called the Inclusivity something network. What's the D? Diversity. It's the
Inclusive Development Network.
Oh, sorry, Inclusivity Development Network. Inclusive Development Network. And so there's 6 months left on this project, and we just don't want to lose it as a community. So they needed some entity to take it up that works with economic development and business, and because we do that now, we were the perfect choice to do this pass-through.
The current agreement expires September 30th, but because of COVID, it might actually be extended. To the end of November.
So there's 26,000 left. It has restricted funds. It would require some work from our auditor to make sure that those funds are accounted for. And so in other words, we'll have some responsibility, but the upside is that the grant stays in our community. It keeps working for small business in our community, and we have a home to take care of it. And again, I've personally spoken with the chamber, and they're grateful, and they will stay on the working group board. That's one of the concessions, is that the chamber stays on as a member of the working group, and there's a little working group board. And so with that, that's what you're asking, and you'll just, that's just discussion, and we'll bring it back.
We'll come back with the contract hopefully by the May 27th court.
Yeah, was there something there that I saw that $60,000 or something?
There was a $60,000 stipend that originally went to, well, it got paid in payments to the chamber while Dr. Ramirez was working for them. So some of that has already been paid out because she did, we're kind of in between phase. There were 3 phases to this project, and we're in between phases 2 and 3. So we're kind of at the almost implementation phase. So there has been work done. So the chamber did get paid some of that money. That's why there's only, from what Dr. Ramirez told me, there is a balance of about, it's a little more than $26,000 that the county would be taking over.
So we're going to have to pay $26,000?
No.
We're going to
The county
receive
would
it.
receive $26,000.
Well, let me ask you this. I just find it odd that if this is such a great program, why would the chamber give it up?
So what happened, so she left, and Kale wants to work directly with her. There's nobody at the chamber that can manage this grant. It's a very specific type of grant, and she's the expert of the entire, really the state. She's actually one of the leaders of the whole, there's 5 other communities that were chosen, and we actually hosted here, I guess a few months back, the workshop here in Corpus Christi, where all the other communities came here. So she's much more than just the person that wrote the grant and facilitates it. She's kind of like the leader of the group, and they had to let her go. And so
there's no cost.
There's no cost. Sorry. I have my mask.
Yeah, it would basically be, so the agreement would be the county taking over, kind of, just a lateral kind of move for the county to take it over. Dr. Ramirez would still be working the project through underneath the Nueces County Development Commission, the NCDC, to complete the project.
Yeah, she has to have, some vehicle. It doesn't cost us anything. And maybe we get an expanded grant. I mean, that's certainly not why we should do it. We should do it to help our community and because the chamber is supportive. But more than anything, we have to get the paperwork. So this is discussion only, but we needed to prep everybody as to what's going on and what's transpiring. And if you'd like to read more about the grant, could you send the original support letter that Nueces County sent to all the commissioners? So again, we've been involved from the beginning. We just weren't the host, and now we're going to be the host. And all the other partners have consented as well.
Yes.
Okay, I wish we could, but apparently it's just discussion only.
Discussion only, 'cause,
I'll take the motion to table. All right, I've got a motion to table, and I'll second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, opposed, same sign. Okay, and then, Maria, I know you're wanted upstairs, but we've had a lot of discussion about money, and there's a lot of money out there to chase. Can you give this court a background in the grants programs that are available?
On what? What are we talking about now? What item are we on?
Number two, B2.
My bad.
Grant programs.
really, really quick.
That's okay.
I can talk fast.
But you have a handout for us that gives us, and Melissa, do you want to add something after this or before this? Because I'm worried about you getting to your workshop, or are you?
If I can just talk for 2 seconds, I just want to address something
Yeah.
specifically that was asked.
That was great. Maria, would you hold just one moment? Melissa needs to get to that workshop. And this, for the record, is on item number 7.
All right, thank you, Judge and Commissioners. I am going to be brief because we do have the reopening workshop with the department heads downstairs. So that was one of the items I wanted to discuss, and that's just us coming together to start to talk about some of the options that we might have for social distancing and best practices as we bring everybody on board. The first day of officially being open fully for our employees is the 18th. So this gives all of the department heads a week's time to establish the resources that might be needed for their employees, changes physically that they might need to be doing in their offices, as well as addressing other issues that are coming up. So we're going to be doing that downstairs today. And then the other thing I wanted to talk about is the alternative care site. And Commissioner Chesney, I did see your email, and so I wanted to make sure to touch base on that. And I also wanted to say that it has been approved and qualifies under Category B as emergency protective measures, the alternative care site. So that can qualify under Category B, like the actions that we take, and Maria can talk more about that when she talks about grants and public assistance, but it does qualify, I read the letter from FEMA, it does qualify under Category B. So we also have the alternative care site is a site that is able to provide additional housing or care for our individuals that are COVID positive, waiting testing, or have been told to isolate due to close contact, just doesn't have a place to safely isolate. So these facilities, there's 2 different that you might be hearing about. Alternative care sites come in many forms, and so you've heard many discussions on the Memorial site. That's for surge capacity. So that one's intended to deal with extra people that are needing actual medical rooms, hospital rooms, ICU units. The other alternative care site that we established is for those non-critical or non-medical folks that need a place also to stay isolated and separated and quarantined. That particular site, we were able to get open due to the immediate need for it, and we're continuing to work on addressing some of the gaps, if you will, that we know we have, and we're working right now on getting a team down. We've requested it through the state, and it's essentially, this is not a shelter. The alternative care site's not a shelter. But for the sake of the team that we're requesting, they're referred to as a shelter management team because they come with a very specific set of skills that are addressed in these mass population type of areas, like shelters during a disaster, and the dynamic population that we'll see in all our alternative care site requires very specialized training. So that particular site has the ability to grow, and I know Commissioner Chastney, I want to make sure, I know there were about 3 or 4 questions within your email. You wanted to know if this was a requirement, I believe.
I think I was just asking where did it come from, who's paying for it, how long does it go? I just happened to be in on that EOC meeting that day and heard all of it, and I wasn't aware we were really doing it, and so I thought the court would probably like to know what we're doing in general and where it's all coming from and staffing. I heard someone say, I think it was the judge, or I don't know who it was, saying something about let's don't worry about volunteer. Sounds right. Somebody said it was a volunteer coordinator, but let's go hire someone. And so obviously this is something that when you're saying a team, there's funding involved. I'm assuming that's, I'm not going to assume. Tell me where it's all coming from.
So again, because the site itself qualifies under Category B, any of the expenses that go into the site would also be, but we have different funding mechanisms for this particular site and how it's individualized. So we do have the Salvation Army that has I believe it's, I don't want to misquote it, but I believe it's $300,000 is a grant specifically to house the homeless population that are in, either positive or awaiting testing, and to keep them isolated. So each of those individuals that we end up having in our facility, that should be covered through that grant. We also could have somebody that is coming through either the port or the city of Corpus or Port Aransas. This is a site that can be used by anybody within the boundaries of Nueces County, and we can extend it further if the need is there. And so we can actually bill those individual agencies or jurisdictions, and we have, with the hotel, we have it set up to where it's done by room. And so this is better for us if we stay at a lower number of patrons, because we're not paying for the whole, and we looked at a lot of different options before we found this one. And one of the other things was actually paying for an entire hotel, the whole operations, the staff, somebody that can run commercial laundry, and we would have been responsible for paying for that, and the total price would have been substantially higher. So us being able to utilize a hotel that can actually just charge us for the rooms, and then the other charges that we have, like for our security that we have stationed there and things like that. The room, we have as Nueces County a room cost from the hotel, but we can determine a cost per night that includes also the security and some of the other services that we're providing. And so it's up to us to kind of decide what that total cost per night per room is, per individual.
What was the position you're talking about hiring it was some sort of team leader or something?
I was originally calling it a site manager.
That was it.
Yes, because for me, this isn't a shelter, so shelter management team or a shelter manager. I don't want to call it that because it's not a shelter, so I was referring it to as a site manager. And the reason why we went from a manager to a team is just because we can foresee the needs as it grows. If it grows, we're going to need more than one person. We also already have the issue of having Monday through Friday. We need someone that is available after hours, and we also need someone available the same hours on the weekends as well.
And how would that be funded? Through these agencies also? Or
so
how would that be?
The team itself, the cost that team comes with, that's also something that would be filtered in under that Category B, and so that's reimbursable, just like the cost of the.
So are we, like you were saying, some of this stuff goes through the agencies, or you could bill for the agencies? Mm-hmm. So then some of this would go through Nueces County that we would be paying for and hope to get reimbursed on.
Right, so whatever the cost of that team is, we can divide it out into the rooms per night, and it's part of the cost of the total room. So,
but yes, it's advanced by Nueces County. It's part of the emergency preparedness dollars that go in. So you have security, you have laundry cost, and you have food cost, and you have room cost. And the incident management team that we've requested is through our STAR request. So we've asked the state of Texas to send us somebody, because the people that are staying here, they have all kinds of needs that we just don't have the ability. We've been doing it, and we are stretched beyond limits. They have prescriptions. They have
So who
Dietary needs.
dietary needs, yeah.
are they qualified to get into this place? Like, I mean, are these people with
So we
COVID
actually
that has no
came
place
up
to
with,
stay, or-
we just recently came up with a process for it because we can't afford to have these calls coming in from every agency. And I need to know that we're not just taking people into the shelter because they have nowhere to go. They have to be connected to COVID-19. And so we're actually.
They're all positives.
Yeah, so we're actually sending that through public health because they're already the ones that are determining the criteria for testing. And so we're going to utilize public health's, their expertise and their knowledge of the virus and things like that, and contact and contact tracing and those types of things to make the best call on whether this particular individual is for sure in need of a site like this. So it's going to be vetted through public health, and when there's a determination made that the person does in fact qualify to be in our site, that request will go from public health to myself. And it might be something that I could just make a call really quick, or I'll call the judge and inform her of this particular type and why they meet the criteria, and then we just make a call. We've been working on setting up a transportation plan, which will help with the individuals that are not able to either, one, drive themselves, or are not being released from the hospital in some sort of like predetermined medical transport. And so,
Is this something that that we have to do, or is this just something that y'all determined to?
No, we could let them all run around town and infect other people. That's a possibility.
There's no law or anything that says that we have to, but these are sites that are established to protect our community from those exact, I guess in a disaster you kind of refer to them as walking wounded. They're not here, nor are they there, and we need a place to put them so that they're not running around or going home. Some of them might have vulnerable family members that live in their household, which is why they can't go home to isolate, because they've got somebody in that 65 or older, or somebody with a medical condition. And so we need them to isolate so that they're not contaminating anybody else, but we also don't want to send them home to get their family members sick either. And so we're providing a place so that we can mitigate the spread of the virus from those unusual cases that just really don't have a place to go.
And from funding source, the city did receive $800,000 for homeless efforts for COVID under the first CARES Act. And so that is a funding source. The city of Corpus Christi is working with us. It's EOC to EOC to EOC. Port EOC, Port Aransas, city and county. We are definitely the leaders as far as establishing the alternative care site. We vetted all kinds of alternative care sites. That was our charge. And we did not stand one up until one was needed. And that's to save this county and these taxpayers money. But every dollar is reimbursable. And it just is going to really require a lot of work on who pays what. Some of them are direct pays through, let's say, an individual or a company that might be willing to stand up and pay for their person that's out of town or out of community, and they're here and they've got positive COVID and there's nowhere to go. Sometimes it could be homeless, like I live on the streets, but it could also be I'm homeless because I can't go home. And so it could be Salvation Army, it could be City of Corpus Christi, it could be CARES Act. It's going to be an audited type of reimbursement. But Melissa's job is not to, honestly, it's not her job to ask how it's going to get funded. It's her job in the middle of the night to find a home for this person so that we can reduce the spread of this terrible contagion. Lucky for us, we have a lot of people on the team, mainly Dale, who's helping work on the financial piece of it. But that's how it rolls. The state gives you this charge, and you gotta find a way to do it. And only because Melissa and her team had vetted the alternate care sites for all levels were we able to do this in the middle of the night. And I kid you not, it was in the middle of the night.
So Melissa, couple questions. How many people are in there currently, and how long have y'all been working on this, and how long has it been up? Because, I just am trying to get a feel for all that too.
So, sure, I mean, how long have we been working on this? I mean, it's been over 50 days that we've been just trying
No,
to
the
at least.
alternative care site.
No, I'm saying for the alternative care sites, yes. This is something that I think all jurisdictions have been looking at. What it's very similar to and how we're handling it, I guess you could say, is very similar. I don't know if you remember the disaster recovery centers right after Harvey. We spent a lot of time driving around town with FEMA looking for these perfect places to do this. And they had a million, criteria and limitations. And so this is very similar to that, where it's you just need them. It's what it comes down to. We just need to have a site like this available. I know it's hard to make a decision, especially for the Memorial ACS, because we feel even farther away from that need. But that's not going to be one that you can stand up overnight like I did the other ACS. That's totally different because it's providing medical services.
And let me stop, because I've
Sure.
really tried to stay away from the memorial discussion today, or we'll be here for the rest of the afternoon, and I know
Sure.
you need to get somewhere, because I think that's a completely different deal, and I really don't want to go down that path today. But on this one, so how many people are
So we currently have two.
2 people?
Yes, and we do have possibly 2 more that are kind of
And
funneling through the process right now.
And I'm sorry, and they're COVID positive, and they don't have a place to go because either and I don't want to know their story. I mean, I'm trying to get into anybody's business, but they have as you said, a qualifying event that that's not the right term, but they can't.
Actually a good event. That's a good way to describe it.
Yeah, they can't go home they're homeless, or they have elderly parents at home, or something prohibits them from doing that. That's what you're saying. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So, and that's why bringing in, because we have 2 people already that have a lot of different kinds of needs. So I have worked shelter operations before, so I can foresee some of the issues that we might see if we have 7 people or 10 people. You need a dedicated team to address those cultural issues and those mental health issues, as well as language and many other. And so it's a very specific. This is why volunteers don't necessarily work, at least not our traditional volunteers. There's different organizations that you volunteer with, but they're like the Texas State Guard or BCFS. They're actual, full-on response operations. But the reason why we need a team is because each person kind of has a skill set that's provided, and they work together to be able to run a site like that. We don't want to have to use it.
No, and I appreciate that, and I know you don't. And let me just make my final comment, and then maybe other people have comments or questions. I was just fascinated by the discussion, and I'll be honest, when I was on there, I just didn't know what was going on. And so and I get that you guys have 1,000 decisions a day, literally, and I'm not exaggerating, that I don't need to know about. Sounds like I don't care. That's not what it is. You've got a job to do. Judge's got a job to do. That's not it. But some of these things like this, to me, this was one of those things that, and I know it's hard to figure out which one of these things, right, that we all want to know about, but to me, this is a pretty fascinating discussion that if we end up, needing it more and more, that it's going to become more and more public, and we have a tendency then to be caught off guard by some of those things that come out, So if there are things like this and I try to read those notes every day, and I try to get on about once or so a week, maybe twice, to listen in, and so I get that y'all know way more than this than I do, and you should, because it's your job and the judge's job. But if there are things like this that you think are going to kind of become real public and real out there that they're impacting, if you could just kind of, now that we have this on the agenda all the time, maybe bring that out and just to let us know, because this is. These are things that at some point we're going to get asked about. If there's only 2 people using it and it shuts down tomorrow because the emergency goes away, which didn't be the case, then okay. But if any of these things that you think of might be of interest to the court, if you could bring that forward, that'd be great.
And I think that's fair, but just so you know, that's why it was on the agenda for this time, the alternate care site. And I actually proactively made sure that everyone knew it had nothing to do with Memorial. And that was the trigger to have this discussion today. Your email was germane and timely, but that's why it's on the agenda today. It was to bring you up to date. The one question you didn't ask, but she mentioned it, it has the room to go to 10 rooms, God forbid, but if there was a need, we have a plan, a door number 2, and that could expand upwards if needed. But again, we let the health department make the call to us. We are not going out there looking for people. We get the call, and And the fact of the matter is there's an operation plan, and we made a copy of it and provided it to each of you last week.
And I just want to say real quickly, which is, I think the reason why it hasn't been brought to you until now is that it was in such a conceptual state where we just barely even had our hands grasp on a site, you know, this location, and before we could even talk about it, it's not going to work. This one's not going to work. It's too expensive. They're ripping us off, whatever it is. So we finally started to hone in on something, but before we could bring it to you, we needed it, which is why I stood it up overnight.
So they're not in jail, they're quarantined, so are they on the honor systems to stay in those rooms?
Well, that's why we have 24-hour security. We can't take the chance.
And we also had an individual that had a very specific reason for coming out of their room, and we call ahead of time, and we let everybody know what's happening so that there are no issues of spread or contamination. So we're taking as many, but this is why that team is so important, because they kind of help take the burden of all those different little moving parts from us.
But we do run the gauntlet to say, okay, do we have to hire somebody, or is this something we can solve? And then once we figure that out, then we go to the next piece, which is it something that we could have a partner, like the Red Cross was our idea at that particular phone call. And that didn't work out. But the point is that we move through every decision, I guess, tree. But the most important thing to know here is that we do not want these people to be exposing others. And that's when it becomes a 911, type of emergency. And it's why preparedness matters. And I think that this is a great, it just happened. So those names, alternate care site, apply to many different types of sites for many different reasons. And this is the one that has to do with the population not having anywhere to go. And again, from the reimbursement, it falls in the stack of masks or sanitizer or plexiglass or anything else. It's part of our COVID response, and we want you to know about it. And there's lots of funding mechanisms for this one. And again, the city is probably your best funding mechanism because of the fact they actually got a big appropriation from the federal government for general homeless response, just general, right?
Yes, and I don't want to rush the subject, but I do really want to discuss one more thing before I go downstairs to the workshop, so I can help everybody make smart decisions about reopening. Go ahead.
Before you go, I'd like to ask you something.
Sure.
You know, and I can understand where Commissioner Chesney was coming from, but you know, the problem here is that we find out things from the community more than we find out here in the Commissioner's Court. You know, I got a call from a family member telling me his son's been there for 8 days already, so the contract must have been done about 3 weeks ago. So
No, that's not true.
Well, I'm just saying, that's why I'm just saying what I heard, what you're telling me, right? I'm not saying they're lying, whatever. I'm just saying they've been there for 8 days. He got out of prison, went to the hospital, got released, and put it at the hotel. You know, I put a call to Kathy because he didn't have the medication. They said they couldn't get a hold of Kathy. I put a call to Kathy, and she returned my call. I asked her to call you to call me, and I don't know if he did or not, but I didn't get a call. So, you know, I mean, I wouldn't be calling you or Kathy if I didn't have any questions. You know, I mean, so nobody calls me back, and, you know, but, you know, we find out things, and when somebody asks me, and I say, I don't know what's going on. I didn't know we had a hotel. I didn't know, you know, we need to know what's going on. We're the Commissioner's Court, Judge, you know, we need to know what's going on. I mean, even if it's just come to my office and say, hey, look, we got this, or send them something, and, you know, I mean, we're not going to go talk about it, but, you know, because we can't mention the hotel and everything else, but, you know, it's important. You know, when somebody's telling me on the phone something that I really don't know what the heck's going on.
And I understand,
and
Commissioner,
that's embarrassing to me.
It's my priority as the emergency management coordinator for life safety, incident stabilization, and property protection. So we put out the notes. We've opened our emergency management operations center calls. I don't have time to stop and do that. If we can set up a system where we're bringing those things forward, that's great, but that's not my job, and my job is to get it done and to do it. And so I don't have time to slow down. I'm doing 10,000 things at one time. I appreciate what you're saying, and I completely understand, but some of these things it just is very difficult unless you're reading those notes that we're sending out or taking turns coming onto our calls like we've invited you to do. These things have been talked about for 40 days plus.
I make notes and I call Signer to answer those.
Well,
You know, the other thing that I'm just really concerned about is that it was medication involved here, and I don't know how it was handled.
Well, that's why it's so important for us to get this team down, and that's why I've requested the team. I can't have my deputy running around getting pills. I only have 2 people and one to split in between us to help us with extra things. So right now we're preparing for hurricane season too. We have our reentry program we have to update so that we know our partners can either stay if we evacuate or come back if we evacuate. We've got a million other things going on. So my deputy, myself, my emergency management specialist.
Contract with this hotel?
There's a Michael can help answer those questions. There is basically a contract, and that is when you rent the rooms, and we have an operations plan, and that operations plan was provided to each commissioner's office. And again, questions, there is a security team that we've hired. There is a laundry service that we are about to hire, if not already hired. And then, of course, we pay for the rooms. Those are the 3 things that go into the alternate care site. If there's, if there's a need, the emergency management is going to address it. The day that particular person got there, I know because I was involved intimately, that's the day that we executed, and it wasn't a contract, it was, can we proceed with renting these rooms from you with the same way we would pay for any other hotel room with our P card. So yes, he has been there, and that was the first day because it was a situation where the great state of Texas decided in their infinite wisdom that a particular wing that was infected with COVID, that they would let these people out, and they did not test them, and they came to our jurisdiction, and thank God they got themselves tested, and then once they tested positive, we needed to put them in a spot.
All this thing is great. I mean, I support everything you're doing. I just think the communication.
Well, the communication is in written form, Commissioner, and if you would read the notes, you did, obviously not, because you said you didn't know about the alternate care site.
It didn't say that. It didn't say about a hotel. We had contracted a hotel and it had 2 bodies there. It didn't say that.
I can show you the notes. You are invited. Here's the thing. We have made more. You are invited to participate in the calls, which is unprecedented.
It's not unprecedented, Judge. I'm so tired of hearing that. I sat in the EOC meetings after Harvey repeatedly all the time.
After Harvey. Not during Harvey.
Before Harvey, yes. I was in the EOC when, I can't remember your predecessor's name.
Chris Boyce.
When he came in and told us this thing was fixing to switch from 1 to 5. So yes, I was in before, I was in after I got back, I was in after. It's not unprecedented. So I appreciate that we're getting in, but we're not getting in some of the information that we need. And I read those notes, and I listen, and I've been on those calls a few times.
We will get you anything that you need. We are committed to getting you any
Hold on, let me finish. We weren't invited to the EOC at first. We had to go in there.
We were invited on day 2, Commissioner. If you're going to speak, you're going to have to speak with the truth around me.
So are you, Judge.
No, you are, because you do not.
Being so condescending to everybody.
I'm not being condescending. You're trying to create a set of facts.
You lectured me about the budget. I bit my tongue. I sat here and didn't say anything because I've done as many and more budgets than you've done, and I know how to do these budgets, and you didn't have to sit there and do that. So yes, I've sat here and tried to not say anything, but the condescending tone that you constantly have in this court is frustrating, and I'm tired of it. So you've asked me to be less passive-aggressive. I've tried to be less passive-aggressive. I am asking you to quit being as condescending and do it. He can't even get a word in half the time. You interrupt me half the time. And
no one's interrupted you.
Yes, you do. And so we don't get the information that we need to get. And it's hard to read those notes to say alternate care site. I don't know if it says Melissa's working on an alternative care site. And then it talks about, I don't know if that's the Memorial one or I don't know this one. The hotel stuff was not clearly articulated in the notes. And so I'm going to try to get in on more of those EOC meetings. I try to do 1 a week. I'm going to try to get in on 2 or 3 a week. But it is. There's some of these things that we need to get. We need to get information on.
It's on the agenda. We established this care site.
But you've been working on it for 50 days, Judge. It's just now on the agenda.
Listen,
and
wait a second.
My email went out last week.
The alternate care sites are a charge. It's like saying that we're not going to watch the Weather Channel during a hurricane. The alternate care sites are part and parcel of everybody's jurisdictions, EOCs. Everybody's doing the same thing. Everybody's got the same charges. If if we have something that develops, it gets on the agenda. You are absolutely right. You need to get information. That's why it's on the agenda today. That's why you got a copy of the operation plan. It's why the notes talk about it on every single, we don't just have EOC once in a while. We have it every day. And we've always said that EOC from day 2, you said we didn't start it immediately. We did. We started it on day 2, or we invited, on that first day, Commissioner Gonzalez came. Subsequent, I think you've been on 2 phone calls.
I didn't belong there, Judge. I was told I didn't belong there.
Well, Commissioner,
Judge.
that's called incident command structure, and you're not a part of incident command structure, not in any of the 254 counties.
Every judge lets people in and listens. I've talked to other judges and other folks, and so we had to bully our way in.
On day 2, we allowed that process to take place. We were all working remotely. You were working remotely, and so you call in. That's from day 2.
I wasn't working remotely. I call in because I don't want to impose on people in the room.
That's
so
because the Emergency Operation Command, Melissa, you had Gary Barney here from TDM. He instructed everybody on the organizational structure. I'm sorry, the organizational structure does not have the tree that you like, but that's the way it is. It's the construction that exists in 254 counties. It's the same everywhere. And we made the departure. It's not, name the county that it's not.
No one's doubting that's the structure, but no one is not allowing people in. You've done that. Originally, we were told we couldn't show up. I was going to go down there that day, and I was told, don't go. Literally, don't go to the EOC. That was what I was told. It got changed. I've acknowledged that. I've been on more than 2 calls. The notes haven't reflected all the calls I've been on. That's okay. It's fine. I've been on about 4, but I'm going to get on more, and I'm going to continue to get on more because it's more information. You're supposed to be doing it. That is your job. I'm not saying you're wrong on the structure. I'm just saying.
But do you acknowledge that we provide you the notes every single day?
But the notes are not. They're synopsis notes. They're not detailed notes, and I don't expect detailed notes. No. I don't.
Do you want us to run the emergency, or do you want us to
no,
dictation?
Listen to what I'm saying. I do not expect detailed notes.
Well, they're pretty good notes.
They're a.
Can I just say they have to be vague, or that document would be 40 pages long?
Exactly. They're a very brief synopsis. I was on that call the other day. It was an hour and 15 minutes, and the notes that on that were like 1 paragraph. Right. So, and I don't expect detailed notes. So that's why I try to get on calls every once in a while to listen in more, because I've got things that I'm doing too. This is your deal. I'm just saying that I don't disagree with your structure. The structure's right. You're doing it by the law. I'm just saying, and all I said to her was, if you have something like this, if you could just come forward and have a little more detail about it, like we're doing today, because you can't put all this in notes. There's no way. I wouldn't expect
So number 1,
she's busy.
Whatever questions, I'm going to repeat it, whatever questions you have, we are ready to answer them all day long, every day. Melissa is absolutely swamped beyond belief. In fact, she's now 35 minutes late for taking care of her team. However, she's here to help answer the questions. The reason it's on the agenda item is because we wanted to bring it to you. The reason we gave you the operations plan, do you know when you got the operations plan? The day that it was refined. You got it as soon as the state of Texas got it. And I truly believe that it's a mischaracterization to say you're not getting information.
That's not what I said. I said I'm not getting enough of things like this in detail, right? I did not understand from the notes that I read every day, and from the 2 or 3 or 4 calls, whatever it is, I'm not going to argue with how many calls, I did not understand the difference between, until the other day, the alternate care site of Memorial. I kept hearing the word alternate care site, the hotel thing, and I'm going to go back and read my notes. I don't remember the hotel alternate care site being discussed in detail in notes, and if that's wrong,
the name of the hotel is not on there.
Or a hotel.
And that's for privacy reasons,
No.
Commissioner.
Don't want the name.
That's for privacy reasons that we've already damaged here today. But at any rate, the point is that whenever you have a question, Commissioner, you can come to me. The structure is that Melissa reports to me under emergency management. I am available to answer any of your questions. We are here every single day. We have reiterated it beyond belief. Well, and so you should have returned the call then, because I've been asking you to meet with you.
Judge.
Your office?
You stood at yesterday. What do you mean return what call? I was waiting for
I'm talking about Commissioner Gonzalez.
Talking to me, my bad.
All day yesterday, Judge.
I've been here all day.
I was waiting for you all day yesterday till 3 o'clock.
What were you waiting for? Call me back.
I had appointments. You know, I had appointments and you were busy.
Well, let me just say, I am here and you can text me, you can email me. I have received not one text from you asking a question, nor one email, and I promise you, I am here at this courthouse every single day. We have, but you are not helping when you are not asking the question. Ask the question, because I will get you that answer.
At 5:30 in the morning, I'm with Edwards Group. Every drive-through,
Then-
5:30 in the morning, I'm with their
That's
group.
right. And you're a part of that because we wanted you to be a part of that. So you are a part of this team.
I mean,
Can
I
I
mean-
just say there's a couple of different components here that, Commissioner Chesney, you mentioned Harvey and being in the EOC. Part of the issue is just the virtual component behind this disaster, which puts us in separate spaces. But we are so busy right now that it's hard to even have an hour and a half conversation with my team. I certainly can't turn around and also write that conversation and then also express it verbally to other people as well. So feel free to ask me whatever questions, or the judge, but I just have to stand up as she's part of my team. I would not have been able to do this disaster as far as we've gotten without how hard the judge is working, and we're the only ones talking at 1 o'clock in the morning about problems.
In fact, my heart is racing right now because we have three, you should know this, we have 3 disasters going on right this minute. Right this minute, Melissa and I are dealing with 3 different serious issues that really need our attention. But you know what? We are committed to making sure that you guys get every bit of information that you need. And this is an absolutely critical time for us to be able to work together and not work against one another.
no.
Well, I wish you could, but you cannot help in this regard on this particular issue. But you have been helping in the idea and the premise that that we are committed to working together to receive all the information that we can. Please know that this team is working with, for example, I have a duty to inform 10 people every time something happens. And because of the fact that we wanted to get you information, you get it. It says Judge Canales, Mayor McComb, commissioners and city councilmen. When I get that text, you get that text. It's the same exact time frame, and we were able to achieve that within days. When you say you want zip codes included, we get that done. When you say we want to get information about who's infected, we move to get that done. There are only so much hours in the day. I am not sitting in my office waiting to receive people. We are absolutely working. I haven't even eaten today, okay? And I don't eat when we're going through this. So I will tell you, we are doing the best we can. We ask for your patience. We ask for your indulgence. And we ask, please, to know that there is not a conspiracy to not get information to you. In fact, it's the opposite. We're doing everything we can to get information to you. Do you know we do a press briefing every single day
Judge,
to get information? That's really an effort.
We can't even get you the information that we're getting, because before we can hand it to you, it changes.
And
So
believe me,
it's
and
changing
Judge,
every
and
5 seconds.
let me say this, because I did not intend for this conversation to go this way. I simply really wanted the court to know what was going on. I wanted Melissa to explain these things. I did not intend to go this direction, because let me tell you, I don't want to leave this room with anybody thinking that I don't think you and Melissa have done a great job. No, wait, let me finish.
It's not necessary.
No, it is necessary, Judge, because.
It's really not.
No, but it is, because I have said this to people. I have said this out loud. I have no problem saying, when I think something's going right, I just have no problem when saying something is going wrong. So, and wrong is not the right term. I just need a little bit more. And now you've told me how to do it. I shouldn't have sent the email to Melissa. I should have sent it to you. I sent it to Melissa saying this, and it took her a while to get back to me. I sent her a second one. It took her a while to get back to me. Now I understand, right? Because we've had a dialogue. I should have sent it to you and copied Maggie. That's on me.
I appreciate
right? And
it.
that will, and I will correct that. And that is all that is needs to be said on that. But I think in retrospect to this, the way this has been handled, and the way you handle the orders, and the way you've done things, I think 90% of it's been great. And I think there's been 10% of it that has been frustrating, that I've tried to bite my tongue on. I've tried to come to you, but at the same time, it is hard.
I don't
and
even
get
think the guy that loves me agrees with me 90%, so I'm all right with that.
And I'm okay. I mean, really, I mean, because it's tough, right? And so I don't want to walk out here. I did not intend for this to go, to go this direction. I just wanted it
Maybe.
presented, and I wanted Melissa to do it. I had a lot of questions about it. I think it's an interesting concept, and it's not, and I have no say in it. I just wanted to know about it because I get it's you and her. I mean, I'm not questioning.
And I want to protect the integrity of it, but I want to get you the information. I would even be willing to take you over there if you'd like to go there. I'll do anything to make sure that you are absolutely satisfied that you can ask any question and that you get the answer. And I'm secondly committed that make sure that you get the right information so that if a constituent or somebody that needs to have information asks you, that you could answer that question. And I'm sorry that night that you did not have the answer, but I want you to know every night I don't have the answers to about 100 people who call me and ask me things. But what I do is I say this: I don't have that, but I'm going to get it to you.
And Judge,
And that's how I do it.
When I texted you and asked you, you respond. So I should have sent that email to you. It was Melissa presenting it.
I know.
It was her.
And that's fine, and I do want to apologize if there's a delay, but, I mean, I'm getting a ridiculous amount of emails.
I'm sure you are.
I'm
That's a
very
reasonable
busy.
request.
It usually
so.
gets done in the evening, and Commissioner Jag, if I didn't answer your phone call, I can't express to you how busy we are. I really can't.
Judge, may I say something?
Sure.
Maybe we can wrap it up. In the beginning, I was not getting information. They were not. But this is something that this county's never gone through. And I think there's lessons learned. But when I sent the email out, and I sent it to you, and I sent it to Maggie, I'm getting information now. I'm getting it. And I knew about the site, and I'm getting it, and I appreciate it. I never wanted to go to the EOC meetings. All I wanted was information. So if someone called me, I could say, yes, this is what's going on. So I think that they're just lessons learned and some things we can probably improve down the road. But I'm getting information.
Like, I'd like 10 more people in my office, because that's about how many I'd probably need to even just keep up with getting you guys. But every time I get something that's important, I send it to Tyner, because I cannot violate Open Meetings Act. And that's another thing. We can go into this later. But I promise you, this idea of me asking you what you think and asking you what you think and asking, that's called a violation of Open Meetings Act, and I can't do it. But what I do is I send it to Tyner, and I say, Tyner, get this to the commissioners. And I'm not saying that Tyner isn't great, but everything that you get is because it's coming to me, and I think you need to know about it. It could be as simple as a dashboard statistics. I sent you that last night. Or it could be important like a CARES Act supplemental summary. I sent you that yesterday. It could be a variety of things. But I promise you that the concept is that we need to hear from you if you need more, and we want to get you more. And I'm going to work with Kathy because she can be more detailed, and she needs to discern, and I know she can, when we need a little bit more. And if that's one-on-ones, we can achieve that, Melissa.
I can ramp up those reports with details. It's one of those things where the reason why you didn't get those earlier than you did is that it takes so much time, and we were so busy. So I had to go back and create them all and get us caught up. And so, but I don't have a problem with adding more details into it. It just takes a little bit more time. But part of you not getting information or enough information from a certain time was that I literally did not have time. Those were documents I would send to the state. I didn't even have time to send them to the state. That's how busy we were. But I can definitely add more details on there. We had the federal declaration on the 13th of March. But this, for us, my EOC team and those that are actually step up as soon as something starts happening, for us, yesterday was a day 100 for us. So that's a very, very long time for my team to be going. There's oversights. There's also things that we're not responsible for, so it's not necessarily an oversight on our office. It's not, especially the communicating certain issues or concerns to the court, because, again, my priority is to get it done for the disaster, and then I have a whole set of people I'm responsible for communicating that to.
I'd like to make one recommendation, for whatever it's worth. I know you guys work hard, but we need to, I don't know, on that team that you have, do you have somebody with mental health The next wave we're gonna get after this COVID is gonna be mental health. You know, and I don't know if we thought about that, but the next wave we're gonna get is gonna be all these people from COVID-19. They have mental health, stressed out, suicide, whatever. So I don't know if in that team there's anybody from mental health.
We've been working with MHID. If they're, in fact, they have their all their. We have been working. I've been working with MHID, and Maria's been working on grants with the opioid task force, specifically aimed at COVID. We're also working with some of the more vulnerable populations that. You know, social services, veteran services. So the answer is that, yes, we are. And we're going to need a lot of dollars poured into behavioral health after this.
I think it's important to think about, because we're going to have to adjust our way of thinking for everything moving forward, because we're already behind on hurricane preparedness for the year. So I'm now going to be splitting myself to be doing COVID response, and Kathy Ard-Blattner to be doing our hurricane prep and our reentry program. I mean, that's insane, but that's the way it is, and that's the only way we're going to get it done. But it's important for us right now, which is why I need to get down to the workshop to reopen the departments. Hold on just a moment, please. We have to make plans.
Hold on. And I don't mean just the clients. I mean the first responders, your team, because they're all going to need mental health. I mean, they worked hard.
These workshops are going to make me need mental health more than the disaster itself.
Well, you know what I'm talking about, mental health, stressed out people
Yeah, so we agree. And just so you know, we've started rotations, okay, because we are all working 18-hour days, and it wears on you. And so we've started rotations, and we appreciate that you understanding how stressful it is. We've done that. So I think that the rotations need to continue, Melissa, and they've already told me, you know, when's your turn, Judge? And I said, I don't take turns. And so you know what, the people, I'm not elected, I'm different. They're not. Electeds never, ever, 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 ever give up, and they never, ever, ever rest. That's just the way it rolls.
My first day of reprieve, I had a 6.5-hour stint of phone calls.
Yeah.
So it just is not possible, sir, unless
it's not. People. I can't even sleep when I'm sleeping. So if that's any interesting little fun fact, I'm like waking up every day at 3:12. Even when I'm sleeping, I'm not. But look, how about the rest of the agenda item? What else is there that you think we need to cover that might be, as they pointed out, something monumental? I'd like to add that it's happening in about 10 minutes. It was part of Commissioner Gonzalez's query about where are we going with temperature checks. I want you to know that through the EOC, through Michael Robinson in logistics, that they're pursuing kiosks the way the RTA has them. If you want to go check it out, I don't know if they have it up yet, but they're thermal checks. Well, right, but the kiosks are one opportunity to transfer fever checks. There's a thermal scanner demonstration going on downstairs at 2 o'clock. These are the ones that airports are now utilizing and some of the mass transit. We were able to get the demonstration. We have members of the city coming. We have members of Christus coming. We have members of the port coming. And we organized this 36 hours ago. So
we have Robstown, Javier Zapata is coming.
And the unit costs $35,000, and it catches everybody in mass, okay? When you see what we're spending in over 60 days, that could be a great rate of return. If you're interested, I'd be willing. They're not going to leave. They're going to do the EOC demonstration. Let them do that first. I'll ask them, Maggie, please, to stick around. They can do a separate demonstration for us after court, okay? But that's, to answer your question, logistics, that's his job, is to look for ways to keep us safe. Judge Maderi is going to give us a plan. It's not my plan, it's her plan, and we're going to have to implement it. They are concerned about jury panels and the amount of people that are coming in here. Fever checks, thermal imagery is one way to look at a possible people sick. It's not the only symptom, but it's a good one. And it's very cost effective on a 365-day basis, right? So that's happening, and that's the one thing I know that is new that you haven't known, and we haven't emailed anybody because, like I said, 36 hours ago, they said they could come And then it was a matter of figuring out, could we make it work? And again, we were hoping to have this in the morning, not the afternoon, but that's happening between the hours of 2 and 3.
Judge, I wanted to
Go ahead.
bring up some points. I haven't had a chance to talk yet. You know, I appreciate Melissa being here now an hour past what she was expecting, but I think that shows a lot. In Commissioner Vaughn and I were talking about it on our recess earlier. You know, succession planning, having that valuable second in command or third in command that you can rely on for each department, because they may be expected to be part of EOC, or they may have to be making the presentation here in court, or maybe hand it off to their number 2 to be able to hand it off. But we know that this was important, and Melissa was the one that directly had to answer that today. Second part was, I'm glad that you requested, and I'm glad we had the foresight last budget to give you that extra staff member, because I can't imagine if it was just a 2-person show right now in your department. We know that there are a lot of other departments that need to be increased in staff just to do more functions, but especially handle emergencies when they come up. The third issue is, I think initially, you know, a lot of us were frustrated in not getting that information. I feel like Commissioner Vaughn, where I don't want to go to the EOC. That's y'all's part to handle. I feel confident enough in getting the information we need when I have, or if I have questions, I go directly to that department head or to that person mentioned to ask for clarification. So that's how I get it. I think there's always more information we can get. I agree with what Commissioner Chesney said as far as not knowing exactly that alternative care site, and because that term's used synonymously between the hospital and then the other site, there could have been where some of the confusion or questions came up. But, you know, we learn, and hopefully we don't have to ever go through anything like this again, or we don't have a second wave that hits us harder, although we'll be, I guess, a little bit better prepared and structured for that. I do ask, though, that we, you know, in this planning and maybe revising, Judge, you're looking at your team and the postmortem of all of this is, you know, who else to include. I know it's very specific as far as what is outlined, right, through National Incident Command, but also just for your own EOC, you know, there are other positions that could be added in, even if there is someone that could be brought in as a scribe to handle more of the duties, because I can imagine Kathy, I think, is doing a good job when she's doing it, but you got her running, doing a lot of other things as well. So maybe that person could be responsible for that, especially because EOC, y'all are at the top, you know, right below the judge. So if there's someone else from another department or another position that can be brought in to help with that, I think that could help us. You know, we all support you, and we're all on the same team.
A scribe is a great idea.
So I think that, you know, in looking at that down the line, because we know y'all are still going and burning through all this. So those are some of my thoughts going through this. We know we can keep you here a lot longer, but like I said, I think the succession planning, the trusting in Kathy to be able to handle things for you, that's why I feel bad that you're here, but I know that you trust in her to do that. Now, I know you want to be down there because you need to show your face and answer
She's
other
actually
questions.
Starting our reentry program.
Oh, she's doing that? Oh, my gosh,
It is,
okay.
yeah, she's
So, all
actually
right.
working on
So-
complete.
We let Julie
Julie,
take
okay.
over for right now.
But Commissioner Maras, I want to, thank you for bringing that up. And actually, that was one of my focal points for our reopening workshop downstairs, was letting everybody know, as department heads, you have to identify people, because we've already, again, this is day 100, and I have to be worried about a hurricane coming. And we have the elements for a hurricane with the much warmer waters that we're experiencing right now, almost 80 degrees. And so what are we going to do? What is your department going to do? What are you as a department head going to do? Who's going to relieve you? If you've already been working 100 days at this capacity, and then we do have a hurricane that starts to kind of come towards us, because that now you switch back into what we're used to, which is kind of those 24-hour ops where you're spending the night here. But how are you going to do that as a department head after you've been working this disaster for so many days, and then addressing all of our plans for hurricanes within the individual departments have to change now that we've had COVID. So, I need everybody to not only write their reopening plans, but I need them to rewrite their hurricane plans for their departments, because they're totally different now that you have, this combination of like remoteness, you have still a virus that's dangerous to everybody. So we have to, it's not just worrying about hurricane season, it's worrying about changing everything for this hurricane season, because we can't do anything the same. And so one of my biggest points for the department heads downstairs is to consider those things. Who's going to relieve you? I can bring in an incident management team, no different than I'm bringing in a shelter, quote unquote, site management team that is going to come in. They're trained under these ICS positions to be able to backfill us. Traditionally, you would have them work the night shift because there's less going on at night, and then it gives us the opportunity to run the 12 hours during the busy part of the day. But we have to start looking at that because we do have a very exhausted team. We are in the middle of a federal disaster, and we could potentially have a hurricane this year. June 1st is a go time for hurricane season, and they're predicting the elements are great for a hurricane this year. So we need to be thinking about those things, and it does bring forward the fact that you have department heads designated for this team. So in this particular case with COVID, they're not only working their everyday job like crazy, but also COVID like crazy. And can you imagine adding also hurricane response on top of that? So there's definitely a shortage of just bodies that can do things. But it's also just kind of a complete reevaluation that has to happen for everybody's department right now, where they do consider COVID in what we're going to do for hurricane, as well as who are those people within their department that they can delegate those types of things to, or who could be their backup person. We can get those people NIM certified pretty quickly. It's just a series of classes that you have to take online, and then 2 in-person classes, which if I can just get a free second, I can be an instructor for it. I just haven't been able to sneak away to go get trained for a week. But then I can teach everybody here the ICS courses, get them NIM certified, and then they can officially be a replacement. Because I can't just have a random person replace those people. In order for them to be under EOC, I need them to be NIMS compliant, and certain other certifications or training that I need them to have before they can just step into a position like that. And so those are things I wanted to bring up in the department head reopening workshop, because we're all having to recalibrate our way of thinking now, and hurricane response and action that you take is very community oriented and very close quarters oriented. And so I'm having to redraft everything about how we're going to do this in my head right now, while also responding to COVID. So it's a big deal if we have a hurricane.
And since Commissioner Maras is kind of on deck here, I want to say that, again, last Friday, we were given an alert at 3:30 in the afternoon that we could receive the National Guard. And it was going to be on Sunday. And we made a call to Commissioner Maras and said, help. He called Robstown. He went to Robstown. He got them engaged because we're already using all our resources here at Memorial. And he got that effectuated. What we're doing is when an incident is happening in your precinct, we are using you as commissioners as a way to not only send you information, but to get us to help. To get you to help us. Commissioner Maras did that for us, not once, not twice, but 3 times on the Battelle system, right? On the issue with, sadly, the death of a Robstown individual, with Agua Dulce also having an individual that was very ill in ICU this week, and also with his testing. So just so the audience and public knows, and everyone listening in this courthouse, if it were not for commissioners helping us with these situations, we would not be able to do it. But I think it's proper to use commissioners when it's in your precinct to make that assessment. The same goes for Commissioner Chesney on beaches. He's got it. I text him in the night, here's what I sent to Scott Cross, you need to help because we're up here, okay? And so he's got that task force, and there's a call actually at 4 o'clock today. So that's an example of not only giving information about a huge subject matter, that's it. Same thing with Commissioner Gonzalez. We got a call 24 hours ago that we could stand up a Bishop site, but oh, by the way, we were going to flip it. We were going to put the guard at Memorial and our people in Bishop. That just doesn't happen like that. We use Commissioner Gonzalez to make sure that gets happen. And the reason Mrs. Commissioner Vaughn knows about the alternate care site is because it's in her precinct, and I went to her the very day that we got it. And I wish, I'm sitting here thinking to myself, if I could just, hold that silver tongue of mine, but I wish I could do what I do individually to everybody. I wish I had that kind of opportunity. I don't know if you can just say, will you trust me and believe in me? Because if I could give all of you the information that I have here, I would do it instantaneously. If I could just take that pensive and make it go to your brain. But what I'm doing is when the incident happens, the occasion, the event, the creation of something, I'm using you as a vessel, but it's got to be in your precinct. And that means if I have a problem at the port, I'm going to call Commissioner Vaughn. I want all of you to know about it, but the first duty is to make sure that I've got my liaison, and then she can help me disseminate that information through Tyner to the rest of you. Same way with Commissioner Maras, Chesney, and Gonzalez. I think that's a good precedent to strengthen an ICS command structure for next time. I never want there to be a next time. There should never, ever be a next time on something like this. But I just want you guys to know there are so many other incidents that we're working on, but I'm using commissioners as a way to augment what we're already doing in EOC. And like I said, sometimes it's just verbal info, and sometimes it's, can you please go over there and help, or can you please create a task force and help? Can you please do these things? So, Melissa, I think at least I threw out Beach Task Force, the Battelle system, which is coming online, our Bishop testing that's happening tomorrow, and the National Guard that happens Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. And oh, by the way, we found a way to feed all those guardsmen on the fly as well, and they really appreciated that. And again, all this is done through a lot of team effort. But those are the things that happened in the last 5 days since Friday, and it just keeps coming. So those are the things that I would want the public to know that are really germane. I can't think of any others at this moment, but those are the ones that are big, that apply to this agenda item.
And that's a great point that you make, Judge. I mean, we are appreciative of any help that we get right now from anybody. Commissioner Gonzalez, you were out there when we had our soft run of the first drive-through site, when we were having our hot wash and we were discussing issues and concerns and resources that were needed. You were willing to take on or to make sure that we were squaring away certain issues and took some of those things off of our plate, and so that's appreciated. You being out there, even if you're not physically doing anything, you're showing your support, and that means a lot to everybody that's out there. Commissioner Vaughn and Maras Chesney, all of you, the Beach Task Force Commissioner, I put that together to help Scott Cross, and we're getting that kicked off, and we're trying to get our Lone Star UAS drones up over the weekend again so that we can get surveillance on the crowds. And we have so many different things going on, and anywhere that you can help us, we appreciate it. I open the door for that. It is very appreciated, and that goes not just to the commissioners, but any employee of Nueces County that is able to help in some fashion. We do need everybody to stand up right now for this.
And I'm going to forward you, Commissioner Chesney, the email that I got today, because I made a mistake. I thought that I was going to visit with the GLO at 11:30. Apparently it's tomorrow. I'm visiting with the GLO at 11:30. But it's about beaches, and it's about getting some, we have guidance, but we have lost 100% control out there. And the pier is jam-packed, ridiculous, and we don't have a signage campaign, and we've got some good prices on signage, but we need someone to control graphics. And you know what? Have at it. Have at it, because we need help on that. And I want to be on the call so that I can catch everybody up on what we have in our pool of talent as far as graphics, text dot, electric signs. I mean, there's some things that we do have to bring to the table, but there is no doubt in my mind that that's going to be, going forward, a big issue. And our federal partners, everyone's saying the same thing. So that's a great example of how you can step in this afternoon at 4 o'clock and take over. And no one's going to stop you, because we need that help.
I'm glad you mentioned it, because actually I was apparently left off of that inadvertently. So when you said 4 o'clock, I just...
Okay, I think it's 4.
No, it is, because I
think it's
just
4.
Scott, and he goes, oh, sorry, you weren't on the list, so
Yeah.
it's okay. I appreciate it.
Well, as I say, everybody gets a cupcake around here. You're all invited to everything, and everybody can work hard.
That comes from two different people starting the meeting, and it came together, and we.
Yeah,
we
okay,
decided-
but
I'm glad you said it, because I would have missed
All
it,
right,
and I would have
so
been.
Melissa, to get you going, is there anything else that you can throw in here?
No, I think you just briefly you briefly ran across those couple of other items that I had on here, and I know we've talked about them before. So it was really addressing the ACS concerns of Commissioner Chesney, the reopening, and my desire to express what we need to the department heads so they can be prepared for hurricane season, and then just hurricane season preparedness in general, as it's going to look very different this year.
Okay.
And Melissa, I don't go out there just looking nice, but I help them with the cleanup.
Oh, I know you're out there all the time. That's why we're grateful for that, because all of those little things make a huge difference to our team.
Good guys, good guys.
Okay, great. Melissa, we're going to let you go on downstairs.
Okay, thank you.
And then that takes care, if you're keeping tabs, item number 7, and I'm going to go back in time to try to get more people downstairs. Michael, are you here for an item? Okay, also,
He's just bored, and he wants to.
I made a mistake. Margaret, okay, Margaret signed up for COVID-19 discussion, and I'm so sorry, Margaret. I got caught up in my head. Please come forward. She had a comment on item number 7, public comment on this agenda item.
Good afternoon, Judge.
Good afternoon.
Thank you so much for taking time and listening to me right now. I'm just really very thrilled to tell to all of you that my appreciation for you, it's every day at 5 o'clock, I mean all the time, but every day at 5 o'clock to 6 o'clock when I see the press conference and I see the judge representing all of you and giving so many informations and answering the text, answering the phone calls, and informing this community. It's like unbelievable. It's like we've been your students for so long time, and I know that you are behind hard work. And thank you so much for each and every one of you. I'm just really thrilled and delighted. I make friends, but also I make enemies, because if somebody called me between 5 and 6, I say, why are you calling? Why are you in text? Just listen to the, to the city what's happening. They say, no, we don't know. And guess what? They're glue. Thank you so much for everything. Highlights from this coronavirus is that, Judge, thank you so much for the day when you allowed the surgeries to be done, the elective surgeries to be done, and the way how you just like put it, that the doctors really, they were becoming like rescuers, like being firefighters, because waiting there for coronavirus. Kind of they were out of business, like all of us are. And we appreciate the way how you put it and the way how you the date when and how you explain it. You made a big difference between the mandatory and the recommended. So it was really, we were treating this community like really with a tough love, and we really appreciate that. It was just probably was one of the most appreciated items from all the information that you gave it to us. Also taking care of, like telling us about the elderly, vulnerable people, that was wonderful. And another thing that I want to tell you, like Sunday I went to the North Shore, to the seashore and the National Seashore, and was so grateful everybody, because it was no charge, so there were a lot of people there and really enjoyed. So thank you so much for that also. I wanted to talk today a little bit about the small businesses. I'm a small business, and I still didn't recuperate from the coronavirus. This month will be the 4th month when I'm a champion of Chamber of Commerce. I do business with them, even though we are not in business right now. I really wanted to help small businesses. And I know that you care for small businesses. All of you have small businesses, and you understand how hard this for us, it's hitting Harvey and it's hitting this right now. And I know that Peter Zanoni, the city manager, is really for small businesses. And I would like to make this proposal, if is any way that I can do a Facebook page and say adopt a business, a small business, but I know you can handle better. You are business, judge, you are a businesswoman, and you understand, Ms. Caroline Vaughn, she's a businesswoman, and you understand what we're going through. And I didn't see Spectrum, reducing my bill or cutting off my bill. I didn't see AT&T, I didn't see CP&L. I see that we pay the same money. We just like have no need to any kind of help. So if we can do like kind of adapt a business and make it Corona COVID, adapt a business, that will be very good because it's really everybody need it. It doesn't matter what a big business can do, but something to do for us. And also, I wanted to talk about if it's possible, it will be great to happen. Now, I really like it, everybody to ask me to do something for them. I really love to do anything for everybody. It's very hard for me to ask something to do, but I will ask your permission to do something that personally is that I have this bracelet. They say faith, love, and hope, which is really give me like more courage to ask Miss Caroline Van that she's in charge of this lightening the bridge. And I think what is more wonderful to do it like tomorrow is a National Day of Prayer, so Sunday is a Mother's Day. So I was thinking if we can light this bridge orange color, and will be like all of us in solidarity with the coronavirus people that they were, lost the loved one, people they're still suffering, people affected. And together with the green, which is the hope, so we can show that Corpus Christi, which is body of Christ, is really a place where we can, pray for these people and know that we care. So I know that it's a big demand. I'm asking Commissioner Van if you allowed me to ask her that. I think that she has a lot of power in doing that.
She wants you to light the bridge. It's a request, right?
Yes, it is.
I think you're okay.
It takes more than...
That's for the item, though. It's for the agenda item, Chica.
Yeah.
It takes more than a couple of days to get it done. I'd be happy to light it up, Marguerite. I'd have to check into it. I just don't know if it could be done this quickly.
Well, that's why I came 2 weeks ago, and I never had a chance to go to public comments. But that's okay. Just as long as we can, we can light it. I just said that tomorrow is National Day of Prayers, and we can probably. I know how fond you are about the clergy, and I was assisting all this meeting last time, and that was very.
Well, it could be our Nueces County Day. It's whenever. It's like Thanksgiving. It's whenever you're thankful, right? It's whenever.
And I'll check into it, and I'll get back with you on the colors for sure. I think it was orange and green. But let me check into it. Okay.
Yeah, I really appreciate that because I saw what they did for the the doctors, and they were like really everybody talking about that. So I really have a lot of appreciation for that. And also I wanted to tell everybody that you're doing a great job in explaining, and the question that the people put there, it's just it's admirable the way how you answer, the way how you really educate them in every question that they have. So I think that most of us, we should spread the word that if they want to know detail, if they want to know everything in this community, they can listen to this press conference every day between 5 and 6. And I want to thank you for that.
Thank you so much, and we'll get back to you on the bridge. And I do. She just sent an email. See how fast she works?
Yes. Oh, I appreciate that because I can't take a no for an answer, therefore I don't.
Yeah. No, I think the bridge does make people feel great. It makes me feel great when I see the lights and when
for the whole country, not only for the Nueces County.
That's right. No, it's a wonderful idea, and I want to thank you. So
I appreciate. Thank you so much. Thank you.
A couple of weeks ago. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
You also gave us a great idea about the food bank, and we're actually working with the food bank now. They had a drive-through at La Palmera Mall because of you. I called them and said, how can we help? And we sent, I think, 10 county volunteers. I think every commissioner sent somebody. I know Sandra Santos went. I know everybody sent somebody. Paul was there, and anyway, it was great, but I want you to know they're going to do a bigger one, but the point is that you do inspire, so thank you.
Thank you so
we really
much.
appreciate you.
And also because I'm with the Chamber of Commerce, with the small businesses, that's what I do every day. I really think about each and every one of the business. I do business, with them, and that somebody has to be the Chamber of Commerce that is really small business, like owners or small business that work with the small businesses, because even at the national level, we don't have anyone that has the small business that those are one of the small business. So it's very, very, sad. So if you can do something in this level, I will volunteer to bring all the businesses, bring all of the, the needs that they have, and so they will be fantastic. And thank you for the drive. The drive-through was just, and also I heard food bank in Corpus Christi, they call the Glen Beck program. So
Yes,
asked
they
for
did.
it.
We're doing great. That day, B. Hansen and her incredible crew fed 1,800 families, and our team had their hands somewhere in the mix, and so that was really beautiful. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Really appreciate you.
I really appreciate for taking time and listening.
Thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
So talk about patience. It's your turn, Veterans Treatment Court. I am so sorry. Some good things are worth waiting for, and this is one of them, because it's an approval of a software license agreement with Canyon City Solutions, and the purpose is a very important cause, our Veterans Treatment Court.
Yes, so thank you all very much for your time. ReliaTrax is the software that we want to start using in the Veterans Treatment Court program. The main goal is to be HIPAA compliant. We're discussing information with diagnosis and things of that nature with our veterans, and we want to ensure that that is protected. This is also going to bridge the gap between the agencies that sit on staff currently, and it's a really great tool. It's going to give us notifications of positive UAs right away. It's going to streamline everything, especially with COVID going on. It's going to really bridge the gap between all of us. We cannot sit and do our staffings as we typically do. So this is going to be another means in a way for us to communicate and stay up to date on everything. Another great function that it's going to have is we're going to be able to see the monthly reporting of any veteran, any justice-involved veteran. The veteran will be tracked. We will know whether they are accepted into the Veterans Treatment Court or if they do not meet the minimum qualifications and are discharged. So then maybe they can receive services in another form from the community, whether it's MHID or any other services that we have available. So I'm asking that the Commissioners Court approves that and allow us to go forward with that contract.
I'm excited about this. This is so important for such an important population. Let's get the motion first, and then we'll get to discussion. Is there a motion to approve?
I don't see it on my, what?
Okay, it's number 5. Number 5.
Okay.
Well, just so
So
we can
moved.
get to the discussion part. I was going to say, okay, thank you. And now, are there any questions that you'd like to ask, Commissioners, of this particular contract for the licensing agreement?
What's the amount?
$15,000.
So let me also add that I'm not sure about that amount. What I have is it's $150 a month minimum. It is $3 per client. For the next budget cycle, we have Judge Polcher and I actually traveled to Austin to request a $200,000 grant from the Veterans Commission. There was a line item with allocated funding for software, so we would hope that we would be able to also contribute from that grant. I believe they're going to have a meeting on that at the end of this month. I'm not sure if that's changed with everything going on, but that's what I know at this point. Okay, I may, no, that's fine.
How much is it?
Okay, and so what is it?
How much is it?
So it's $3 per client for every active client. We currently have 35 participants in the program. Unfortunately, we have not been able to accept anyone at this point. The next budget cycle, we're anticipating at least a minimum of 75 veterans. Once we start streamlining that information from the jail into the actual court, we're going to see an uptick of participants that we're going to start accepting. So, but I have a minimum of $150 and $3 per client on that contract. And I know I discussed that with the county attorney's office.
100 and what?
Okay.
And you're asking, this is for just
I have,
officers,
I also have the representative from the company on standby if I can phone her in, if if there's any questions regarding the contract. I do not have the contract in front of me to review that.
so is this for the court, Judge Polter's courtroom,
Yes, sir.
for the veterans, court?
Yes, sir. Judge Polter with the Veterans Treatment Court.
And you're asking for 15,000? For a
No,
year?
I don't, I think Tyner is going to go run that down. Why don't you do this? Why don't we put us on pause? Let Tyner go get the information that he needs. You also go ahead and get the text. Okay, the license agreement is straightforward. Dale, do you, that's what I was just about to say. It's $150 a month.
We've already made
At
the
a
motion.
minimum.
So moved.
Let's just call the
I
question.
think it's,
Good.
but let her bring, and go ahead and bring the information when you can get it.
Right, and I think the max what I projected was about $3,000 a year.
Right.
What I projected.
You've earned that by sitting here all day.
Right, so it's $75, 75 people, $3 a pop,
$225.
plus the 1,800.
Call the question, Judge.
Okay, well, I've got the motion, I think, already, and the second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, post same sign. And the good news is you'll bring back a grant, which is exciting. Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay, again, in order to get Maria downstairs and Juan downstairs, Maria was going to finish up. Just want to ask for interest, is number 2 going to be tabled?
Yes.
Okay, so that's, can I get a motion for that, please? And a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. And then, Juan, you can be quicker than Maria. Number 1 was the acceptance of the roadways that are already constructed. It's just the acceptance of Royal Estates Unit Number 2. And are you recommending approval of the acceptance of these roadways?
Yes, ma'am.
And
Public
you've,
Works is recommending.
and you've done all your due diligence?
Is this Mr. Lopez's deal?
Yes, yes.
It is.
He has done way his due diligence.
I
We've been-
think
We've been
he
on this
has.
for about a year.
Yes, sir.
Oh,
Motion to
Here.
approve.
Come in if he wants to.
It's
but
great.
we've been here
We
for
just
a
wanted to
year.
say thank you to him. Okay, but you do recommend approval. Okay, motion and a second, I think, right here. Mr. Lopez, we just wanted to say thank you for your patience and thank you for your diligence in getting this project done, and we're happy for you, and we accept the roadways. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Post same sign.
Mr. Lopez, thank you for your diligence. I know it's been a long process. We really appreciate you hanging in there, and thank you very much for all your hard work, and thank you for doing that out there. Thank you.
And thanks, Juan, for kind of, we got to have somebody to oversee, so you're that person for us. We thank you. Okay. And the number 2 is tabled, so Public Works is done and Juan is dismissed. And grants, and then Dale. And I'm sorry, I'm going to get grants and go back to number 8. It's just that I got to get Maria downstairs. Go ahead, Maria.
I'll be really, really quick. I wanted to put this on the agenda because I know there was some questions, especially after Dale had presented the CAFR at the last court. I know there was a question about, and I did talk to Commissioner Vaughn offline about that, about kind of the decrease, because if you look at the CAFR and if you look at the single audit that's included within the CAFR, it looks like we actually had a decrease in grant funding when we've actually had an increase. So I just kind of wanted to do a quick report just to let you know where we're at with the status of a lot of our grants. So I do want to say that this report does not include the grants from the following departments: the Health Department, the Juvenile Department, the Sheriff's Office for various reasons, and coastal parks, with the exception of FEMA public assistance. So this doesn't include, all the grants that the health department gets. I know they have like an HIV program. The juvenile department gets state funding. The sheriff's office has Operation Stone Garden, and of course this does not include all the GOMESA funding that Scott has been successful in getting. This is the third page here is the most important slide. This will show you how many grants that we have awarded and are in the implementation phase right now. We have 38 open contracts for a total of $12,192,483. Applications that have been submitted and are pending funding decisions, and one of those is including the Veterans Treatment Court that we were just talking about. We have 14 applications that are pending funding decisions right now for a total of $3,457,959.52. And then we also have applications that are kind of in the queue to be prepared and submitted within the next by the end of the fiscal year, and we currently have about 8 applications, and there's a caveat to this, and I'll talk about that in a minute. There's 8 applications that are kind of queued up to be submitted in the next couple of months for about $4.2 million. And if you look, I didn't include them in the slides, but if you look at the next, the following 2 pages in your packets will actually have those projects delineated out, so you'll see exactly what those projects are and those total amounts. These are including the match amounts, so just so you know, because, you know, obviously we still have to track whether it's in kind or cash match. We do still have to track those. And then you'll see another page that will have the list of the applications that we have submitted and are waiting funding decisions for, and then that final next page will be the applications that we're working on preparing. So I also did kind of just a summary of our monthly activities. You know, we don't just write applications and just kind of sit around and wait for them to you know, for them to be awarded or not awarded. So I broke it down by month on what the awards that we've received, the applications we've submitted. We also do a lot of reporting here in our office, as well as the agenda items that we've submitted to court. It fluctuates by month to month. Normally, October and about this time is our busiest time. But again, you can kind of go through that at your convenience and look at kind of what those activities are on a monthly basis. In addition to just your regular submitting applications, implementing them, we have been doing some interesting activities. We have worked with the Army's Innovative Readiness Training Program, so we've had several planning events in relation to that. We're also doing things that we kind of never have done before, and that's meeting with the Opioid Task Force and meeting with Christine Bryant with the Economic Development
REDC, the CCREDC.
Yes. And also with the Coastal Bend Wellness Foundation. So we've been making kind of outside contact to try to get the needs of the community, so we can better search for grants and so we can better serve our community. So you'll see some of the meetings that we've had just kind of broken down by month on that slide. And then this is not all inclusive of all the reports that we have to submit either on a monthly, quarterly, or semi-annual basis. As you can see, now that we have our CDBG $4.6 million allocation, we have to submit monthly status reports for that particular grant. There's outlay reports that we have and reimbursement requests that we have to submit monthly for Texas Water Development Board, and the list goes on and on. Again, this slide is not all inclusive of all the reports that we submit on a regular basis. So I just wanted to give a couple of quick project updates. As you know, we're in the middle of a pandemic, and the military has suspended all travel for the U.S. military. So our Army, as you know, we were talking about the Army's IRT program. They were going to come and do the surveys that we so much needed in the colonias. Unfortunately, they will not be able. We actually should have been executed. We should have been executing that mission right now. Unfortunately, that has been postponed due to COVID, and we're looking at possibly late August, sometime in September, for that mission to happen. And we're keeping our fingers crossed. If not, we may have to delay those surveys till the next summer. The environmental reviews for our projects for our CDBG $4.6 million, we had 5 county roads, and those environmental reviews are underway. So we are hoping to speed up that process. In the meantime, we can go for construction procurement, and we'll be working with purchasing on that. So they'll kind of be working in tandem with each other. So we're hoping within the next 4 to 5 months we can start construction on those CDBG DR projects. CDBG mitigation, so what we call CDBG MIT. There was a conference call for elected officials. I listened in on behalf of the judge on Monday, and those applications will be made available within the next several weeks. And this is a huge competition. This is not $4.6 million. We're talking $4 billion that are available for the state of Texas, of which Nueces County can apply for. There's several competitions. We could submit up to, I believe, 10 applications, and we're looking at possibly, $100 million worth of projects that we are going to submit on behalf of Nueces County and the region. So that, again, will be coming up in the next couple of weeks. We've already kind of vetted through some projects, got some project ideas, and I believe those applications will be due, they're estimating probably in October. So that'll be something that's coming down for next fiscal year. The cost allocation plan is in its final draft. I did send a copy to the judge and to Dale the other day. And so that is establishing our negotiated indirect cost rate. That is hugely helpful to the county when we are talking about cash match. So rather than providing 35% in cash match, if our negotiated indirect cost rate, once it's approved by our cognizant agency, is 40%, that automatically counts to our cash match. So we do not have to front the money. Basically, we submit that indirect cost rate proposal, and that will act as our cash match. So that's going to be hugely helpful to the county, not this fiscal year, but it will be in the next fiscal year. And then part of this was made possible by, if you recall, last budget cycle, we deleted our grants assistant position in lieu of getting this grant management software. And we have already seen the benefits. It's taken a little while to get it implemented, but we've already seen the benefits in grant searching. We are not missing a beat. And one of the great features of this is we can do specified searches, so we can search for grants for nonprofits. And, I know I got an email from Commissioner Chesney, and he asked for school safety grants. We saved that search, and now we're going to get a daily update on specific school safety grants. Commissioner Vaughn had a need for playground equipment, and now we've kind of saved that search in there. So anything that comes available for playgrounds or parks will automatically come to us. So we are hoping we will not miss a grant opportunity. We do get daily emails. We vet through them and make sure, we're eligible. If we're not eligible, we do try to forward it along to who we think is eligible, whether it be a school district, a nonprofit. I've sent several to MHID that they've actually pursued. So this software has been hugely helpful. In addition, obviously, our main focus right now is finding grants to respond to this COVID crisis. We have a couple of applications, and you'll see those in the detail pages that I had presented before. But we are looking for anything and everything that's available to help reimburse the county for the expenses related to COVID. So with that, I'll take any questions if you have any questions. I decided to do this kind of semi-annually only because we were in the process of implementing this software, and it took us a little longer than we initially expected. But if it's the courts will, I work for you, so let me know if you want it quarterly, if you need more detail. We are working on some other information. We want to have like a rate of success. So we want to be able to tell you, we submitted, I talked earlier, we submitted 14 applications and we're pending funding decisions. We're not going to get all of them. That's just the nature of the beast. But we would like to be able to tell you this is our success rate. Out of 14 applications, we had, we're going to be hopeful we get 12 funded. So we're hoping to get that information to you. It's just taking us a little longer, but we hope to really, really make this a state-of-the-art report, and it can be as detailed as you want it. I kind of left it a little bare bones since this is the first time we're kind of working in the system, but again, it can be tailored to whatever y'all need.
Well, I just want to tell you thank you. I think you're doing a really good job, and the county could not survive without the grant department. Y'all are doing.
In fact, we carry a lot of other political jurisdictions because they don't necessarily have a grants department, so when it comes to our smaller communities, they rely on us, which means we rely on you for them as well. And so we're very grateful. I did step out of the room, so I don't know if you said this, but I think that one of the things that I'm noticing is that there's not going to be any leeway. All the big grants that are due this summer are still due. They may have been given a week or two little extension, but we have our work cut out for us between the Texas Water Development Board, the Restore, and the NCRDS, and I'm missing one. And CDBG MIT, hello, the bill, 4.6 billion. Those are going to be all coming literally at the same time. And I truly believe Nueces County has positioned itself in the best possible situation because we've already identified, you know, what it is that we want. And so, as I said, these cycles come down. The big money pot is really for 2021, and 2020 looks quieter, but that's because it's the application process. The rulemaking was in 2019, early 2020, and now it's our time to seize the day. And Maria and Natalie have been fantastic as I've kind of, you know, kept them super, super busy, making sure that we can focus on those and not lose sight, but not miss opportunities for individual commissioners' needs or the specialty COVID, you know, funding. But no doubt the big money is yet to come that we are eligible for, and we're just going to have to really get after it to put together the best packages. So thank you for this. I'd say get as detailed as you can, and then go ahead and do a simple, like for me, I think it's best to do both. I think you should do this type of presentation and then go ahead and just send us the detailed, and then we'll use this one for court, but we'll have the backup data in our offices, maybe, something like that. Are there any questions for Maria? I don't know if you said it. Did you say that we were not eligible under the CARES Act at this time, but they're pending a new possible CARES Act 3 legislation in the House?
So I know we talked about that the last time, that particular like stimulus funding was for jurisdictions above 500,000 in population. So yeah, things are changing every day. Again, you know, we actually have a COVID search going on, so we do get updates on everything CARES Act and
right.
You know, I know Rebecca in Social Services just told me that there's a CARES Act for social services, so we're going to go after that. There's a CARES Act for airports, and I believe they're going to be getting a allocation of some sort. It's all formula. Some we have control over, some we don't. So yeah, we're definitely looking for everything.
We want them all, so apply for all of them. Okay, thank you. If there's no other questions, we'll let Maria go on to her intended designation. There is one item that we need to go to, that's number 6, and then we'll be able to go to Dale, and it's the allocation of the Family Protection Fee Fund. And this is an important dollar amount. It's estimated to receive, I believe we get this in August, and it's about $100,000, $98,000, something like that, Tyner?
We don't know exactly, but yeah,
it's
Joe.
It's a guesstimate.
There's no change to this, is there?
No, this is what we do every year. But
motion to approve.
Yeah, this is $5,000 more than last year, though.
Okay, we're getting a little, okay.
We're giving more.
All right. I think I heard the motion come from Commissioner Chesney, and then, okay, you got it. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, post same sign. Okay, now, Dale, you have 2 items that I'd like for you to help address. One is on the regular agenda, and one is the budget change order. Why don't we do the budget change order, and then we'll end with the other one, because it's going to take a little longer, most likely. And then
Open number 8, Judge?
A D1. Yes, he's going to go back to 8 after he does the budget change order.
Table that and see if we're going to go behind doors and discuss it.
It's
on the executive. I just didn't know if you wanted to do it out here as well.
I didn't know if.
Belinda, it was placed on the executive as well in case there was any legal issues. It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be. It's whatever you want. Okay, let's let him do the budget change order while we ponder. All right, go ahead. It's number in our books, D1, number 13.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're considering budget change order number 13 for your consideration. These are kind of more routine. There are a couple of large entries that I'd like to discuss. The very first is on information technology. Now, it's not that there's moving stuff around. It's just because when we did the budget last year, we assumed that it was going to be a different type of a function. So we budgeted as other services, but when it came in more as software services. So we just had to move it to the correct budget category. So we're just moving the balances around. That's also what's happening on page 2 for coastal parks and the $15,000. Because with working with GLO, we know there are some expenses that are in coastal parks that should be recorded in the pier. We want to make sure they're allocated there so that we don't have to worry about doing a lot of changes for our GLO reports. So this is the budget change order that we're submitting for you for your consideration, budget change number 13. I'll be glad to answer any questions you might have.
Is it best to characterize it that it's truly a change, but it's not a budget change?
Correct.
It's a net neutral. I'm going to make a motion to approve. Is there a second? Is there any more discussion or questions regarding the change orders? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, pose same sign.
Dale, I have a question for Dale. You put out this ones here?
No, that's from Teresa on entire staff,
Oh, okay.
and that's
Okay.
for our capital projects.
You can go over it now, Dale, if you'd like.
Well, I just wanted to make, like some projects that are already done, can we just put an asterisk, do we know they're done? Because, I mean, we keep looking at the same things all over again, and I know there's some are done.
Yes, my staff constantly works up the balances for our capital projects to try to identify those that are completed. And sometimes it gets a little challenging, because sometimes we'll ask someone that if it's completed, one person will say yes, 5 people say no. So we try to go through each of them and try to get a clear identification of which one has actually been complete. And we will make sure those are removed from your discussion.
Bishop building is complete.
Probably, yes, we'll probably remove that, yes.
And,
The roof.
Okay, why don't we get an updated one?
and then one other area on there, and I just actually sent something to Teresa. I note that the London,
33?
yeah, 49, that initial work
Oh.
is on there, but the costed out analysis isn't on there, so it probably should be, because we've already brought that to court, and it should be looked upon as encumbered funds, so that it doesn't mislead the court into thinking there's more there than there is. So,
She can change that.
we can get
So
that.
we'll get,
From Teresa's,
okay, we'll get an updated version by tomorrow on those two
That
items.
was it.
Let me see if I can also create an Excel spreadsheet that would show where we are in the project. For example, when you look at a road, all you're seeing is the design piece of it, right? In other words, so you need to know not just that it's complete, what stage of the project maybe is it in? Is it in design? Is it in construction? Is it?
Halfway through.
So again, the purpose here is just to show you where you are on the tax notes.
and I will make sure we expand on this, so I'll give you the budget as well
COs.
as what the actual expenses are, so you know where we are in the process.
Okay.
Thank you, Dale. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Dale. Let's go back, Dale, to the item that we skipped. And I do need everyone to know, even if we do letter A in executive session, we still have one more item in executive session. So we still have to go to executive session is what I'm saying to you. So is it your will then to go to executive session now?
I don't know.
I tell you what, why don't we get the update first, and then we can discuss it in executive session. The update, Dale, is probably a good idea to share the burn rate as well as the personnel component of that burn rate. And I've got your email if you need it. And again, the item for those listening, it has to do with item number 8, and it has to do with personnel costs for overtime, including county department heads, COVID-19 response. The burn rate's going to have everything in it, but the purpose of this agenda item is to discuss the approval of overtime relating to the COVID-19 response, including personnel costs. So it's kind of, I guess, two things. It's personnel plus the burn rate. Well, at least I guess it could be considered both.
Yeah, we're still working on trying to get the updated numbers for this afternoon. Should be
Okay.
receiving that soon.
We'll
but
do it from yesterday.
do it from yesterday. Our total personnel costs associated with the entire event, that's actual work hours for people actually doing their job as the COVID expense, is $283,048. Currently, overtime costs, which is everybody, this includes everybody, is $95,949 in total overtime costs for overtime related to whether it's regular employees or department heads. I can give you a breakdown on the department heads at a later time if we do see so fit. Well, right now we have some P-card transactions where we have normal costs that go straightly to our COVID expense. And right now I do have the actual numbers for that. It's $71,598 worth of expense for transactions we handle through P-cards.
How much?
Say it one more time.
$71,598. That's as of today.
As of today. Okay.
Michael has some inventory downstairs in the central supply room that he's been distributing out to for this event. For as of today, we've expended $14,541 worth of expenses coming out of our central supply. Now, Michael also does some purchases through normal purchasing items that has not been expensed yet through a invoice or P card, but we know the expense is coming. This is our iPads and our PPE, our cleaning services that we know will be coming in for the jail. Right now, we estimate $182,541 of expense. My staff and I have gone through how much money we expected that we lost in revenue to the county, and this includes coastal parks, inland parks, fairgrounds, includes our county clerks, our district clerks, our tax office, everyone that we can include. Right now, we expect that we've lost $2,533,000.
Is that including JP's?
Yes. So right now, if we include all that for the county by itself is $3,181,381 of total expenses related to this event.
I'm so sorry. Would you repeat that again?
$3,181,381.
So right now in Austin, formulas are being looked upon, and cities are going to have one set of formulas, and counties will have another set of formulas. And those parameters are being discussed now. And the Senator Hinojosa, asked us to keep him updated, and we've been keeping him updated as to these amounts, including a projected loss of revenue. And of course, we do expect to receive an allocation. And what that allocation is, we don't know. They are discussing per capita. I object to per capita. Per capita is not proper unless you consider that the urban center of the city of Corpus Christi is part of Nueces County. They understand my feelings, and in this case, to me, the city would be unjustly enriched under this program, and we would be unjustly punished, particularly when we've been carrying the lion's share of, well, along with the city. I mean, they have different needs, right, than we do, but we've been carrying the lion's share of emergency management for the entire county. And so, again, we do expect to have an appropriation. What that appropriation will be, we don't know, but we will submit everything, including lost revenue. What I can tell you is that if you were to separate lost revenue and just stick to money we've expended, chances are we're going to be made whole. The issue is whether or not we would be made whole for lost revenue, okay?
The lost revenue right now, we're not, this is not total lost revenue at the moment. We've only went through the middle of April. We're still got end of April and March, and May.
That's correct. So we've got a lot to account for. This is no different than the city projecting a $20 million loss. Sometimes your flaws can be your strength. I told the senator this is one time where I guess I don't have to worry about sales tax or hot tax. That's where their deficit comes from, the loss of such things. We do not rely on that. We do rely on ad valorem, and that's why it's going to be important to understand, what our assessed value is and how it compares from last year to this year. I can tell you that Dale and I have received those numbers. Those numbers are conservative numbers. We're going to see growth again this year. We're going to see it exactly tracking last year, and conservatively we project 3%. We do that knowing that is almost a number that's half of what it really is, but we run on those types of 50% of growth. And so, I think that there will be, I'm certain, a hit, if you will, on ad valorem, but the growth will also compensate for that. We are not a county that's reliant upon mineral interest, which is where the big sector is getting hurt in county government. We are not a county that relies on sales tax or hot tax. So the biggest loss of revenue are places where we make money, like in coastal parks, like in fees and fines. And that's why the administration of justice coming back online in June is a positive thing for this county. In other words, there's a finite revenue of loss. We can restore fees and fines, and we can restore the other elements of the RV park and things like that by coming back online. So those losses are not projected to go into the future. They're finite. And again, if you'll give us the indulgence of giving us a little time, I've asked Noe Hinojosa from Estrada Hinojosa to put together a projection for us based on what Dale's numbers are showing losses, and to see how that might affect us. economists everywhere are making predictions. Moody's is making predictions. Some counties will be reversed from stable to negative. My hope is that we will not be one of those counties. But having a sector that's so heavily dependent upon energy, you know, that could affect us. But again, those dollars will be submitted for, you know, possible allocation. And it has nothing to do with FEMA, okay? Totally different. This is all CARES Act supplemental funding. You know we got 11 billion, and the big cities and the big counties got most of it. And what's left for the rest of us is not enough. But having said that, I know they're working hard to advocate for our cause.
And as you said, our lost revenue right now does not include property tax, and we're evaluating that. But like you said, we're very little on minerals. Our county only has like 13 to 14% minerals, whereas some counties are 80% minerals, and that's where it's not hurting us very much. We assume we'd be more with being on the port, but ours is more in infrastructure than in minerals. So that's where we're at a good point.
Right, and when we rebound, we will rebound high. In other words, I think that I read in the report 2 days ago that the Permian will probably be off by 900,000 barrels a day, and the Eagle Ford 400,000 barrels. However, our sector, we recorded a record first quarter earnings. First quarter earnings in the port for 2020. So this next quarter is going to be the one to look at, and the one after that. But we are still tracking, which is good. I asked Dale to please provide to me and to the court, I think by next court he'll have it, where we're tracking this budget to last budget. In other words, how are we doing on our own spending this year, and that'll also help us. Not to add salt to a wound, but the reason I mentioned the CAFR is because the one thing that no one really made any mention about, and it needs to be mentioned, is that because our reserves have been healthily restored to $24 million, I'm sorry, to 24% or $22.9 million, this is indicative of where a Moody's might say, you're looking real good. You're looking much more stable than you are anything else. So we're going to be working with the rating agencies. I've already placed the call to Noe. I'd like for him to come to court maybe in June, early, like maybe that first court tiner after the next court. I think that'd give us enough time, and have him, you know, share with us what we're seeing on the markets, right? So having said that, some things will be good news and something will be bad news.
Well, one other thing, I don't include this on our burn rate, since our adult probation is kind of a quasi kind of organization. They're not really county, they're not really state, but they've lost a significant amount of probation fees, and they're having to furlough half their staff.
So I'd like to bring that up with you. I met with William Schul, and that is an issue. It's really something we cannot allow to happen. Right. I think that we're going to need to discuss a transfer to them. And get that approved, because we will not be able to recover fees in the future if we furlough and bring them back online. I want to remind the court they carried us for over a year last year when we needed it, and they need it right now, and they won't need an answer until they've got some cover, so to speak. They've got some cover from the state, because the state advances their funds, and we've been in discussions with them, and we just need to work with Dale this coming week, maybe tomorrow, Friday, whenever we can break in, to address this issue, because we must have probation up and running full speed. It's the only way to kind of ensure that we don't lose track, not only of people, but of these fees.
Judge, when you said a while ago that we set aside $2 million for this COVID-19?
Yes.
Does that come from, where does the $2 million come from?
Right now, that's a loan, available loan from the general fund. We have not expended that from the general fund yet. We're expending everything from Fund 13 until the event's over with to determine how much we need, and then determine how much reimbursement we're going to get from whatever party we get reimbursed from. And then we'll determine the amount of funds needed, and most likely it'll come from the general fund's reserve.
So maybe
we have a loan for $2 million. It's not that we're giving them $2 million for the expense. We're loaning the balance of the funds until we get reimbursements.
And this is how you did it for Harvey, and that was also the same exact amount.
Correct.
We use a lot for Harvey.
Yeah, we went back to the, yeah, we moved off the auditors and went to, I'm sorry, went from the budget change order, we went to the, yes, sorry, number 7. Sorry, thank you for keeping us on track. We really should get to the next one, I think is what Belinda's nicely saying, is, she's being very kind. She's the only one that has any grace and decorum, I guess, except for Commissioner Vaughn, she's been an angel today.
So good today.
Okay, we won't mention any other names, haha. We're just having fun here. We have to have a little bit of lightheartedness. Okay, now let's go back to the right one, right? That's number 8. Thank you, Belinda. Number 8 is, you started with the burn rate. You said you were going to get us the breakdown. Commissioners, he does not have the breakdown, but how about questions for him right now? He gave you the whole burn rate that includes everybody, but he doesn't have the one that you're asking. The whole number was 98,000. That included personnel of both classes, if you will, exempt and non-exempt. And what questions do you have for him? Or what would you like him to address, I guess maybe is the way to say it. What would you like him to address?
Well,
I can give you a breakdown on overtime by regular employees and exempt employees if you like. I have that number.
Well, would that help them?
If so.
Okay, why don't you go ahead and say
Of
that?
the total amount of 99,000, we said $77,603 is regular employees that have overtime expense. And currently the department heads we have identified individually are $18,345 for the total of 99,000.
All right, so 18,000 is department heads and 77, I'm guesstimating here, okay? 77, that's your breakdown.
Out of the regular employees, about how many employees is that?
I provide you a list on Monday.
Yeah. Don't make me count.
Probably.
How about Tyner count? Do you mind counting, please?
How many? Probably 100.
100.
An average, okay.
Okay.
100?
He's going to get you an exact, but that's a good guesstimate. So Melissa mentioned, while you're thinking about the questions, Melissa mentioned that that we're preparing for hurricane season, and we're all sort of having palpitations over it because of the implications of, we know how to prepare for hurricane season, but we're having to prepare in a completely different way. And so I just want you to know that the purpose of this policy is to protect this county fiscally. I know fiscally you have concerns, and so I want to say this is the way to protect us. If we do not have a policy that includes department heads, we will not be able to seek reimbursement for FEMA with department heads if we go through a hurricane. And I think it's absolutely critical that we do that we do everything in our power to make sure that we can, when we know it's 100% foreseeable, that EOC ride-out team for hurricanes, the majority of which are department heads, when they're working 24/7, you've got to have a mechanism for reimbursement. It has to be documented in an employee policy, followed by a courts policy that approves it. We did that back in September. We did a amendment in, I don't know, what month is this? It's like, what day is this? 2 months ago. This is what protects us. What you possibly have at risk that we discussed last court is now been defined as $18,000 under FEMA, but under CARES Act, it's totally applicable. So I just want you guys to know that the fiscally responsible thing to do is to leave this policy in place. You had some good questions. I had to go dig them answers out because I didn't have them. I don't know, because I didn't get here early enough to find out if this is just on my desk or on everybody's desk. And what this is the fair, it's some guidance from the Fair Labor Standards Act, FLSA. This is the act that kind of protects employees. And Belinda's here to help, I think, maybe answer some questions. But you talked about lunch, and that was a big issue, and we didn't want to be in peril or trouble. I don't even know if that's the right.
Our only concern was a lot of the employees were working 7 or 8 days in a row when not recording lunch. We want to make sure if they work through lunch, we're going to pay them. No questions asked.
Right.
But if they did take lunch, we want to make sure they documented so, and some were just putting one line with work.
Right, and so we
were just questioning them with that.
Correct, and we brought that up in EOC and said, please do a better job. I know you're on the phone, you say it every time. I don't want you to think that you're not saying it, but sometimes you need it echoed, and so we said, please make sure that you're not using 1 words or 2 words or 3 words. Document your work such that if you're working lunch and working, if you're having a sandwich and working, which a lot of them do, that's still working. And that's what the Department of Labor says is work, and that's what the Fair Labor Standards Act says is work. So that's really important. But lunch is not required to take under the Department of Labor standards. And I didn't know that, and I had to go look it up. And I gave it to Belinda as a please confirm. And so now you can ask your questions. But we have urged everybody to do best documentation practices.
So they get paid for lunch, is that what you're saying?
They get paid for lunch if they're eating and working only. Eating and working only.
Okay, here's my concern. I think there's some things that the department heads can do to cut down on the overtime. Let's just say Edward's department, for example, because I know they've worked a lot of hours.
They have.
They've had to set up. So if you've got cross-training is a big deal for me. I just don't think you ever go without cross-training, and I think that's something this county has got to do. But they could rotate. If you go in at 5:30, you get off at 3:30 or whatever and have somebody else come in. I don't know how you do it, but those department heads should be able to think out of the box so that they don't have all this overtime. And just like Melissa, she's lucky to have Kathy. And I look at Edward and I'm thinking he's there all the time. A good manager has someone to take their place if something happens to that person. And I don't see that in some of the departments here, and that's very scary. And Judge, I think you would agree with that.
I do.
Because when you
I think we're very lean.
Yeah, when you run any company, even with Juan's department, I think they've worked the whole time. But I believe he has somebody in there that could take his spot if they needed to for a short period of time. On the other departments, I don't know if they do, and they're just not trusting them, and they're not delegating. I don't know. But I believe that some of these department heads, it's their responsibility to curb this overtime. They can do it. You just got to think out of the box.
I do want you also to know, I checked with the city of Corpus Christi to see what their policy is during this COVID, and they're doing the same exact thing that we're doing, which is paying overtime. And I also checked with some of the bigger counties, and they are also doing the same thing. So I just needed to get some information. We didn't have it all the last workshop. We did seek it out, and we did provide to the county attorney so that they could make comment to any of you what the situation is. But again, what's exposed right now that's non-reimbursable is $18,000 over 100 days. I think that's pretty great, knowing that. Again, I'm asking you to trust me, but I've been there as a witness representing the county and seeing everything they've done. It's quite frankly not even, if you had told me it was $180,000, I would tell you it was worth it. If you told me it was $1.8 million, I'd tell you it's worth it. These folks have kept your county running, and the difference between the loss of revenue that Dale's talking about and what we would have had if we couldn't keep running. You know, some courthouses across the state of Texas completely closed. You know, we're kind of in that in-between urban, rural mix of a county. Our losses would be much, much greater. And so I agree with you. I think that as we talk about resiliency plans and lessons learned, being able to encourage everybody to create those rotations. But like since basketball's how we started, maybe basketball's how we end. I know Juan likes sport metaphors, so here's one for everybody. And that is our bench is not deep. We have like the best NBA players. They're all-stars, every single one of them. But their bench is not deep. And the reason it's not deep is because we prefer, or at least we've preferred, keeping our budget lean and mean. And we just don't have the employees, let's say, that the city of Corpus Christi does. And you talked about their $1 billion budget versus our $100 million budget. They are Goliath in this room. But make no mistake, we've been able to keep up with them pace for pace on every department through this process. And it just goes to show you there's kind of that perfect balance. So I would love nothing more than to tell you that we need more people. And I think you're feeling it right now. But yeah, we need to have planners, we need to have communicators, and we need to have just so many, what was the other one you just said? Inland Park?
I said Juan's department, Edward's
Juan's department. Yeah, I mean, we need to be deeper. But,
IT is one of the
we need to be deeper everywhere, but we've just not grown into ourselves. We've stayed we stayed the same for a long time. So I think this pandemic reveals a lot about us, but it also reveals a lot of good. It's not all bad, but to your point, I will make a point to let everybody know, and I think you've seen it already, a major decline in overtime, but where possible, do the rotation to reduce the hours. If you start at 5:30, I think you said, let's end at 3:30.
I don't even know, but I just know that there's a way to do it, and I haven't seen them doing that. And I'm thinking, you have to help us here.
Right.
Because people are going to want raises, they're going to want all kinds of stuff down the road, and we're going to have to come say, wow, we don't have any money. And I think that there's not one person here that would begrudge anyone to have overtime that needs it. I don't think there's one person, especially the ones underneath the management, because even in our company, we're on 24-hour call.
Yeah.
Our managements make really good salaries. There's a reason for that.
Yeah.
Because we know they're going to have to work.
And also exempt employees, just, again, I learned a lot by reading all this, and I'll make sure Tyner gets it to you, but exempt employees are not subject to this act. So, and they are eligible, for overtime under the law. So everything we've done is not only legal, but as I said, my concern is I believe we've done the right thing, and I believe we can do more by encouraging people to create, I would say, best practices is the way to say it, so we can limit our exposure. But when you think about 100 days of COVID pandemic, and I walk out here and I tell somebody who's in governance, hey, I've got $18,000 in department head overhead, there should be like a ticker tape parade because it's a really good result for the amount of hours that have been put in to go completely remote with your justice system, completely remote with your tax system, all of the things that we've done. It's just a really good result. But I'm in favor of making sure that everybody knows you got to keep checks and balances. One of the things that Dale has offered that we will take him up on is that internal audit, so that we can look at documentation and kind of flag documentation that's not good. He's doing that. We're also going to flag it independently. So Dale's our auditor, and then he uses an external auditor. He's going to use that for this too. Why? Not because we don't love these folks and not because we don't believe them, but because FEMA will do it. So we got to do it too. So we got to make sure that it's all done well. So we have the checks and balances in place. That means you can look your people in the eye, because it comes up every court. You're worried about the taxpayer. The taxpayer is protected in this case because the policy gets us the reimbursement. Without the policy, you are exposing the taxpayer. So if you want to help your taxpayer, the most fiscally responsible thing to do is to create the policy that has the mechanism for reimbursement. And I have to tell you, I don't beg, but I am begging all of you, honestly, as we come into June 1st, to not let us be exposed for COVID and a hurricane by not being able to seek reimbursement. If we don't have this written policy that corresponds with the employee policy, honestly, all we're doing is allowing people to work up here 24/7, because that's what happens in a hurricane, and then not letting us have a mechanism to get the money back. And that's what I want to say.
And I agree, we gotta have a mechanism, Judge, but and I feel, if they worked it, they should get, up right now, they should get paid. I mean, they worked it, up to this point, they should get paid. It's hard to go back and say who worked, who didn't work, and how many hours, and Dale's still trying to get documentation on the lunch hours. Still gotta get documentation on the, and I asked one person about, I was on the phone, if I'm on the phone in 10 minutes, I get paid overtime. Well, that's true. But you don't get paid for the whole hour. If you're on the phone for 15 minutes, you get paid for 15 minutes, not for a whole hour. 4 hours in one day, I said, 15 minutes each hour, that's only about an hour. And some are saying, well, they told me to go ahead and put the whole thing. I think what happened here is we kind of opened up the door and we lost control of nobody was watching nobody. That's what I think. I might be wrong, but I think the managers, like you said, whatever their work, they deserve to get paid. But the department heads need to be department heads. They need to watch their people. And if I got my people working Monday to Thursday at noon and they already work 4 hours, I should be able to send them home at 4 o'clock. You know, why not 4 o'clock? It's only 1 hour. I mean, nothing's gonna work, nothing's gonna change for 1 hour, you know? Or send them Friday half a day in the afternoon and cut back on overtime. It's not that we don't wanna pay them overtime, Judge, it's just that sometimes we might be okay this year, but maybe next year we're not. It all depends
Right.
on our budget. And I know you talk about policy, but, you know, and I don't think we stuck by policy. We have a policy, but we didn't really follow policy.
What didn't we follow?
It says here, let me just read to you there. It says in disaster, shall continue due independency of the disaster up to 14 days. You know, that they can collect 14 days. The disaster happens from the day it starts, they can do overtime for 14 days. Unless a longer period is approved by the Commissioner's Court. So it never came to us for after 14 days.
Okay, but we're under a federal disaster and a state disaster.
It doesn't say anything about what kind, it just says disaster. It doesn't say, I'm talking about our policy, okay? I'm just reading from the policy. We need to correct the policy, but it says disaster, I guess it's talking about any disaster. Once it starts, they can start collecting they can do overtime, but up to 14 days, we have to go back and review it again. So do we continue it or do we stop?
No.
Right. But that's what I'm trying to go back to say about the overtime. I'm not talking about, you know, we need to look at it, you know, maybe, and go back and maybe reword it or do, you know, more strategy, but we just didn't follow the policy, and it's okay. So, you know, we're where we at now, and I don't, like I said, I have a hard time. I also have a hard time doing it, but if they worked it, they deserve it. I don't have a problem with that, you know, and I think that probably everybody deserves it. It's just, when I sit down with Dale and sit down with Idea, you know, and we know the records, it was hard for me to make out what they were doing. I think it was hard for Dale. It was hard for his staff to figure out, and I don't know if I'm right or wrong, I don't want to talk in your place, Dale, but, I mean, I know that a lot of things they couldn't explain to me, you know, how do they come up with those hours? So.
Well, and I think that, Dale, do you have the situation reports?
Yeah, they have to do reports for everybody.
Right, so your daily reports have to correspond to the, you know, to the hours. And those situation reports should be synced up. And if there's a problem with somebody kind of not filling out those situation reports in depth, you know, we need to be able to let them know sooner rather than later so they don't kind of repeat the same type of vagueness. But
9% of the counties on our executive time timekeeping system and require the data activity log matches the timekeeping system.
okay.
The problem is the description between the two sometimes doesn't match.
Right, between ExecuTime and that. And I want to point out is that if everybody's just kind of sitting at their desk, you know, doing their daily report very calmly is one thing. But the problem is that in the middle of a disaster, you're going to not have necessarily the same exact, you know, verbiage on either because you're asked to being documented during the same thing. I just want to say, I want to make sure we get some guidance from the county attorney. What is it that you're recommending at this time?
The other question I have, who signs off on that? I mean, the department head's supposed to sign it off, approve it? Yes. Have they been doing that? Yes. So I guess they're.
Or their employees?
The department heads are required to authorize that they agree with the amount that's being submitted by the employee. Most have signed, some are just typing in the name of the supervisor and putting initials, but most of them are being signed. That's where we had a hard fight with them for a while.
I think they all should be signed, but, you know, I'm just saying, you know, and I'm going just by the.
Well, let's fix it. Let's fix whatever we need to fix. I just want you to know, this county cannot afford to not have this policy. We are a hurricane area, and FEMA, this was identified a year ago in July as a really bad gap that we didn't have. And you all spent a lot of money and got zero reimbursement. And we fixed that. And I'm saying that the nature of the beast is that department heads are your EOC ride-out team for hurricane, and they also, a lot of them are your EOC ride-out team for this pandemic. And you want to be able to recapture all those dollars in reimbursement. And without a policy, the rules say you can't capture them. So I think that there could be some enhancements on the documentation. We're going to continue to use HR. Today's the first day back I see Julie in the back of the room. That's her job to consistently tell them, document, document, document. Allocations need to be made. But the idea, in some situations, wherever possible, we need to say, try to help the county by managing the time, right? It's no different than the sheriff's office. We have, millions of dollars of overtime. We tell them the same thing. It can't be done sometimes. And that's the same thing here. It can't be done. At 4 o'clock, it would be nice to think that Edward could leave. I'm going to be honest with you. There's been so many days where that man has worked from 5 until midnight, and you just think to yourself, I wish I could give the guy a break. But there's nobody else but Edward, because he's the guy that can really run the show. And maybe that kind of goes back to your beginning comment.
He needs to train somebody else, because what if we don't have an Edward?
Can I ask a question?
And I try to.
Yes, of course.
And I try to give him off from Friday, but I can't approve that because I don't know who authorized the work. So for me to say, Edward, take off Friday, so you can.
Well, and that's why we've been sort of saying that EOC is a second job in the middle of your first job. So there's no breaks because he's doing two things simultaneously. As Lance said earlier, typically in a wind and water event, we're not even here. We're not doing the courts business. So you've never seen this before. So now you're doing the courts business like I'm here today doing the courts business, but then I'll transition immediately into doing everything else. And so I think that's where there is no way that you can give him off because he is a section chief. And that section chief is on duty. And that's where it gets difficult. But your checks and balances are there. Department heads approve the employees.
I'm also worried about him, Judge. I see he's stressed out.
Yeah.
I work with him all the time.
We are,
A lot of them are. I'm not saying you're not, I'm not.
No, I know. I agree
Right now,
with you.
he should have somebody flagging him, going with him and being trained.
Yeah.
Because if something happens to him, God forbid, to anybody that's in leadership like that.
Right.
I mean, or the other department people for that matter,
Yeah.
we would be in a pickle.
Well, and yes, we would.
Tomorrow, take Memorial, I'll take Bishop. Don't worry about Bishop, But
But the problem is that he is a supervisor,
I know.
right? And so you really can't just,
He ought to be able to, but he ought to be able to turn his normal daily routine over to somebody else, and he needs to work on EOC. He ought
Yeah.
to be able to. Him or any of them ought
Yeah.
to be able to. Is what I think. We're
I
all
think
saying.
we need to, and as they say, and if we had a little time, we could create a nice little org chart and we could work on it. Now, we'll tell you one positive. We have Corn Ferry, who's been working for us remotely. Remember, that's the compensation study group. One of the things that's their forte is organizational structure. You could ask them, hey, while you're at it, why don't you look to see who in each department head's organization could be that second in command? But I'm going to tell you something. When you're already paying every department head lower than any other county around you, you got a problem, except for IT maybe. But the point is that you don't have the pay structure to even get to your succession. A successor is like a deputy. And we don't have that in our organizational structure. But I think we could ask Corn Ferry to say, how do we look here? Who could you elevate to do the cross
Well, I think
training?
we have to, because we're putting the county at risk by not having people to fill those positions. I mean, to me, it's just ridiculous, and I would think that there would be someone that has watched him over the years that doesn't have maybe the education, but the common sense to do what he does. I mean, I would just think you would look at your people and say, you could do this.
Cross training is a great gift, and I think it's. But look, forgive me, but there's only one Tyner. There's only one Tyner right now. I couldn't agree with you more, and Tyner and I talk about that all the time. And there's only one Michael right now, and there's only one almost everything, because that's the way we've been running so long for so hard. And
But Judge, there wasn't just always one Michael. He had someone else, and he was under them.
Michael
so he
Hill
was
stepped
able.
right in.
Yeah, he stepped right
that
in.
one was a really great one. Now we're trying, and he is doing that. He just hired somebody, and he is doing that in his department. But right now, we have a great deputy in emergency management, but she's only been on the job under a year, okay? And she's never been through a hurricane before.
Yeah.
So she has been amazing on the job training. But the point is that we're getting there, but we're certainly a county in growing pains. So what did you want, go ahead.
I just wanted to jump in if you were done. Okay, so I've got a couple questions. One, I think, or a couple points too. One, I think it's important to note, and I know it was not intentional, but the overtime is not for 100 days. The overtime is from March 13th, because that was when the order was declared. So the overtime is from March 13th until today. So that's a significant difference, because that's about 40-something days, 45 days, so that's a significant difference, and I think that just needs to be pointed out. And again, I know that wasn't intentional, because I know you've been working on 150 days, so I get why the number
sorry.
is. So that's okay. And then the question I have really is, unless something's changed, what you told me before, and I may have missed something in all this, is the rule now is there is no reimbursement whatsoever for department heads. No, but I thought you told us no matter what, department heads weren't eligible for reimbursement.
If you use FEMA, but not if you use CARES Act or anything, or any other supplemental funding.
What are the rules under CARES Act?
There's no rules. They have no rules. They just said, give us, we're going to make we want to know what you spent, and we want it documented, and we are going to make an allocation based on some formula that's yet to be determined. The only rules that were available for populations over 500,000, we didn't qualify. And the rule there was a per capita allocation. So like Williamson County got $93 million.
So at this point, though, we feel comfortable that someone will reimburse us, hopefully someday, for non-department head overtime, FEMA, somebody. So let's say that we know someone should reimburse us for the non-department heads. We have no even inkling of other than hope that we would get reimbursed for department heads. Okay, so not having that policy doesn't respectfully necessarily mean that we are letting the taxpayer be exposed, because really what we're doing is, by having the policy right now, we're taking a risk for the taxpayer, because until we know that someone is going to reimburse us, which we don't for overheads, then the real risk is, are we willing to take the risk for the taxpayer, hoping that the CARES Act or somebody will see, there's a lot of things we hope will happen with all this coronavirus and things that are going on, but right now we have no guarantee, so we're rolling the dice and saying, taxpayer, we're going to pay this overhead, potentially for I don't know how long, and I've got some individual concerns with certain ones, but in general, because that's the real dynamic now, because we don't know if they're going to. We don't know if CARES is. We hope, we pray, we think, but we don't know. So the gamble is, and you're right, it's not a huge amount, but if we keep going under this emergency act, it could be a lot of money. I mean,
What about the next disaster? We've got a disaster. We could have a disaster June 1.
We could not get reimbursed for that too by rolling the dice on these overheads for the department heads, because we wouldn't have gotten reimbursed for that under FEMA. In other words, FEMA was the agency that dealt with the hurricane. They said, doesn't matter if you had a policy in place, we weren't going to reimburse you for department heads.
No, that's not true. Go ahead.
That's what FEMA does not reimburse for department heads, whether you have a policy or not, is what I thought you told us.
They do.
For department heads.
Yes.
So for department heads, FEMA will reimburse us for what we're doing right now.
Yes, if the policy was in effect at the time of the emergency.
Okay.
The next emergency, since we've already amended the policy, is the next hurricane.
But it's not FEMA.
The next emergency will be qualified as.
So next emergency, you said because this one didn't have a department head reimbursement. Okay, I misunderstood that. I thought it was, we had a gap. We had overtime for non-department heads, so those were always reimbursable. The gap was we didn't have one for overtime for department heads.
Right, and the court y'all amended the policy saying that in future events, those department heads will be counted. So any future event, emergency-wise, is declared by the judge and the court, will be subject to a reimbursement by FEMA or whoever we decide to use.
Okay, so what you're saying is, now with the policy in place, if we have a hurricane June 1, God forbid, then department heads will be reimbursed also, 100%. Okay, that clears that part. That's what I wasn't clear on, and that's what I was trying to get clear on. So that you've made that clear. Okay, so then I do go back to the kind of the, and I don't mean any offense to department heads, but I mean I do. And Julie's here, but I want Julie to come tell me. I don't understand why HR has overhead. I don't understand why IT, when Lance stands up here and says, hey, IT, because right now we're not going to get reimbursed for this one, right? This is the one I'm worried about.
We're not going to get reimbursed.
For the department heads.
We don't know that.
Well,
just FEMA. FEMA's the only one that you will not get reimbursed from that funding source. I'm not even sure FEMA would apply here because of the CARES Act.
And that's probably right, and that's a fair thing. So we don't have anything in place with the CARES Act now that says that's going to happen. So
that's right.
So when Lance stands up in front of us and says, this is pretty much how I work all the time, I go, well, okay, then he kind of knows that's his job. His comment was, these are the hours that I work all the time. So he kind of knows that that's his job as a department head, is he's going to be putting in these kind of hours on a regular basis, was what he said last time he was here. So my concern there is, and I want to know about, HR and what they've been doing that has caused overhead, the IT one, and I get now the thing with Melissa. Even though I think an emergency operations director should know coming in that an emergency happens, you're going to be working your butt off. But hey, if we can get reimbursed for it, great. Anything we can't on this one, our bad. We fix that. Good for us, or good for you. Good for us. So some of those I do kind of want to know what goes on and all that, because we're not going to get, well, theoretically we're not going to get reimbursed. We could, hopefully we will, but we could, because I'm really along the lines of these two commissioners that I believe, I do not know, but I believe if we had someone, and we keep using Edward because nobody's questioned, we keep using Edward as an example. I really believe that if Edward were able to say, or Julie or Lance or any of them, hey, you take care of this today, so that I don't have to work 4 hours of overtime. I don't want people working overtime. I mean, I want them to go home.
Well, I don't want the sheriff to have to work $1.5 million worth of overtime, and I've never seen this court question once whether or not their checks and balances.
You haven't been here, Judge. We spent 4 years doing it before you got here.
Well, nothing's changed. Nothing's changed. It's still on there.
It's not relevant to this discussion. I can tell you that this court questioned
the
sheriff
since I've been here.
But what he did was, this sheriff started putting in place some things to better recruitment. We paid more. So
right, I'm saying we haven't looked at their time sheets.
No, I'm saying we addressed some of the problems that were inherent in why the sheriff worked so much overtime. This court addressed it, paid them more, did some things, said, hey, if you want to advertise, come talk about that. Don't put your name on the bill, don't put your face on the billboard.
Right. I'm just saying we haven't called the sheriff. Right, I understand we put those mechanisms, but we haven't looked at their timesheets and questioned the way they document, they allocate, or whether their chiefs are supervising their employees.
It's budget time, Judge. We will. Don't worry, it's coming.
But the point is that I think that what you want to know, she's here, so I am going to invite her up in just a moment. But again, this policy can't be picking and choosing disasters. You either have a policy that covers disasters or not.
He's cleared that up.
Yeah, I just want to make sure you're good on that.
I am now.
And there's no guarantee we're going to get money back from sanitizer.
Let me clarify that. We're not choosing disasters. It's what says on here. It doesn't, we're not choosing. It says right here that this hourly compensation for workers for hours worked over the penitentiary of the disaster up to 14 days. Unless a longer period is approved by the Commissioner's Court. So at 14 days, you stop, you review it again, and we approve it again, or we don't approve it again. That's the policy. It says right here. Julie gave me that policy, and that's what it says.
And so
Can you microphone?
And that, Belinda, we got to get you on a microphone. I'm sorry. Can you move over to the podium? It's for the video purposes.
It says essential personnel.
So Belinda's saying to you, that's exactly why it's on the court today, is to make sure that you can approve the next 14 days and so on, so on. What I'm telling you is that make certain that Belinda gives you, here, go ahead, Belinda.
So I just want to clarify, y'all been talking about the policy, and yes, that is, I guess, 2 courts ago, y'all did include the department heads. And as it is, really, your policy stood, y'all just included the department heads. And it's as Commissioner Gonzalez has read, you know, that it's good for 14 days until the court approves a longer period of time. And so that is on the agenda today for y'all's approval.
So,
Because y'all aren't here.
we're not here to talk about the policy. We're not here to talk about the policy. We're here to extend the 14, no, to approve the overtime.
So when y'all take action, because that's what's on the agenda today, just the approval of the overtime.
For everybody. For everybody, right?
And certainly it would be however y'all are going to word your motion, and is also the time frame for that.
So if it's gone over the 14 days already, right, we can still approve all the overtime that's gone over 14 days?
Yes.
But we can stop here, say no more after this?
That's the way your policy reads.
And again, if we do that, then you're exposing the county in a hurricane. You can't do it beforehand.
Same for this time.
Yeah.
Right, but I'm saying you need a standing policy. Julie, you need to come and clarify this.
Wait, I have a quick question for Belinda.
Belinda?
That's what I was going to ask. I mean, why do we have it on closed? I mean, what are we doing here that
Well, I
can
think
or cannot
Belinda,
be done in closed session? I mean,
We can
is
go
there
back there in
anything?
the back if we were asking the lawyer if you want to.
I'm not saying that I have to. I'm just
I'm happy
wondering,
to.
what's the difference between what we're talking about now
I
and
don't
what
think
is
anything,
just,
right?
what is mentioned for closed session?
Certainly, I think an agenda item was put on executive in case y'all had some legal questions about, you know, whether they should or could legally needed to be paid or not. So if y'all had any legal questions for me, then I certainly can address those in closed session.
and we have to go to closed anyway, so you can ask.
Fine, you want to do it back there for a while? Fine with me. You all right?
Well, could we get Maggie a towel, please? Just some paper towels, please. I don't mind. Okay, so we can go to executive session. Julie, do you have any clarification at all? I mean, have we articulated it clearly? Because the original employee policy from July 2019 had everybody in it except for electeds. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Everybody was in except for electeds. And then in September, when we adjusted the policy, there was a departure, and department heads were removed, and then 2 months ago, we put it back in.
We're talking about two different policies.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm in charge of the Nueces County employee policy.
Okay, if you don't mind, lower the mic, and then give us a second here. Okay, start again, forgive me.
So back in July, I amended the county policy on pay for elected department heads.
Okay.
And so we approved, that was approved in July.
Here in court.
Yes, correct, by Commissioner's Court, to pay exempt employees. We're going to convert them to hourly wages. And so that is still standing in our Nueces County Employee Policy Manual.
Okay, and then the secondary policy.
The secondary policy is Dale's policy. Whose policy is it?
Okay, the county's policy, the one that Jag's reading from.
No, I think he was reading my essential policy.
Okay.
So that one is still standing in the Nueces County Policy Manual. You brought the other one. Who's? That's not my policy. I don't know where that policy came from, Dale.
Okay, so the disaster finance policy.
Disaster finance.
Tyner.
Tyner?
He needs to get on mic. You can't talk to us without mic.
Yeah, you got to get on the mic, Dale. Somebody's,
That was in the disaster finance policy, which is not part of the personnel rules or civil service rules.
Okay.
Yes, we went in and drafted the policy. We submitted out the policy to every department in question. We sent it out to the county attorney, we sent it to HR, we sent it to risk management, we sent it to purchasing.
Right.
Developed with everything from everything that the EOC has to revolve. We submitted for approval. Then we were instructed that we had to exclude department heads, and that's why there was Amendment 10 brought in at a later time to exchange it where department heads were removed, and we were told it's Department of Labor. Now, I'm not sure if that's true or not, but that's what we were instructed to do. That's why it was brought up.
Right, so that conflict is what brings us here today. And you have to, again, you have to keep using the microphone. And so, again, the idea is to protect the county so that we can keep FEMA reimbursement available to us for any disaster. That's the idea. tell us about the 14 days. Belinda believes that we need to make, there actually is action today that's required. The action is that we approve what we have already accumulated. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay.
We are still currently under the disaster, so it continues.
Well, let me tell you, it should have stopped at 14 days, but it didn't. Okay? According to that policy there, it should have stopped after 14 days. It should have come back to court. But we didn't. So now we have 45 days instead of 14 days to pay. And I don't care. We can pay the 45 days. You know, it's double the amount that we should have stopped. But I'm making a motion that we stop. We stop here. This is the last pay we get.
Well, let me just say this. Number one, it's the county attorney's job and position to make sure that our policies are consistent. Okay? And Laura cannot be here today. And Belinda is here in her stead, and you're welcome to address it, Belinda.
I suggest at this point we go into exec.
I mean, that's fine. It's legal, but
Let me make a quick comment.
Okay.
If we change this policy, then the next time that there is a disaster, a different kind, possibly a hurricane, it won't apply.
yeah.
But you don't have to change it. We should just,
No, I think he's just talking about approving approving the
45 days.
the 45 days. He's saying this policy needs to be amended because I think when it got presented, okay, we didn't know that COVID was going to be ongoing.
Well, it's new to everybody, and usually a hurricane lasts
14 days. Right, so I think that, right, but we need to rely on the county attorney to make this adjustment so that we can be within the disaster. You can have moments where you continue to approve, but really, people shouldn't have an expectation that their work will not be compensated during a disaster. You can't say, oh, I'm going to approve the first 7 days of you working overtime, but I'm not going to approve the 7 days. They shouldn't live in that kind of a limbo. And it's going to really pertain when you have a hurricane or a wind and water event because your EOC team is working round the clock. And so 14 days does usually work for a hurricane. It just did not work for this particular type of event. So let's do this. We can go into executive session, but there is something that needs to be done right now that's not legal at all, which is to approve the 45 days. Is that correct?
But I think that's what we want to talk about.
Okay, that's fine. I just know that there is an action item.
Right, and so because it's HR related, can Julie come back there to answer questions like this too that are really related? Because I am way off now. I thought I understood this. Now I'm confused again.
Okay, well, let's do that then. I just need to make sure that I read the executive session pieces because that's required under the law.
I think that's it, right, Judge, on the agenda? So that would be our last item other than the
That's
executive
correct.
session?
Give me 1 second.
Is item B tabled or?
Which one?
It was tabled and we voted on that.
B1?
No, executive session item B.
Oh, no, right. I meant regular agenda. My bad. No, I think we still have another executive session too, right,
John,
Judge?
would you be so good as to give me your last page on the agenda? I don't know where it slipped. That's okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we have one other.
I won't look at them.
One other executive session.
At this time, I'm giving notice, public notice, that Commissioners Court is electing to go into executive session to discuss matters listed on the agenda and that's authorized under provisions of the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, and specifically in accordance with Vernon's sections 551, 071, 072, 073, 074, 075, 076, 86, and 87. And we are going to consult with our attorney, including matters relating to litigation, real property, prospective gifts, personnel, termination, county advisory bodies, security devices, and economic development negotiations, and other matters that may be discussed in executive session. At this time, for the clerk, it's 3:41. I can't predict, but I don't think that we'll be, I don't know. I'll give you a text, but let's say 4-ish. Okay? We do have these 2 items to go to, and at that, I'll gavel out at 3:41. And I'll meet you guys in there. John, thank you. Okay, we're going to come back on the record. We did discuss the items that were on executive session, and there is a motion. I'm so sorry. It's 4:41 p.m. We're back on the record. There were 2 items in executive session, one of which needs action, and at this time, I will take a motion on the item that is number 1.
Judge, I guess I'll make the motion. Number 8.
I'm sorry, that's correct. We'll go back to item, right, it was just legal discussion in executive, but we need to rule on item 8 in the regular. Go ahead, Commissioner.
We're still reviewing the policy, Judge, where it says hourly compensation for hours worked over the 40 hours by employees and department heads shall begin on the day of the start of the disaster and shall continue during the dependency of the disaster up to 14 days, unless a longer period is approved by the Commissioner's Court after the 14 days. So my motion at this would be, staying with the policy, although it says 14 days, my motion is that we approve all the 45 days for all employees and department heads and continue for another 14 days as of this date. And at the end of those 14 days, the Commissioner's Court will review to see if we stop or continue.
I've got a motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, pose same sign. Under executive, again, no action needed, and now we're going to turn to, sadly, some very special people that we've lost. And so I'll ask if commissioners, in no particular order, whoever would like to start,
I have two, Judge.
to adjourn in memory of. Yes, Commissioner Modis.
So the first one is in memory of the Honorable Judge Rodolfo Rudy Tamez. He passed away on April 30th at the age of 72, and his peaceful death marked the end of his battle with dementia. He was a first-generation Mexican-American born in Corpus Christi, graduated from Miller High School, attended Del Mar College, and completed a Bachelor's of Art in Education from Texas A&I in Kingsville. He later earned his doctorate in jurisprudence from Bates College of Law at the University of Houston. After graduation, he returned to Corpus Christi, worked as a city prosecutor, and then later he became the chief municipal judge for the city of Corpus Christi. Until his retirement, he worked for the city for 33 years. He was a faithful member and attended Kelso Memorial United Methodist Church. And despite his dementia, he never forgot his family and love of Jesus Christ. His parents preceded him his death, along with 2 siblings, Raymond and Mary Helen Rodriguez. He was survived by his wife, Olga, of 49 years, his children, Alethea, Rudy Jr., and Christopher, along with a daughter-in-law, Janelle, and 3 grandchildren. The visitation was held on the 4th at his church, and the funeral service was held yesterday, May 5th. Due to COVID restrictions, they were limited, and it was only for family. In lieu of flowers, they're asking for donations to be made to the Alzheimer's Association or the Coastal Bend Agency on Aging. And this is personal for me. I knew Rudy Tamez pretty much my entire life. We attended the same church. My family and my in-laws especially very close with Rudy and his family and his wife. And I actually got to do a video greeting to the family for the service, for the funeral service. And so that was very special for me to be able to do that. It was a very great loss for us, for our community. When I was on city council for 3 out of my 4 terms there, I was a member of the municipal court committee, and for 2 of those terms I served as the chair. And so every 2 years we would review and decide whether to renew those judges. And so it was my honor to work closely with Judge Tamez. And so it's a great loss for our community, and just for myself and for my family. Also, it was announced that Wanda Harris, who was a member of the American Federation of Teachers, passed away this past weekend. She was very close in working with the late Linda Bridges, and she worked in Corpus Christi many years before moving to Houston. During my years on the school board, she was actually back here in Corpus Christi working with CCAFT, with Ray McMurray, then later with Dr. Nancy Vetta. And so just wanted to recognize her, the loss of Wanda, but also her life that she gave to education and to her brothers and sisters in the CCAFT. And so she will be missed. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Vaughn. Commissioner Gonzalez. Commissioner Chesney.
Judge, I wanted to add my condolences to the Thomas family. I also served on the city council with Commissioner Matas and had the honor of working with Judge for quite a long time, and he was an outstanding member of the city staff for many, many years, and I certainly could not say it any better than Commissioner Matas did, but condolences to the family as well. He was just a super, super good public servant. Wanted to also mention the loss of Al Hinojosa Sr. Al was passed away on May 3rd, 2 months from the age of 70. He was born in 1950 to his parents Louis and Gloria Hinojosa, and he leaves behind a lot of family members here. They raised 5 children and an adopted son. Many of you may know Fred and Hinojosa and some of the Hinojosa brothers here in town, and so certainly our condolences go out to Mr. Hinojosa and his family. Also to the family of Tanya Lee Tucker here locally. Tanya fought a difficult and courageous battle with cancer for 7 years and always believed she would gain her health back and overcome the battle. The way she died is like the way she lived. She wrote her own rules and paved her own way. She lived, unfortunately, for only 44 years and lost her battle with cancer recently. So to the family of Tanya Lee Tucker, condolences go out. Also to the family of Beatrice Salinas. Ms. Salinas unfortunately passed away after an unsuccessful surgery this week at the age of 82. Her daughter works for me at First Title Company, and I know how sad and difficult this has been a time for them. She was definitely quite a lady and lived a wonderful life, and certainly sorry for their loss as well for the Salinas family. Mr. James Edward Kaler lived a good long life, 94 years old, and Mr. Kaler for those of you who've been involved in Corpus Christi and the Flower Bluff area may know Lynn Kaler, so we wanted to pass on our condolences to their family as well. But again, he did live a good and happy life for 94 years. He was stationed here in Corpus Christi and Naval Air Station in 1975 and was a very successful military man who had many awards and medals throughout his career. So condolences to the Kaler family as well. And that is, unfortunately, I have more than I'd like to have today, Judge, but that is all I have at this point.
Judge?
Yes.
You have one?
Yes, of course.
Okay, I want to speak after you do.
Oh, okay. All right. So we mentioned this when we had a special meeting, but we didn't have the obituary at the time, and he was too important for our community to not read and honor him properly. In addition, I've signed a very nice resolution that we are adjourning on the 6th of May in his honor. And this is the court adjourning in memory of Sam for Keach. Tyner, is that correct?
That's correct. And just for your information, Judge, we have 4 of those made. They would go to Vicky.
That's so nice, Tyner.
One to Daryl, one to Kim, his daughters, and to Christy, the widow of Sam Jr.
Okay, great. And so I'm gonna leave this here as I've already signed it, and then I'm gonna ask that you take a look at this too, because it may need commissioner signing. It's on another item, but let me read this, because this is beautifully done, and I can't say it any better. And Sam Ford Keach was a Robstown area resident, all for but 3 of his 75 years, and he died on April 24th, 2020. He was the former editor of the Robstown Record, which was also known as the Nueces County Record Star, and he began his newspaper work as a printer's devil. I've never heard of that term, and a photographer at 12 years old. A 1963 graduate of Robstown High School, he earned his Bachelor of Journalism in 1966 from the University of Texas, Hookham. While at UT, he was managing editor of the Daily Texan, which is a really big deal. By the way, the gentleman was here before you. I thought Sam would have loved it. Jeff Barton, he was also the editor, one of the editors of the Daily Texan. And he worked on the sports and news staff, covering some of Darrell Royal's greatest moments. This guy was a legend. He was just a legend here. And at 21, he became the managing editor of the Edinburgh Daily Review, and he returned to family's Robstown newspaper in 1967. He was one of 4 generations of his family to serve as president of the South Texas Press Association. He authored a book called The Family Affair, which is the first 75 years of the South Texas Press Association. That was published in 2002. and he was the historian of that organization until his death. His community service included Scoutmaster, Robstown's Boy Scout Troop 184, and both Vicky and his sons earned Eagle Scouts Award there. In 1983, he was Scoutmaster of the South Texas Troop to the World Jamboree in Canada. He was a Wood Badge trained, a Vigil member, Order of the Arrow, Order of the Silver Beaver Award, and he also served on the Nueces County Memorial Hospital, Northwest Regional Hospital, Robstown Area Historical Museum, Robstown Economic Development, and the Bank of Robstown. And let's face it, he was the driving force behind the Richard M. Borchard Regional Fairgrounds. He loved the fairgrounds, and that's why, of course, we have the great library named after he and his wife. Here it comes. Nueces County Keach Library was named in honor of him for his family's 80 years of journalism, informing the public and encouraging the continuation of education of youth in our area. And he was preceded in death by some loving family members, including his son, Sam Ford Keach, in 2017. And, of course, his wife survives him 57 years, Vicky. We've already mentioned all of the children that we're going to get this resolution to. And then this is important. In lieu of flowers, donations may be made in memory to the Robstown Area Historical Museum, the South Texas Press Association Scholarship, or the Texas Newspaper Foundation. He was a newspaper man through and through. A private graveside service was held in Robstown with just his family, and we're going to have, I believe, an opportunity to celebrate with his family his entire life. A celebration of life will be planned for a future date. I don't think, Tyner, we have a date, or do we now? Because this was a while back.
No, we don't know, and it was so short notice that we, as you know, that a bunch of us collected money.
Yes.
You know, to get something for the family and flowers, and we just didn't meet the cutoff for the viewing.
Okay.
So we're gonna save that.
I think that's good.
For whenever we have this memorial.
Hey, Tyner, would there be any way, I don't want to have to redo it, but maybe you could do another one. I think we'd probably all like to add our names to.
I think that's a great idea.
Okay, we'll do, yes, I'll get Margaret to do that, and we'll pass it out, and we'll do one of those instead.
Thank you.
Okay.
So, thank you so much, Commissioner.
Yes, what I'm going to say right now, Judge, I have to say it. I wasn't going to say it, but it's been bothering me, and I think I need to say it because I've been thinking about it. You know, it bothers me that somebody called me last night to the house and kind of felt like I was pressured, you know, about voting, how I was going to vote today from the Labor Council. And I really don't appreciate that. You know, I'll try to get a hold of that lady. I didn't talk to her. I'll try to get a hold of her. But, you know, when somebody calls me and talks about an agenda item and not asking me, but saying why I should, you know, and really just, it doesn't really concern her, I guess, one bit, because that's an agenda item that we discuss here. So I'm really disappointed that somebody actually would call me and try to, you know, put some pressure on me, and I really don't appreciate it. And for the record, you know, I want this for the record because I want to make sure that it wasn't because of that I made the decisions I made today. So that's all I got to say.
Okay. Any more adjournments? Okay, then we will do the official adjournment at 4:55 p.m. And we are adjourned. Thank you.